Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku had a secret twin? Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. She sighed and stared at the clock on the classroom wall. The teacher's talking blurred into background noise as she watched the red hand make its slow circuit. Each tick meant 1 minute closer to freedom. The teacher's stories about his personal life failed to hold her attention. The birds outside did. She watched them hop from branch to branch in a loose game of tag. School was not her idea of fun. It seemed only nerds like her brother truly enjoyed it, not that there was anything wrong with that. Being separated from Izuku and Bakugo for the past 4 years made the day drag. She could only see them before or after school because of different lunch schedules. The other kids in her class felt odd, and after a few short conversations she had lost interest in making friends there. When the bell finally rang, she grabbed her bag and stepped out. She knew that if she didn't unpack her bag, she would be the first one out of the classroom door. Moving with the flood of students, she headed for the meeting spot she and Izuku had chosen so they could walk home together. It felt good to be outside, but it didn't help that Izuku was late. She watched clumps of students leave until only a few stragglers remained. A flash of white drew her attention to a notebook tumbling from a window. She lunged and leaned over the small pond to catch it. A few pages had already slipped free and landed in the water. Recognizing the cover, she realized it belonged to Izuku. She took off her shoes and socks, rolled up her pants, and waded in to retrieve the wet pages, laying them flat on the pond's edge before putting her shoes back on. Bakugo's group lingered nearby. He snickered and bumped her shoulder as he passed, calling her stupid for waiting for that nerd, and saying it was a waste of time. She ignored him and thought about how she had wanted to watch a new episode. Izuku finally burst from the doors, out of breath and apologetic. He explained that he had been trying to write something and had accidentally dropped his journal out the window, but he stopped when he saw her holding both the dry journal and the damp pages. He thanked her for retrieving it and noted that she was wet. She shrugged and said it was all right. He took the wet pages to check what he had lost, then flipped through the journal and pointed out the burn marks, explaining that an experiment in science class had brought the paper too close to a Bunsen burner and scorched a few edges. Fortunately, he had managed to save most of it. He apologized again for being late. She looked down at her damp pants and asked if they could get going. The protagonist hesitated and said that they had homework and notes. Bakugo glanced sideways and sighed, telling them they had not paid attention in class again. They apologized and explained they had tried, but the lesson had been boring. The teacher had been talking about his lonely life and the board had not made sense. They began going to Bakugo's every day for tutoring. The willingness to attend soon shifted into Bakugo insisting they come, grabbing their backpack and dragging them if necessary. He demanded they raise their grades and insisted they would never get into UA with poor marks, shouting or muttering the same thing almost every day. He did not let them relax on weekends, and they began to regret accepting his free tutoring. Their one relief during those sessions was Mitsuki. Whenever she was there, she prepared snacks, and those small comforts kept them steady when Bakugo thumped the newspaper against their head when they could not remember something. Headaches accompanied the first weeks and then months of tutoring because of that stupid newspaper. Over time, the headaches faded as their grades improved and the newspaper was used less. They had started to remember and learn. They thought almost every day that Bakugo was lucky they had enough self-control to hold back. One night, walking home from Bakugo's with Izuku, the protagonist was haunted by a memory that always made their head throb and sent them into spirals of overthinking. The thought that they could have lost their best friend and brother in the same incident replayed vividly and took hold of their mind as if on autopilot. The memory had happened the day before Izuku began staying out late and becoming distant. After school, Izuku had run off on his own and Bakugo had left with his friends, leaving the protagonist to walk alone. They chose the longer route to listen to music without being bothered. When they arrived home, their mother was not at the door. They closed the door, took off their shoes and called for her, then saw her sitting on the couch, sniffling while the television showed flames and explosions. At first they were not worried because their mother cried at odd things, but then she looked up with tears streaming down her face and told them that Bakugo had been attacked by a villain and that their brother had rushed in to help. The second part left them stunned and paralyzed. their hearts skipped and the bag in their hand fell and hit the floor. They forced themselves to look at the television as the image focused. The scene showed the area ablaze with debris from explosions. Pro-heroes stood at the edge of the chaos while a sludge-like villain dominated the center, holding one person trapped inside. The blonde hair caught in the mass confirmed it was Bakugo, and the blurred green hair moving past the bottom of the screen could only be Izuku. They had watched the reporter speak in a flat, detached tone that made the danger seem ordinary. Frustration and panic rose as they wondered what the pro-heroes were doing and why a quirkless boy would be left trying to help on his own. Eventually, All Might had to step in and finish the rescue, but by then the protagonist had already bolted from the house and sprinted toward the scene. Rain began to fall as they arrived, and murmurs spread through the crowd. People commented that the boy who rushed in was reckless and lucky All Might had arrived, praising the hero who had saved the day. The protagonist pushed through the murmuring crowd, searching until they spotted Bakugo and Izuku near the area where the flames were being put out. They hesitated when they saw both of them in person, taking in their faces. Bakugo and Izuku listened to pro-heroes scolding them, the same professionals who had been idle earlier. Bakugo received praise about his future prospects that the protagonist knew were unrealistic. Bakugo stared off into space alongside Izuku. Physically they looked mostly fine with some scratches, but the protagonist felt the relief wash over them. They walked home as the rain eased. Inside, their mother was exuberant about All Might and asked where Izuku was. The protagonist explained that Izuku had been delayed by the pro-heroes and should return in a few hours. Their mother reassured them that Izuku was alright, that he had only a few scratches and no serious burns. Their mother hugged them and asked if they had gone near the scene themselves. They said they had not. Their mother told them to dry off and take care of themselves. The mother said she would make dinner and the other replied that it sounded good. The protagonist walked into the bathroom, grabbed a towel, and returned to the bedroom. After finishing drying off, the protagonist changed into baggy sweatpants and an oversized hoodie, tied wet hair into a messy bun, slipped on slippers, and jumped back into the chair. The music from the earbuds calmed the protagonist, and ideas began to form on the page as the pencil tapped. Crumpled drafts accumulated in the trash until one fell onto the floor. The protagonist spun in the chair and tugged at hair in frustration, thinking there were no good ideas and nothing seemed to fit. A glance at the clock revealed almost 4 hours had passed. Cracking the bedroom door, the protagonist watched into the kitchen. The mother had almost finished preparing dinner and then perked up to meet Izuku at the door. He had been out so long that only his hair was still slightly damp. The mother hugged him tightly and checked him over, making sure he was not hurt. The protagonist could see him mouth that he was fine. The protagonist closed the door, turned the music up, and tried to sink back into a calm world where grades and popularity did not matter. The next morning the protagonist yawned, stretched, and dressed in the uniform that had arrived weeks earlier. The mother had washed and ironed it. With a bag slung over a shoulder, the protagonist joined Izuku at the breakfast table. The mother presented a special breakfast, reminding them that the twins had a very big day ahead. The protagonist thanked her, pulled back hair that threatened to fall into the food, and asked Izuku if he had a plan, worrying that it would be difficult without quirks. Later, the protagonist sat with thoughts about how someone like them could possibly make it, how fortunate it felt, and how surreal it all seemed. After breakfast, the protagonist and Izuku prepared to leave. The mother asked how they had slept and teased about their shoe choices for such a nice school, suggesting they could have gotten better shoes. The protagonist glanced at the old black tennis shoes with worn laces and holes and thought they were perfectly fine. The protagonist told the mother they liked the shoes, then placed the plate in the sink and put the shoes on. Izuku kissed their mother on the cheek and said he would see her after school. The mother reminded them to be safe and asked Izuku to look after his sister, while telling the protagonist not to get into trouble and to be nice to the teacher and the other students. They both responded and left for UA. As UA came into view, Izuku began to run and the protagonist followed. The student cards bypassed security, and the tall buildings and wide spaces overwhelmed the protagonist. Izuku darted out of sight, and the protagonist, hands curled and restless, tapped at the skirt and searched for Class 1A without asking for help. Bells rang through the campus and the protagonist wandered through hallways and stairs, headphones on, bobbing to the music to avoid thinking. At a doorway labeled 1B the protagonist hesitated, then moved on. At the door marked 1A the protagonist cracked it open and peered in. 2 seats were taken but there was 1 seat open. The protagonist made eye contact with Izuku and sighed in relief. The teacher, already irritated, asked whether the protagonist was going to lurk in the doorway or come in, though the protagonist barely registered the tone. The protagonist stepped inside and took a seat, looking around sheepishly as if just caught trying to escape. You took your headphones off and heard music playing as you draped them around your neck. Mr. Aizawa asked what you were doing, then confirmed whether you were coming to class and warned that you were late, saying only rookies and students who were not serious about their work were late and that you would be expelled. You apologized and explained that you had gotten lost, then asked who he was. He identified himself as Shota Aizawa and told you to call him Mr. Aizawa. He asked if you were Izuku Midoriya. You corrected him and gave your name as YN Midoriya, noting that it was close enough. He glared at you, or perhaps he had a sudden flare of dry eye, and called you incompetent, saying he would send expulsion papers home and that you should be thinking of a different career path. You insisted that you had been on time but had simply gotten lost. Mr. Aizawa ordered you out of his classroom and pointed out that the gate to leave was where you had come from. You pointed to an empty seat behind a yellow-haired boy and asked if that seat was yours. You apologized again, explained that you had come to become a hero and did not plan to give that up over getting lost, and added that there had been no one around to ask for directions and no maps to be found. Mr. Aizawa told you to sit down and that this was your only chance, marking something on his clipboard. The first day rules were being covered, as they often were at the start of school. You looked around and took note of your classmates, a girl to your right, a yellow-haired boy in front, a red-haired boy behind you, and a black-haired boy to your left. Bored, you sighed and leaned your head back. Mr. Aizawa was no joke. To your left you saw Izuku and Bakugo in front of him. You could tell from their posture that their bickering was never far away. Izuku glanced over and mouthed an apology. You smiled and mouthed back that it was okay. When Mr. Aizawa announced that there would be a quirk apprehension test after the normal core classes, your interest peaked despite not having a quirk. He explained that you would go through a normal day of school and meet other teachers, and reminded the class that the quirk apprehension tests would follow. Some pro-heroes entered and Izuku visibly brightened, practically bouncing in his seat with excitement. You found school to be ordinary despite the hero focus, and found yourself drifting off and staring at the high ceiling. While you were zoning out, something hit your head and fell to your side. A pen lay on the floor. You looked around and saw Bakugo glaring at you. He pointed his pencil at you and then toward the board. You picked up the pen and gestured toward him in confusion. He returned his attention to the board, and you wrote 2 notes in your notebook before dropping the pen back in the book. You rubbed your face, grabbed the pen, and tossed it back toward him before closing your book and resuming your ceiling stare. Having Bakugo in your class made it harder to slack off. Mr. Aizawa woke from a nap on the floor, and Present Mike left the room. Mr. Aizawa announced that you would be doing quirk apprehension tests and that he would be assessing your current physical level, instructing the class to go to the locker rooms, change, and meet him outside. He tapped the papers on his stand and dismissed the class, reminding everyone there was no time to waste. You stood up to grab your bag when Izuku approached and asked if you had gotten the notes. You admitted you had not, and Izuku offered to let you look at his notes after school and to help you. You thanked him. As he smiled, you could not resist sticking your tongue out at Bakugo and making an offensive gesture behind your back. Mr. Aizawa asked you to stay after class and said he needed to speak with you. You sighed and moved to a seat near the front to wait for everyone to clear out. Izuku stayed beside you. Once the room had emptied, Mr. Aizawa approached, pinching the bridge of his nose and sighing, wondering where to begin with you. You apologized again and explained that you had not meant to be late, thinking the first day would just cover rules. Mr. Aizawa said that the rules session was already over and that you were fortunate not to be punished further for disrespect. Since it was the first day, he would let you off with a warning. He then turned to the matter at hand. You had not filled out your quirk registration or costume forms, and those needed to be submitted so costume designs could be made. He said they would fill out your quirk registration right then. You suggested that it might not be the best time, But Mr. Aizawa shuffled papers, placed a form and a pen on the table, and demanded to know your quirk, warning that refusal would result in immediate expulsion. You confirmed that you did not have a quirk and were quirkless. He noted that the rest of the form did not need detail because of that and remarked that it was surprising you had passed and ranked 11th without injuries, unlike your brother. He glanced at Izuku, whose posture immediately straightened and tensed. Mr. Aizawa told her that, for a girl without a quirk, she seemed promising but warned her not to get cocky. He instructed her to bring the costume paper by tomorrow or face expulsion. She should have had it a few days after learning she was accepted. She nodded and thanked him. As she started to leave, he stopped her and handed over the costume paper. She laughed nervously and thanked him again. The teacher felt different, as if he already knew the things she would do. Losing the costume paper made his knowing gesture feel unexpected. She walked out with Izuku. He asked nervously why she never wanted anyone to know she was quirkless and whether she had told anyone, even when they were children. She said she had not told anyone. She feared bullying and felt embarrassed. If other students at the hero school found out, they would ask how she had gotten into the hero course, and she did not want to talk to new people right now. When she asked how he had gotten in without a quirk, he began to answer hesitantly. She cut him off and told him not to lie, then arranged to meet him outside. They separated to change in their respective locker rooms and met back outside after getting dressed. Mr. Aizawa announced they would start with basic exercises and be ranked on physical abilities. He explained that, since this was a hero school, students were allowed to use their quirks. He called Bakugo forward because he had scored highest on the entrance exam and handed him a baseball, instructing him to stand in the circle and throw it as far as he could, using his quirk if able. Bakugo smirked and walked to the circle. He gripped the ball, adopted a pitching stance, shouted and unleashed a powerful explosion that launched the ball with such force that everyone's hair and the sand around them were blown back. Mr. Aizawa reported the distance as 705.2 meters and noted it was not bad for a first attempt. He added that they would all be doing this and other tests and that no one would go home until everyone finished. When a brown-haired girl asked about orientation, Mr. Aizawa dismissed it as unnecessary, saying future professionals needed all the training they could get and that the orientation would not help with their future. Bakugo approached her and boasted that he was better than everyone and that he would be on top, so people would come to him for advice. She replied that he was annoying and suggested he might make friends if he were not so rude. Bakugo insisted he did not need anyone and repeated that he would be on top. She told him to shut up and that she had said she would try her best even without a flashy quirk like his. Mr. Aizawa interrupted and called for the next thrower, assigning the turn to her. She felt everyone's eyes on her and looked like a deer in headlights as she accepted the baseball from the teacher. She muttered under her breath and tossed the ball with a committed motion that sent it skidding across the ground. Mr. Aizawa measured the distance at 72 meters and moved on to the next student. She avoided Bakugo's gaze and resolved she could make this work even without a quirk. Someone tapped her shoulder. Eijiro Kirishima introduced himself quietly, trying not to startle her. She looked up to see the red-haired student she had sat in front of in class and introduced herself as Y.N. Midoriya. Kirishima smiled, said he thought she looked like another person and asked if they were twins. She confirmed they were and added that she was older by less than a minute. Kirishima said he would talk to her later, then stepped aside. She glanced back and saw Bakugo staring at her. She chose to ignore him and turned her attention to Izuku preparing to throw. Izuku took a similar approach to hers, but the ball landed only a few meters in front of him. Bakugo commented to a tall blue-haired student that a quirkless person like Deku could never do better, but then Izuku picked up another ball and readied himself again. A sudden burst of wind and dust rose around him, and the ball disappeared from sight. Mr. Aizawa announced a new distance, 705.3 meters, the best so far. She stood stunned and wondered how he had managed that. Your thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo charging toward Izuku, yelling in his usual harsh tone. He was stopped by Mr. Aizawa's scarf, and you watched as Izuku quickly passed and headed to the sidelines. Bakugo glared the whole time, which felt normal by now. You began to ask how he had done it, but the question fell away when Izuku walked right past you and went over to the brown-haired girl from earlier. You mumbled to yourself that it was cool after she ignored you. Bakugo then turned to you with a raspy voice and demanded whether that nerd actually had a quirk. You replied that Bakugo should be focused on winning and pointed out that Izuku had beaten him by a small margin, which had to sting. You noticed Bakugo clenching his teeth before he composed himself and insisted on an answer. You groaned, told him to be quiet, and rubbed your temple. Bakugo moved back toward the blue-haired boy and asked again if Izuku actually had a quirk. You observed that Izuku must have one, recalling how he had thrown the ball and noting that nobody without a quirk could likely have passed the entrance exam. He mimed adjusting his glasses as he spoke. When Bakugo returned and nudged you, he demanded to know how long Izuku had had that quirk. You tried to think and told him to leave you alone. Bakugo shot back that you were Izuku's sister and therefore should know, and he accused you of being quirkless like your brother. You slapped him sharply across the face. The sudden sound drew everyone's attention. Bakugo froze for a moment, then rubbed his cheek, the sting making him grimace and turn red. He demanded to know what the slap had been for, but you turned and began to walk away. You pushed open the doors and declared that you were leaving, warning him that he was going to lose the friends he had. You rolled your eyes and walked inside, letting the doors shut behind you. Bakugo called your name, but you ignored it and started down the dimly lit, empty hallway, anger echoing with every step. Izuku caught up and begged you not to leave, saying he would leave with you if you went and asking how they could become heroes if they couldn't get past the first day of school. Izuku confessed his doubts about the dream of becoming a hero, saying he knew it would be harder than the entrance exam and that he could not just find a weak spot and shut down a real villain. He worried he would be unable to save people and attributed his passing to luck. You reminded him of how hard he had worked to raise his grades and argued that giving up now made no sense. You confronted him about hiding something, asking how he had thrown the ball so far without a quirk and noting the obvious injury to his finger and the pain it caused. Izuku insisted it was not important and asked for trust, promising it would make sense soon and pleading with you to stay and finish the day together. He smiled and offered his hand. You said fine, ignored the gesture, and walked back through the doors. Outside, you saw Bakugo leaving the crowd, still rubbing the side of his face. Bakugo glanced in your direction, but you avoided his gaze and moved toward the crowd. Mr. Aizawa was already explaining the rest of the tests. You suspected the only reason you weren't in trouble was that he recognized you hadn't been as lucky as some other students. For the remainder of the physical exam, you performed well enough to feel confident you were not at the bottom. The person in last place would be sent home, and as you continued through the exercises your agitation eased. Mr. Aizawa ended the session with the mile run, and you waited at the finish for Izuku, who came in last. He was breathing heavily and fell to the ground when he saw you. You asked if he was okay and offered a hand to help him up. He accepted it, admitting the run had been rough and that he wasn't sure he had made the cut. Back inside, Mr. Aizawa displayed the results on a holographic board, explaining that the numbers were indicators of where everyone stood and areas for improvement. You searched the list and found your name in 9th place, a small victory you celebrated inwardly. Izuku's name appeared at the very bottom, and he muttered quietly to himself. Mr. Aizawa then reassured everyone that no one was being expelled and dismissed the class. The brown-haired girl complained that they had all been scared, and another girl with dark hair in a high ponytail, elegant and poised, admitted she had assumed the threat of expulsion was obvious. You stood next to Izuku and bumped his shoulder gently, telling him to breathe. He took a deep breath and managed a small smile. The day was over, and you reminded him that you should head home, sure your mother was waiting. Plus, YN reminded Izuku that they were still waiting for an explanation about how he had thrown the ball so far. Everyone filed in one by one to change back into school uniforms and go home. When YN met Izuku to walk home, Bakugo shot a nasty glare at YN before walking in front, slouched over with poor posture. At home, YN's mother bombarded them and Izuku with questions about their first day. YN and Izuku gave the typical brief answers and moved on. That night YN lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time. Their fist clenched and unclenched as thoughts wandered. Why had he said that? Out of all the things he could have said, he had to say that. They went to bed without speaking to Bakugo, which was unusual because they normally managed to get him to play video games. The evening felt incomplete. YN sighed and closed their eyes, resolving to make the best of being at school tomorrow. They fell asleep. The next morning, walking to school with Izuku, YN brought up the throw again and asked how he had managed to throw the ball so far. YN gripped their backpack straps and thought the feat was insane for a normal person, especially since it had injured Izuku's finger afterward. Izuku smiled, blushed, and said that he had just kind of thrown it. YN insisted there had to be more to it and poked Izuku, who jumped away and denied lying. YN pointed out that Izuku had done it again and demanded to be taught. Izuku said he would talk to someone about it, then covered his mouth with both hands and began walking quickly. YN ran to catch up and walked beside him, puzzled by his reaction. At school, YN slumped into their seat and laid their head on the desk. Denki Kaminari noticed and called out that YN did not seem interested in school. YN pretended not to understand and said they were here for the class. A teacher lectured loudly about respecting the desks that had been used by alumni and upperclassmen, insisting that students keep them in order. YN rolled their eyes and argued that desks were just wood and metal and not worth fussing over. The teacher complained about decency, and YN muttered that they should go away. A tap on YN's head drew their attention to a friendly face. Denki introduced himself and asked if YN was YN Midoriya. YN confirmed. Denki asked if YN had been responsible for the robots found with their wires ripped out, and YN nodded weakly, admitting it had mostly involved climbing and dodging. Classmates gathered and expressed admiration, comparing YN's actions to using a quirk, though YN insisted it was not that impressive. YN mouthed for Izuku to help when classmates started speculating. Bakugo walked in, making a dismissive sound before taking a seat in front of Izuku, and YN noticed the irritation in his eyes. A gust of wind scattered the loose pages from YN's notebook across the classroom. Kirishima quieted, reached over and handed the papers back to YN, who tucked them away. All Might strode to the front of the room, posed energetically, and announced his presence. He explained that they would run hero and villain exercises with no real villains present for safety. All Might described the plan. Everyone would change into hero costumes, be randomly placed on teams, and be assigned to either the hero or villain box. If chosen for the villain box, students were expected to act the part for training purposes. He emphasized that both sides would receive important training and reminded the students to keep property damage to a minimum, to claim weapons, and to apprehend the villains with style. All Might announced that it was very important, and the students began to get up to change. YN followed the crowd. All Might then addressed the group and indicated that YN was still missing the costume and quirk forms and would have to sit out of today's exercises. YN stood frozen for a moment before remembering the missed paperwork and felt a flush of panic at the oversight. All Might explained that she could spectate from his area and gain experience that way until the forms were complete, and that without them she would only attend the normal core classes. YN reminded him that the quirk form had been filled out with Mr. Aizawa's help the day before, but All Might reiterated that the costume papers still needed to be turned in. YN asked if she could just wear a gym uniform instead, arguing that it would function similarly, but All Might said that would violate school protocol and that it was not permitted. He apologized and said she could not participate in the day's battle unless the costume paperwork was submitted. YN gripped her bag strap and tried to stay composed. Bakugo appeared at the door and looked in. When their eyes met, YN quickly looked away, already anticipating his reaction to the missing reveal of her quirk. Bakugo objected to All Might, asserting that their mother had designed a costume for both of them and that YN should be allowed to participate. All Might replied that the design had not been submitted as a formal record. Bakugo rummaged through his bag and produced a filled-out form and the costume their mother had made, asking if that would allow YN to continue. All Might agreed to accept it. Bakugo told YN that if she did not like the costume after today, he would make sure it was changed that night. He then offered YN the paperwork to review. YN examined the design, noting Bakugo's choices and suggesting a few practical adjustments. Shorts for mobility changed to black, spandex material longer for coverage, and built-in ankle support to prevent sprains. Bakugo beamed with approval at the tweaks, and YN thanked him. All Might confirmed that since the paperwork was in order and YN liked the design, she could change into the temporary costume while the official one was prepared. They hurried down the hallway, and Bakugo handed the costume to YN before they separated to change. Once everyone was ready, All Might led them toward the training area through a dark tunnel. YN took in the other students' costumes and felt relieved by how her temporary outfit looked similar in color to Izuku's but designed as a single-piece garment with a V-neck. Izuku's eventual design, she recalled, would be more like a turtleneck with the sleeves cut off. All Might explained the exercise format, noting that because the teams were an odd number, there would be a team of 3 to challenge the opposing team's strategy. He announced the team assignments. Team D would consist of Bakugo, Ida, and Midoriya. Ida suggested they should discuss a plan, expressing concern that Bakugo might not cooperate and also wondering what YN's quirk actually was, since she had not been seen use it. YN avoided answering the question to keep her quirk concealed. Bakugo dismissed Ida's worry and snapped at him before turning sullen. Ida chided Bakugo's posture and urged him to get ready. All Might then explained the rules for starting the exercise and the equipment. Teams would receive capture tape and communication devices, damage was to be minimized, and they must stop when instructed. The 3 teammates entered the building while All Might and the rest of the class took the spectator area. Inside, the objective to defend was a hollow, desolate piece of equipment. YN tapped it and commented that it seemed hollow. Bakugo scoffed that it would be unrealistic for students to defend an actual weapon and then launched into criticism about Midoriya, questioning whether he truly had a quirk. Ida began to answer, but Bakugo interrupted, insisting that Midoriya had been deceiving them and calling him a weakling who posed no real threat. Ida attempted to remind Bakugo of YN's presence and the need for professionalism, but Bakugo dismissed that concern. YN remained leaning against the training object with arms and feet crossed, watching the tension between them. Bakugo ground his teeth and mentioned that she hadn't even used her quirk. Ida asked if the two of them had known each other since childhood while moving Bakugo's arm up and down. Bakugo agreed, adding that the other had been a real pain and full of ego when younger. The protagonist rolled her eyes as Bakugo glanced between her and Ida. Ida asked if Bakugo had ever seen her use her quirk. The protagonist explained that she had never used it because there had been no need. Ida pointed out that without practice her quirk would not grow stronger. The protagonist admitted she already struggled to control it and fell silent about that problem. She said she would walk around the building and try to find them. They had to be inside by now and would be at a disadvantage. Ida agreed that their side had the numbers and knew the building layout, so they should plan. He warned that acting recklessly could lead to capture. The protagonist replied that being captured was preferable to staying put. Bakugo snapped that he planned to blow the other team away. They decided that Ida should stay with the weapon while Bakugo and the protagonist went to find the others. The protagonist opened the door and Bakugo followed before breaking off on his own. She welcomed the solitude until she ran into the opposing group alone. She heard voices and broke into a run, launching herself out of a corner. Someone observed that Bakugo being there probably meant he had split from Ida or the protagonist had gone rogue. Another suggested she was reckless. The protagonist's kick hit the other boy in the center of his back, knocking the wind out of him and sending him forward onto the floor. She bent back to avoid Uraraka's reaching hands, knowing that being floated would eliminate her chance to recover. Bakugo ordered her to get out of the way and detonated a forceful explosion that rattled the building. Pieces of the damaged hall began to fall as smoke filled the corridor. One of the opponents demanded to know what she was doing while another insisted he had arrived first and wanted to take down Midoriya. A scramble for priority erupted. The protagonist pushed past one opponent toward Midoriya. He grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground, shouting that she should let the others guard the weapon while he handled things. She spun, grabbed his ankle and tripped him. The ease with which she had done this alarmed her. His aggression seemed extreme. He sprang up, vowing to make her pay, and charged into the smoky hallway. The protagonist slipped into the crowd of smoke, following the sounds of another girl's voice. She saw shadows illuminated by the haze. Uraraka on her knees beside a dazed Midoriya. Uraraka turned and lunged at the protagonist, reaching with both hands. The protagonist pivoted just in time to avoid the grab. Uraraka was warned to stay back, and the protagonist kicked her leading foot to pin her briefly to the floor. Midoriya demanded that she let Uraraka go. He tackled the protagonist and began to pull out capture tape. The protagonist twisted her hands, freed herself, and backed away as the smoke began to thin. Uraraka and Midoriya both had capture tape ready, panting and out of breath. Midoriya nodded, and then rapid footsteps approached. The protagonist smiled inwardly and braced herself as Bakugo burst from the smoke, firing explosive blasts that rocked the corridor. Bakugo shouted for Uraraka to find the weapon. The hallway filled with smoke again. Her location became impossible to pinpoint amid the explosions and shouting. Coughing on the smoke, the protagonist started to find her way out. She resolved to go find Uraraka now that she could no longer see or help from there. She yawned and stretched as she walked the empty hallways, telling herself there was no rush because Ida had the weapon and would be fine. An earpiece buzzed with Ida's voice scolding Midoriya and Bakugo for leaving him alone and for failing to plan. The protagonist sighed, pressed the button, and told the team that Bakugo was handling Midoriya and that she was trying to locate Uraraka. She instructed them to report only if Uraraka reached the room with the weapon. Ida sounded frustrated but acknowledged the plan. The protagonist moved deeper into the building until the explosions faded. She called out for Uraraka and then heard a sign on the earpiece. Uraraka had entered the room. The protagonist sprinted to the stairs and toward the door. When she opened the room, Ida was running around holding the weapon out in front of him, trying to keep it away from Uraraka. Ida declared that she would never get it while she stood there. The protagonist watched as Uraraka assessed the situation. She seemed to decide the protagonist was the immediate physical threat, since the protagonist was stronger and quicker to form strategies. Uraraka leapt and used her quirk to hover toward the protagonist and then pulled out capture tape. The tape wrapped and she began to descend toward the floor. As she fell, you grabbed the tape and threw it out of her reach before managing to pin her again. Uraraka cheered that Midoriya had done it. Midoriya agreed and asked Ida, nicknamed Desk Police, to grab the capture tape and help. Ida confirmed and started running toward you, calling out to YN that he had it. The ground began to shake, and a huge hole blasted through the floor. Hot air fanned across the area as rocks and debris were flung around. You lost your grip on Uraraka and tried to cover yourself while fragments struck you like heavy impacts. One blow to the side of your head sent you skidding across the ground. Your head ached as you lay there, forcing yourself not to lose consciousness. Uraraka apologized to Midoriya and snapped a large slab of the floor into position above you. She explained that she couldn't risk you getting up. You started to answer that you wouldn't, but cold rubble pressed against your legs before you could finish. Uraraka explained it was a precaution and focused her quirk. The slab became suddenly and painfully heavy, and it took a moment before you could take a proper breath. Your throat was dry from dust and wind, and your chest felt tight as the rubble pinched off circulation. Uraraka shouted that she had it, but the word broke off as she began to retch. Ida rushed to ask if she was all right, and she reassured him that she was, though she continued to be sick. Bakugo scolded that this was not sanitary and said the teachers would be here soon. He would keep watch until they arrived. You tried to call for help, croaking that you needed assistance, but your voice came out quiet and strained. The pressure against your legs and chest made each breath a labor. Footsteps pounded up the stairs, and Bakugo appeared in the doorway, snarking about missing people and calling out for the one who had run off. Ida answered his question while Uraraka continued to be sick. You finally managed to speak clearly, and Bakugo walked over with his arms crossed. He asked if someone would give him a hand, and when you glared at him he began to lift part of the slab himself. It shifted only slightly, so Ida joined without another word. You grabbed Bakugo's leg, complaining that the rubble was digging into you. Bakugo snapped that your nails were dug into his ankle. They lowered the slab to relieve the pressure, and you released your grip. Bakugo asked Uraraka to lift the slab, but she could only retch. You thought about how unlucky you were to be stuck under rubble when the one who could free you was out of commission. You offered to fetch the teachers, and Ida hurried out to get help. Bakugo muttered that he could blow the slab to pieces and coaxed small sparks from his palms. You declined, preferring not to risk a larger explosion. When Uraraka fainted from overexertion, Bakugo tended to her. He removed the rubber band from your wrist and tossed it toward her so she could keep her hair back. Soon more footsteps came. Ida returned with All Might, Aizawa, Recovery Girl, and a team of medical workers carrying stretchers. All Might announced that he had arrived to help. Aizawa joined All Might at the slab and together they lifted it cleanly aside. Uraraka was placed on a stretcher and wheeled away, and the moment the weight was removed you gasped and began to cough. Aizawa asked if you were okay and helped you up. Your legs trembled where circulation had been cut off. You insisted you would be fine, but the medics said they needed to put you on a stretcher to check everything. You pushed the offer away and tried to stand, only to flinch when a sharp pain lanced through your leg. Bakugo told you to stop being stubborn and ordered you to get medical attention. You snapped back that you did not need it, and Bakugo shoved you onto a stretcher, barking that you should use your head and get healed. The workers strapped you down and wheeled you out. Recovery Girl said she would look for the green-haired boy, Izuku, and hurried to the next level to search. As they moved you through the corridors, you tried to struggle against the restraints but cried out in pain and fell still. You closed your eyes, and when you opened them again you were in a room with the sunset light filtering through the blinds. Relief washed over you when you saw Izuku passed out on the bed beside yours. You realized you had been out for most of the school day. You groaned, sat up, removed the bandages and stood. Your legs felt weak, but steady enough to walk. You left the room and walked back to your classroom where everyone was standing around and laughing. When you walked in nobody seemed to notice, so you walked over to Izuku's seat and sat right behind Bakugo. He didn't even acknowledge you, so you pushed his desk with your foot. Bakugo snapped that you shouldn't touch his desk and swung around, sighing in annoyance as he asked what you wanted. You asked what had happened during the fight, pointing out the huge hole blasted through the floor and wondering if it had come from his gauntlets. Bakugo rolled his eyes and told you it had. You told him he could have killed Izuku. Bakugo replied that Izuku had dodged it. You asked what would have happened if he hadn't. Bakugo accused Izuku of tricking him, insisting that he had always been weak and quirkless and questioning why Izuku suddenly had a quirk. You took a deep breath to calm yourself and told Katsuki very clearly that quirkless people were not things to be walked over. Bakugo brought up the fact that you hadn't turned in your forms while Deku had. You replied that your form was turned in and told him not to get mad just because he thought he was better than everyone. You warned him that this school would be a rude awakening. You stood up and walked back to your seat. Mina Ishido introduced herself as Mina and offered her hand, saying she was just getting to know everyone. You hesitantly took her hand and she smiled, saying it was nice to meet you and that she would talk to you later before walking off to start another conversation. You met most of your classmates and learned the names of the ones you didn't know. There was a guy with a bird-like head and another student who seemed half and half sitting in the back of the class. Eventually, Izuku returned to the classroom looking tired and dazed, almost trance-like. He had been out most of the day like you, but you were surprised he woke so soon. He talked to a few people, then ran out again, calling for Kaken down the hall, and was gone for a while. A red-haired student spoke to you and wondered why you weren't trying to get to know anyone and why you were alone. He immediately corrected himself when he realized how that sounded and apologized. You said it was fine and explained that you weren't a big fan of initiating conversations. He said he hadn't meant to make you uncomfortable and started to step back, then asked if you had friends here besides your brother, mentioning Bakugo and noting it seemed like you didn't get along. You told him you and Katsuki did get along and that you had known him since you were little. He said that made more sense and asked again if he could exchange numbers so you could be friends. He dug into his pocket and opened his contacts app. You hesitated but handed him your phone and typed in your number as YN Midoriya. He smiled, finished entering his contact, and told you he couldn't wait to get to know you better. You waved as Izuku called that it was time to go, and you rushed out to walk home with him. On the way, Izuku said he had figured you might need a little push to talk to people and that maybe it would be good for you to meet others since you definitely wouldn't start conversations. You admitted you had talked to Eijiro Kirishima and Mina Ishido, calling Mina obnoxious and noting that Izuku said Mina's quirk was acid. Izuku seemed happy you had at least talked to one person. When you got home you ate and did your homework with Izuku's help, then went to your room and told everyone you were going to sleep. Your mother and brother knew you'd probably stay up late anyway. The familiar click of your bedroom door's lock relaxed you. You plugged in your earbuds, left the lights off, got changed, and slid under the sheets. Your music was loud and you were starting to drift off when your phone screen lit up and the notification tones interrupted your music. You irritatedly squinted to see who had messaged you, then rolled your eyes when you recognized the sender. Katsuki sent a barrage of angry and mocking emojis, then followed with messages demanding that you talk to him immediately, insisting he knew you were awake and telling you to answer. A rude message accusing her of being Deku's sister flashed on the phone, followed by a string of clipped texts about a nerd. She rolled her eyes, turned the ringer off, and put the phone face down on the bed. She did not have read receipts on, and she did not have the energy to deal with it. After one more yawn, she let herself drift off. Her mother called her name from the kitchen. She rubbed her eyes, set down the pencil she had been drawing with, and went to see what was happening. Her mother told her to come over and said she had already given her brother his surprise. She asked her to close her eyes, laid a soft cloth over her hands, and then told her to open them. When she opened her eyes, she was holding a green suit. Her mother explained that she had made her a hero suit similar to her brother's, with a few modifications. She examined the suit and realized it matched a sketch she had thrown away years ago. Her mother admitted she had rescued the design from the trash during one of her tantrums and encouraged her to finish more of her drawings. Her mother praised her talent and asked if she liked the suit, clearly excited about the surprise. She laughed awkwardly and admitted she had just not liked how her drawings looked. Her heart was beating fast, and she felt a little embarrassed at being seen. Her mother said she had looked at many of the sketches and thought she should finish more of them, particularly adding clothes and completing details. She told her mother the suit did look like Izuku's, and her mother reminded her that they had designed the suits together. Her mother playfully called them the Super All Might Twins. She told her mother that name was embarrassing but thanked her sincerely. Izuku snickered from around the corner, and she asked him what was so funny. He wiped his eyes from laughing and said it was just funny how similar their suits were. She accused him of lying, smiling. Her mother said she had thought it would be cute since they used to make matching hero costumes for her two heroes. She told Izuku to ignore him and called him dumb in a joking way. She hugged her mother and kissed her on the cheek, then grabbed her bag and the costume papers she had to turn in. She asked if he was ready to go and he nodded, putting on his shoes after finishing his laugh. He told their mother he loved her and to be safe before both of them smiled and blew her a kiss and left for school. They walked as the sky grew dark and a light drizzle began. Izuku told her he had spoken to someone about the thing they had discussed, and she asked how he knew she had lied about the ball throwing earlier. He admitted he had only guessed and teased her that it did not make sense for someone quirkless to throw it that far. When she realized he had tricked her, she accused him, and he laughed. She told him he was bad at lying. He revealed he had spoken with All Might, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He said All Might wanted to meet in an office after school to talk to her. She agreed to the meeting but asked if it would be worth her time. He promised that if it did not go well, they could get ramen afterward and insisted he would pay. She laughed and agreed because he offered to pay. They arrived on campus damp from the rain. Aizawa told her she was late and demanded to know why. She explained the slippery walk up the hill and that the floors were probably wet. He dismissed her and told her to sit down, warning that she was wasting time. He reminded the class that academics were as important as hero training and instructed them to use the rest of homeroom to study while he rested. He told Ida he was in charge and settled down while other teachers rotated through their lessons. She stared alternately at her paper and the ceiling, neither especially interesting. She watched the clock until the bell finally rang and she felt relief. She grabbed her bag and started toward lunch when Kirishima and Kaminari called for Midoriya to wait up. They waved with big smiles as they caught up. They told her they just wanted to walk with her to lunch. She stopped and returned their greeting, offering to share notes later if they needed lessons she had missed. Kirishima laughed and said they only wanted company. Kaminari asked how she was doing, and she said she was fine. The mood was awkward with the small talk. Denki greeted and asked how you were, and you answered that you were pretty good. You then smirked and called for Bakugo to come back, and froze when he came running down the busy hallway. You pushed yourself in front of Kirishima and Denki and took off down the hall. Denki asked where you were going and started to run after you. Kirishima followed as well. A distant shout told Bakugo to get back. Kirishima warned that Bakugo was furious and tried to slow him by blocking his path, urging him to calm down. Bakugo yelled for people to get out of his way and hurled insults. You laughed nervously while squeezing through the crowd, and you reached the cafeteria. You spotted Izuku and hurried over to hide behind him, placing both hands on his shoulders. Izuku asked what was happening and then quietly slipped away to sit, pretending not to be involved. Ida hurried in and demanded that Bakugo stop yelling in the cafeteria, calling his behavior unacceptable. Bakugo kept shouting that the so-called engines were annoying. Bakugo looked around like an animal, and it was almost funny until his gaze locked on you and he started running straight at you. You asked a nearby student to hold him back for a moment. Shoto Todoroki stepped in front of you, positioning himself to take the impact. Bakugo insulted Todoroki and told him to get out of his way. Todoroki calmly pointed out the table where Izuku was already sitting and suggested that Bakugo could go sit there instead. Bakugo snapped that this was why nobody liked Todoroki and stormed off, his face flushed with anger. You shook your head and held back a laugh, silently grateful to Todoroki. After things settled, Todoroki asked why Bakugo had been so mad. You explained with a tired sigh that you had provoked him on purpose. You had slapped him during the last training session, ignored his texts, thrown a pencil at him, and intentionally bumped into him whenever you could. Todoroki asked if there was more, and you joked that you survived because tall, strong guys like him stepped in and dealt with the fallout. You patted Todoroki's shoulder in thanks and sat down beside Izuku. Izuku sighed and took a seat next to you as you all began to eat. You asked Todoroki for his name. He told you he was Shoto Todoroki. You glanced up occasionally, and when you noticed Bakugo glaring from across the room, you stuck out your tongue before shoveling more food into your mouth. Todoroki observed that you instigated a lot, and you teased him about his monotone way of speaking before cleaning up and throwing your trash away. You thanked him for stepping in and half-jokingly declared him hired as your shield for when you irritated Bakugo. You gave a big smile and waved before walking back into the hallway. Todoroki watched for a moment and then saw Bakugo quickly get up and follow. Izuku sighed and explained that you probably just wanted Bakugo to stop yelling in your face while you ate. He mentioned that Kaken hadn't taken a slap well the previous day and that your phone had been buzzing a lot the night before suddenly going silent, suggesting you might have turned it off to sleep. Uraraka asked if Bakugo's anger might get the better of him, concern flickering across her face. Izuku reassured them that he didn't think Bakugo would hurt you here. You had trained with Bakugo and knew ways to dodge, and you seemed to enjoy provoking him. He added that both of you let anger take over too often, which kept things interesting, and the others laughed. Later, you walked into the classroom and rummaged through your bag, aware that Bakugo was standing at the door but not looking up until he spoke. He told you he had been addressing you and demanded an answer in a short, serious tone. Katsuki Bakugo demanded to know if you were quirkless, insisting he had been thinking about it and that it made sense. He slammed for an answer and grew more aggressive until you glared, sat down, and refused to give one unless he explained why he cared. You asked what good it would do him to know. Katsuki threatened to go to the school and check your records himself. You snorted, set down your battered notebook and pencil, and told him the school would not show him your records, but that if he insisted, they could go look together. Katsuki blocked the door with his arm and rolled his eyes, mocking you and accusing you of hiding the truth. You told him you would have shown him if he had asked. He spat that he would never be friends with a quirkless person, claiming friends only dragged him down, then clenched his fists and let them relax. You asked, with no hint of a joke in your expression, what would have happened if you really were quirkless. Katsuki insisted it would have made no difference and tried to shrug it off. You brought up the way he had treated Izuku Midoriya, asking if he and others would have said anything if you had been quirkless too. You recalled hearing from kids in his class that he had bullied Izuku, and you could not hide your disappointment. Katsuki's eyes widened and he struggled to answer. You pressed further, asking whether you would have been just another target, or if his humiliating you now was proof he only cared about his pride. You clarified that you were not quirkless, but that even if you had been, the same person would have been there to help him recover after the sludge villain attack, the same person who came around because a friend's parent worried, the same person who had stayed by his side through everything. You reminded him that you worked hard so you could stick with Katsuki and Izuku, that the two of them were your life. Katsuki snapped that maybe you should not lie from the start. You replied that you had not been lying and that there were more important things than being number one, that being the so-called symbol of peace was not the only thing worth striving for. A few classmates began to file in, so you sat back down and continued copying notes from the pictures Izuku had sent. Katsuki, still standing, finally sat after you gave him a hard glare. When the day ended, Izuku practically dragged you back into a building, then led you both into a room and closed the door. Izuku wondered what the point of the meeting was and said he did not understand what you were trying to do. He locked the door. As you turned to follow him, you froze at the sight of All Might. All Might welcomed you both with a broad smile and asked you to take a seat, projecting a warm yet intense energy. You watched Izuku sit, then took a seat yourself, noticing the strange atmosphere in the room. All Might asked if you had been wondering about the sudden power your brother displayed. He explained that Izuku had mentioned the power to you against his advice and without permission. All Might admitted he was irritated but said that Izuku trusted you, and since you already knew something was happening, you needed to promise not to tell anyone. You promised that you would not tell anyone, and Izuku nodded in agreement. All Might then explained how he had once found Izuku and had believed it unlikely that Izuku could become a hero without a quirk. He said he was surprised to meet you, who had shown the same determination to pursue that dream. He described how he had passed on his power, making Izuku his successor with the potential to become the next symbol of peace if he learned to control it. All Might finished by asking both of you to follow him, and he led you into the woods just outside campus, far enough from the wall to be private. All Might proposed that since he had intended all of the power for one person and it had gone to Izuku, it might be possible for Izuku to transfer half of it to you if he intended that with him. You stood and listened as Izuku flipped through his notebook, muttering and calculating. All Might placed a hand on your shoulder and explained that normally he would have had months of training like he had arranged for Izuku, but you were already in good physical shape. He believed that receiving half the power should not be a problem if both of you could manage it. Izuku noted that as twins there was a higher chance of it working because of similar genes, and he wrote something down. You asked if he was sure he wanted to risk losing the power for you, or rather, if he wanted to risk the chance so you could have it too. Izuku smiled and said yes, that sharing the power could give more people chances eventually, and that he trusted you to use it well. You worried about the possibility of ending up with all of the power and whether that would be good. Izuku reassured you that it would be in good hands and that he trusted you. He plucked a strand of hair, stood up, mimicked All Might's dramatic face, and offered the hair to you, telling you to eat it as part of the ritual. You grimaced at the idea and asked if you really had to. You suggested that they could both prick their fingers to draw a little blood. Izuku explained that this was how he had received it from All Might and shrugged, adding that he did not know if anything else would work the same way. You curled your lip, closed your eyes, and put the vial in your mouth, quickly drinking water to wash it down. All Might kept his arms folded and instructed them to come back extra early the next morning, warned them not to test anything on their own, and told them to be safe and stay together on their way home. With that he left. Izuku asked if you were okay as the long walk back began. You told him that you were fine but that you thought he was stupid. Izuku replied that he could say the same, asking what had happened with your fight with Kaken in the middle of school. You said that Kaken had been complaining and needed to be humbled. Izuku asked if things were okay between you two now, and you said they were barely fine but that Kaken needed to shut up. Izuku then expressed amazement that you had been trying to get power from All Might and had not mentioned it until now. He laughed and said All Might was even cooler in person than in the videos, fanboying for the whole walk. You ate dinner with Izuku before going to your room and locking the door as usual. You plugged in your phone and turned on a show while scrolling through social media on your bed. When texts kept interrupting your videos, you finally opened them and read a stream of messages from Bakugo insulting you for not answering and offering frantic theories about things that didn't seem relevant. You started to type a reply, then tossed your phone on the nightstand and switched off the lights. You sent one final message telling Bakugo to be quiet because you were trying to sleep. When the phone continued to buzz, you turned it off and fell asleep to the dim light from the show. Thoughts raced through your mind about all the possibilities for the experiment. What if Izuku was left powerless and got bullied? What if something went out of control and someone got hurt? What if you failed and had to find another way to survive school? What if it worked and both of you could become extraordinary heroes, win attention and pride, and finally change how people saw you? The potential was overwhelming. The alarm blared into your left ear and you groaned, covering your face with your pillow. Izuku reminded you that All Might had requested they come to school early. You opened one eye, looked at the closed door, and lay back down. Izuku asked if you were feeling okay and if he could come in. You yawned, said yes, and he unlocked the door with his fingernail before pushing it open. Izuku told you there were 10 minutes to leave and asked if you were all right. You answered that your entire body felt heavy. He checked your forehead with both hands and said you were not warm and probably not sick, suggesting that maybe the experiment had worked and asking if you felt anything different besides the aching. You said no and explained that your body felt very heavy. You asked him to bring your bag out and pack it while you dressed quickly. He agreed and collected the bag and the scattered items on your desk. Everything felt heavier than it actually was. Even putting on socks made you want to crawl back into bed, but you knew All Might and Mr. Aizawa would not be pleased if you skipped. When you walked out, your bag was neatly packed. Izuku told you he had organized your folders by subject and asked if you were ready to go. You thanked him, grabbed a granola bar, put on your shoes, and left. The backpack felt like bricks, and within 5 minutes you were sweating and breathing heavily. Your legs felt like they were dying as you climbed the hill. Izuku took the bag from you and helped hold some of your weight up until you reached the same room where All Might was sitting. Izuku greeted All Might, which made All Might spit out his coffee and almost fall off his chair. All Might scolded him for startling him, holding a hand to his heart and squinting beneath the light. He sighed, set the cup down, and asked how young Midoriya and you were feeling. Izuku said he was fine but that he suspected there was a reaction happening with you, still supporting your weight. All Might asked what was happening and how you felt. You explained that you felt fine apart from an overwhelming heaviness, difficulty walking, and extreme tiredness. All Might offered to carry you out into the yard and asked you to try the power to see if it worked. You said you didn't think you could throw a punch right then even if you wanted to. All Might suggested that the power might have activated while you slept, causing your body to store it with nowhere for it to go, resulting in a buildup that pushed into your limbs. You remarked that, for someone who had seemed confused, he seemed to know a lot. All Might admitted he did not know the full case but agreed that the idea sounded like a good place to start. All Might suggested that maybe getting rid of the extra energy would relieve some pressure on your limbs. You agreed, and All Might walked over and lifted you away from Izuku before moving to the edge of the trees. He set you down and only backed away once he could tell you had your balance. All Might warned that you needed to find a way to activate the power while keeping it under control. He explained that you could only use a small percentage of it for now, so the first attempt might not succeed. At worst you could end up with a broken arm. He added more seriously that if the power awakened while your body wasn't ready, the consequences could be catastrophic. You pressed your lips together and stared wide-eyed, feeling less eager to try. All Might laughed off the complaint and said it was too late to back out now. He glanced at Izuku and reminded him to keep some power in reserve. Izuku nodded, and a breeze tousled his hair as nearby leaves lifted from the ground. He announced with a smile that he thought his quirk was still working. All Might told you to imagine something to trigger the ability but not to let it overflow, mentioning that Midoriya had used a simple image an egg in a microwave and cautioned not to let it explode. You blinked at Izuku's example and tried to focus. You closed your eyes and pictured the area around you, picturing gates opening and a flow of energy moving through your body like water, reaching the tips of your fingers. Panic hit when you realized you couldn't move. Your breathing quickened and your head began to throb as the pressure built. Izuku immediately voiced his concern to All Might, asking if you were all right and noting that this had not happened to him. All Might cut him off, insisting that you had to learn to control it yourself. This had to be your achievement or it could be lethal if it occurred under life or death circumstances. You trembled, frozen by the force of the power. Each heartbeat felt like an echo through your entire body. Looking at Izuku, who seemed more frightened than you felt, you forced yourself to take slow, steady breaths. The deep breathing eased the sensation enough that you could close your eyes. You kept breathing until the energy receded a little. The heaviness faded, though your limbs still felt unusually stiff. All Might urged you to try taking a step. His tone came across as gruff but encouraging, like a parent watching a child try to walk for the first time. When you moved your foot and began to walk slowly, All Might clapped and smiled in approval. Izuku cheered, clearly excited that the training seemed to be working. All Might told you to keep that focused energy and to punch him with everything you had, assuring you he could handle it. You hesitated about hurting him, but he insisted. You took a few steps closer, raised your arm, and struck out. At the last moment, All Might braced himself. The impact drove pain through your arm. It suddenly went limp and hung uselessly at your side. Blurred vision pressed in, and you began to fade before Izuku was at your side and supporting you. Izuku, breathless and relieved, announced that it had worked and that you both now had quirks. He apologized for not warning you about the recoil and said you needed to see Recovery Girl. He lifted you onto his back and told All Might to meet them soon. All Might, thoughtful and still processing the situation, said he would be right behind and asked Izuku to tell Recovery Girl he would arrive shortly. Izuku nodded and ran back toward campus before most people had arrived. At Recovery Room, Recovery Girl examined you and compared the injury to how your arm had looked during the entrance exams. She offered a lollipop to Izuku as she helped you onto the table and assured him she would take care of you. She said you would be ready to return to class in about 20 minutes and reminded him he should be headed to class himself. Izuku thanked her respectfully and hurried away. You came to with a throbbing head. Recovery Girl greeted you warmly and kissed your cheek. She said your arm had been treated and was mending. You could return to class but should take it easy for a while. You yawned and admitted how tired you felt. Recovery Girl remarked that, at her age, she sometimes needed to draw on others' energy and had used a bit of yours. You sat up and rubbed your eyes. They thanked the scary old hag, stood up, and cautiously shut the door before walking to class. They sighed and pushed their hair out of their face as they made their way down the hallway. They examined their arm. Faint blues and purples remained, but it was much better and they could move it now. Slowly flexing their hand, they felt soreness. The heavy feeling that had lingered earlier had begun to ease. The morning was gone. All Might had been right. YN knocked on the door and pushed it open slightly, apologizing for being late and mentioning she had been in Recovery Girls. Aizawa ordered YN to sit, dismissed her excuse, and scolded her for wasting his time. Bakugo muttered an insult as YN walked to her seat, and his deep voice carried in the quiet room, making the remark feel louder than it should have. YN thought of him as an idiot. Aizawa turned and began writing on the board. He asked Bakugo if he had something to share with the class and, when there was nothing, told him to be quiet and listen. YN leaned forward and tapped Kaminari's shoulder. Kaminari kept facing forward but tilted his head slightly back to show he was listening. YN asked if he wanted to help her rile Bakugo up. Kaminari showed interest and leaned in. YN trailed off as the moment passed. He shrugged with a little nod and said he might have an idea, then told everyone to listen up. YN leaned in and whispered the plan while he kept nodding along. She purposely glanced at Bakugo a few times, and eventually he began to notice. If glares could kill, he would be responsible for a lot. He asked if they were going to talk the entire time he was giving instructions. YN leaned back, thinking someone else had been caught. He snapped at Midoriya and Kaminari for ignoring him, his hair rising as he stared straight at them and demanded they restate what he had just said. After a moment of silence, Kaminari explained that they were going on a trip for rescue training. He rolled his eyes and told everyone to get their costumes and meet at the bus outside the building in 10 minutes, warning them not to be late. He zipped up his sleeping bag and lay on the floor. YN muttered that they didn't have time right then. He smiled and asked what was stopping them from doing it later, smirking as he grabbed his case and caught up with Mineta on the way to the locker rooms. YN grabbed her case, glanced around, and noticed all the girls were already out of sight. She shook her head, sighed, shouldered her bag, and headed into the girls' locker room. When she opened the door, the others glanced up briefly before continuing to change. Momo smiled and greeted YN as she adjusted her uniform. YN yawned, opened her locker, set her case on the bench, and clicked it open. "You stuffed your bag into the locker." Mina threw her arms up and sat on the bench, saying she was super excited for today and that it would be loads of fun. You looked over and quickly turned back around, noticing how confident everyone looked. Hagakure, putting on her gloves, asked Jairu about the purpose of her headphones. Jairu touched them and shrugged, explaining that they helped cancel loud sounds so she could focus on a single quiet one. Momo laughed and said she was happy to help everyone as one of the class representatives. You pulled up your costume and started adding the accessories. It was class representative election day. The mood had been light until the security alarms went off. Bakugo had thought he had a chance, but Izuku was elected, with Momo as the second representative. Izuku had been awkward and flustered during the announcement. You admitted you had voted for Momo because Ida could be annoying, but at least Momo had not gotten on your nerves yet and seemed nice. It was odd to think how different someone could be in battle. When the alarm sounded, Ida climbed onto an exit sign and managed to calm people after seeing many classmates knocked down in the rush. You remembered being shoved to the floor and covering your head until Kirishima saw you and pulled you up. The bruises lasted for weeks. In the end, you weren't opposed to Ida becoming a representative. It did not seem to matter in the long run. You slipped your phone into the pocket of your new suit and zipped it shut. Uraraka asked if everyone was ready to go, and the group responded with either a nod or a yes. You all walked out of the locker room toward the buses. Most of the guys were already outside, and you sighed before putting your hair into a ponytail. Momo announced that she had arranged seating and that everyone would be sitting in vertical lines. Kirishima waved as he walked over and asked if you were excited. He said you would get real rescue experience this time, not just reading books or repetitive combat training, and complimented both your costumes. Kirishima noticed Bakugo approaching and remarked that he looked mad. Bakugo marched over, his voice booming with anger as he demanded why you would speak to Midoriya and not him, and he challenged you to fight. You snorted at his intensity, taking it as posturing rather than a sincere threat. You thought his shouting might be exactly why he had trouble making friends. It felt like an outburst meant to push people away rather than bring them closer. Bakugo demanded that the protagonist hurry up and asked if they were always going to stay so angry. The protagonist met his glare and pointed out that standing there looking like he wanted to kill someone would not solve anything. Kirishima furrowed his brow and told Midoriya he did not think things were right. Bakugo snapped at him to be quiet and insisted they needed to talk now, surprising the protagonist with how composed he sounded for once. Momo and Ito were loading everyone onto the bus and called them over, saying the argument would have to wait and that the delay might give Bakugo time to calm down. The protagonist turned and started walking toward the bus with Kirishima close behind, muttering that he was an idiot when Kirishima remained blank-faced. Kaminari finally ran over, a little slow to register what had happened. Bakugo demanded to know what he had been called, shoved Kaminari aside, and accused the protagonist of being a no-good wannabe hero. The protagonist threw up their hands and complained that nobody else seemed to notice the confrontation. A few classmates glanced over before boarding the bus. The protagonist helped Kaminari up and settled next to him, which brightened his mood. Kaminari suggested that on the bus ride they could discuss tips for improving quirks and even get ramen or drinks afterward. The protagonist said that sounded fine. Bakugo, still agitated, called Kaminari an insulting nickname and threatened to take him down. Kirishima stepped in and put a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, asking him to let it go and reminding him it was not the time. Bakugo gave Kirishima a rude gesture before boarding the bus with the others. The protagonist sat by the window and joked with Kaminari, who made a playful fingergun gesture and pretended to blow smoke. The protagonist explained that he enjoyed getting under Bakugo's skin because it kept things interesting and helped humble him a little. Kaminari was surprised that Bakugo seemed to have a real friend, and the protagonist teased him in return. Bakugo stood and yelled something that made Ida immediately tell him to sit down. Aizawa complained about the noise and asked to be woken when they arrived, settling down to rest. Ida saluted the request dutifully. They talked until the bus stopped, stretched, and looked out at a massive dome that signaled a long day of training. A figure in an astronaut-style suit stepped from the building and welcomed them to the training facility, explaining that they would be working on rescue training in simulated environments. The instructor described sets with different climates to create realistic scenarios and emphasized that the training was about rescuing and understanding quirks. She explained that her quirk created a black hole effect that could draw objects into a void and cautioned that it needed to be used carefully to avoid causing serious harm. The class listened and nodded. The protagonist gaped at the scale of the place, and Izuku walked beside them with the same awe. Uraraka ran up and marveled at how massive the facility was, amazed by the money and effort that must have gone into it. Kirishima gently pushed the protagonist aside and pointed out something in the center of the dome. The protagonist followed his hand and saw a strange purple mist gathering. When Aizawa put his goggles on, the protagonist took a step back. This did not look like part of the planned training. Aizawa ordered everyone to stay back and signaled them to move away. The classmates murmured and recoiled. In the confusion, one villain muttered that causing trouble among the trainees might draw someone out. The protagonist was knocked to the floor by the initial push and scrambled up, looking back to see a man with his hand covering his face. More villains emerged from the purple distortion, their entry clearly the result of a warping quirk rather than a planned alarm breach. Momo boosted the protagonist back to their feet while Todoroki stood frozen, watching the intruders. Momo urged Todoroki to move, reminding him they were supposed to be evacuating and that they did not know how the villains had bypassed the alarms. Todoroki observed that someone seemed to be jamming signals, likely with an electricity-related quirk, and suggested this attack had been planned rather than random. 13 stepped between the students and the villains, opening a fingertip device as she moved forward and reporting that she and Eraserhead would handle the situation. The teacher ordered the kids to get out and, when they hesitated, she repeated the command and told them to go. You looked around for Izuku but could not see him through the crowd of classmates running toward the door. Someone asked where All Might was, and the villain taunted the group, saying that after most of them were killed, All Might would surely come and it would be his turn to fall. Yellow eyes formed in the purple mist. Kirishima and Bakugo lunged at the villain, but their attacks missed. The mist cleared for a heartbeat, revealing a silver neck guard before the warp closed again. Adrenaline spiked through you as the purple fog moved in a circle, and 13 could not use her quirk without risking harm to everyone nearby. Ida managed to pull Uraraka and Sato out of the warp while Shoji shielded Mina and Siro. You covered your eyes against debris and dirt spiraling around until you felt the gravity shift and realized you were falling. You opened your eyes to see yourself plunging toward a huge body of water, closed them again, and braced for impact while yelling on the way down. The hit stung with the force of the fall, then silence swallowed everything as you went under. Underwater, you opened your eyes, began to kick, and fought your way to the surface. Coughing, you wiped your face and saw Tsu wrap her tongue around someone and carry them to a boat that floated nearby. A villain with a fin surfaced and called out that you would be lunch. You gasped and paddled hard, but he was faster. With no other option, you emptied your lungs to dive, and he narrowly missed. You fought to reach the surface. Your fingertips grew numb as you scraped the water, managing one quick, shallow breath before slipping under again. Panic and exhaustion blurred everything. A splash interrupted the darkness, and as everything grew hazy, a silhouette loomed. Someone grabbed you and yanked you above water. Izuku announced that he had you, having landed on metal and set you down on the boat. He pressed on your chest just enough to start a coughing fit. Water flew from your mouth as you turned on your stomach and tried to draw in air. Izuku called your name and checked if you were okay. Your vision focused on Izuku holding you, tears on his face. You told him that you would be better if he would give you a second to breathe instead of making things worse. You coughed, covered your mouth, then sat up on your own and scanned the scene. You recognized Tsu and thanked her for saving you. Tsu explained that she could do things a frog could do and that she could secrete a mucus from her stomach, though the process was unpleasant. She suggested that the warper must not have known their quirks, since she had been placed in water rather than a different climate. Mineta then called out that they had an issue and pointed toward the water. You and the others looked over the railings and saw that the ship was surrounded by villains. Izuku said they needed a plan but then drifted into thought, weighing options. Mineta suggested waiting for All Might or a pro to arrive, but you reminded everyone that Mr. Aizawa and 13 were occupied and All Might was unavailable, and you asked who could realistically come to save them. Mineta made an inappropriate remark and Tsu snapped at him before turning her attention back to the villains. You told Mineta to stop and insisted that this was serious. You needed a plan to get out of the situation. You asked everyone to state their quirks along with weaknesses and advantages. Tsu restated her frog-like abilities and the mucus she could produce. You explained that your quirk enhanced your physical capabilities like Izuku's, but that you still lacked fine control and often injured yourself while powering up. Another classmate said their quirk was similar but concentrated into a single point at the cost of breaking the part of their body they used. Mineta briefly summarized his quirk and mentioned its drawbacks. You crossed your arms in frustration as Mineta sulked. Izuku said he had a plan, but a sudden tremor rocked the boat as it began to sink. Tsu grabbed hold of you and Mineta and jumped overboard at the same time Izuku did. He channeled one for all into a concentrated blast aimed at the center of the enemy formation. The water surged away and then fell back, forming a powerful whirlpool. Mineta launched his projectiles from his hair as fast as he could, and Tsu wrapped her tongue around Izuku to pull him along. Everyone hit the water, but they landed far enough from the whirlpool and close enough to shore to start moving toward land while staying mostly submerged. The entire place was in chaos. The boat began to sink, so Tsu grabbed onto you and Mineta before jumping off the ship and soaring high above the water. She was amazing as all three of you flew over the ocean. Mineta kept flinging the sticky ball from his hair into the water as fast as he could until he began to show signs of injury. Eventually all of you landed in the water with a sting, and when you turned you saw the villains clustered together in the center of a giant whirlpool. Izuku's head broke the surface as he gulped air. As he stood, you noticed bruising on his fingers compared to the rest of his hand. You noticed the dirt churning where Mr. Aizawa had been fighting the villains earlier. You suggested that they should go help since his quirk wasn't made for handling large groups. Tsu argued that it was dangerous and they should stay put and wait for help. When you looked at her, expression was blank, and you saw one of the smaller students clinging to her, still shaken. You slapped him hard and Tsu pushed him under the water until he lost his grip and slipped away. Izuku agreed that you were probably right and said he didn't want Aizawa to work himself to the point of no return. He was outnumbered. You shifted to get a better angle, and the others did the same. The view cleared enough to see Mr. Aizawa drive his elbow into the villain grappling him. Your body froze as his clothing on the elbow and the material around it tore from the force, and his arm showed a painful strain. He backed up to gain distance but was forced to dodge another attack. Then a huge silhouette emerged behind him, at least twice the man's height. Your mouth fell open in terror. Was this what the pros had to face? Mr. Aizawa turned at the silhouette just as it slashed across his face. He was struck hard and crumpled to the floor. All of you watched in stunned silence, unable to process the severity of the moment. A raspy voice announced that there had been students the villains couldn't disperse and that one had escaped. Your eyes went to the purple-misted man from earlier. The hand-covered villain stood nearby, and you leaned closer to the water, praying they hadn't noticed the four of you. The hand-covered villain hissed at Kurogiri, calling him incompetent but necessary to the plan, and urged the group to leave. Izuku wondered why they would leave, and you quickly put a finger to your lips to silence him. The leader said they should make sure the symbol of peace was broken, then turned and stared at the four of you with a grotesque smile. Before anyone could react, he reached up and placed a hand on Tsu's face. For a moment everything slowed and you feared the worst, but the contact was brief and nothing worse happened. The leader muttered that she was impressive, then glanced over his shoulder. Behind him, Aizawa was being held by a bird-like beast. Aizawa's head lifted long enough for him to erase the hand villain's quirk, freeing Tsu, but the bird slammed Aizawa back into the concrete and he was knocked down, dazed. Izuku shouted for the villain to let her go. A sudden gust of wind slammed you against a rocky ledge and washed you up onto land. You coughed and scrambled to take in the scene. The bird creature, called Nomu by someone, had grabbed Izuku's arm. The hand-covered villain reached toward Tsu and Mineta again, and you felt hopeless about making it in time. The doors to the USJ burst open and everyone who could see turned toward them. A booming voice announced that help had arrived, and the sunlight pouring from the open doors framed a towering hero, All Might. The sight was like a beacon of hope. The villain leader spat an insult at All Might, but All Might moved with overwhelming speed, knocking out the villains around Mr. Aizawa. He cradled Aizawa and murmured apologies for not arriving sooner before bringing him to 13 for care. All Might quickly helped Sue, Izuku, and Mineta out of the water and ordered them to take Mr. Aizawa to safety because he needed medical attention. The hand-covered villain shamelessly retrieved one of his fake hands that had been knocked off, and the 3 students hurried away without argument. You scrambled to your feet and tried to follow, but were thrown against the wall when All Might attacked Nomu again. It took a moment to regain your bearings. You stopped when you saw purple warp mist forming around All Might's feet as he gripped Nomu tightly. It was clear All Might intended to slam Nomu into the ground, but he suddenly became unable to move. The hand-covered villain taunted that trying to bury Nomu in concrete had been a clever attempt to immobilize him, and praised Kurogyri for his work. Kurogyri explained that because they could not see Nomu's movement with the naked eye they had restrained him, and that once All Might was halfway through Kurogyri's warp he would seal it off and leave him incapacitated, destroying what All Might stood for. All Might warned them to give up as he struggled to pry Nomu's fingers free while Nomu maintained a crushing grip. You saw Izuku sprint toward All Might. Kurogyri shouted for him not to go, and a warp opened in front of Izuku, making your heart skip a beat as you realized he might be about to dive in. That was before an explosion brought YN back to her senses. Bakugo hurled himself forward and ordered Deku out of the way as he snatched the neck plate hidden inside the warp. He pinned Kurogyri to the floor and laughed as the metal bit into the dirt. Ice spread smoothly along the ground until it reached All Might, freezing Nomu. All Might used his strength to break Nomu's hold and free himself. YN sighed in relief and wondered why she had been unable to move or help, the question nagging until Kirishima shouted her name. Kirishima's shout came just in time. YN ducked under the grasping palm of the hand villain that reached for the back of her head. She tried to kick, but the villain seized her ankle and a sharp, splitting pain shot through it, as if the surface had fractured. She fought the new type of pain, scraping at the ground until her fingers found 2 stones anchored in the dirt. Using them, she forced her legs apart and tore free. When she landed, the pain flared up her spine. She tried to step with the injured ankle and fell, then began scooting backward as fast as she could. All Might battled the other major threats while the rest of the heroes dealt with weaker villains. Kirishima sprinted up, scooped YN into his arms, and ran toward the fighting before the hand villain could cause more damage. Todoroki shouted that the symbol of peace would not be defeated by amateurs, directing the remark toward the leader. Kirishima urged that they get YN to Recovery Girl, but YN refused and insisted that he go help Izuku and the others because she wanted to help. Kirishima argued that her ankles were falling apart and she needed medical attention. YN pushed him, insisting she could handle it and begging to be put down. Kirishima sighed and called to Izuku for help as he slowed to let her put pressure on the ankle. The pain was sharp, but YN pushed through to make up for earlier inaction. Bakugo kept Kurogyri pinned and warned him with small explosions that his life was on the line, reminding him not to act. Kirishima smirked and commented that Bakugo's method didn't sound very heroic. The hand villain wheezed and announced that they needed to clear an escape, then laughed and called out for Nomu. The bird-like Nomu shrieked and moved at nearly All Might's speed, heading straight for Bakugo, who still held Kurogyri down. The beast's arms had regenerated, evidence of some restorative trait. All Might took the blow before it reached Bakugo, and the gust of force sent everyone skidding and tumbling. YN rolled several times, scraping her skin and aggravating the ankle. When the smoke cleared, she found herself on the opposite side from the others. All Might had been slammed into a broken wall and looked genuinely hurt. Kurogyri suggested they withdraw. Shigaraki reacted angrily about his Nomu and defended his group's tactics when All Might protested that they had attacked children without restraint. Shigaraki claimed the students had tried to attack him and ordered Nomu to kill All Might. All Might tried to position his body as a shield for the others, but Shigaraki broke away and sprinted toward YN. She braced herself for his outstretched hand. Kirishima called YN's name, but she ignored him and focused on Shigaraki's hands. When he reached out, YN grabbed his wrist, turned so they were side by side, and kicked to throw him off balance, sending him to the ground. Panic raced through her. One touch from him could be catastrophic. All Might was engaged with Nomu and could not help, and the rest of their classmates could not get to them safely. Shigaraki reached for her again. She ducked and saw his palm flip toward her. With no other option, she slammed the side of her fist into his hand. Pain flared and the surface of her hand began to crack and lose integrity in the same way her ankle had, the sensation stealing feeling and strength. She told herself she needed to use her quirk and made the decision to take the risk. She inhaled and envisioned the power moving through her veins, drawing just a little to start. Agility and strength flooded in, and adrenaline dulled the pain in her ankle with every step. Shigaraki's hand struck the one already weakening, and YN pressed deeper into his palm until she could no longer feel her right hand. Shigaraki cursed at her, and she smiled despite the situation, thinking that if he had wanted to hold hands he could have asked first. She kept pushing until she could stand, then drove him back until he flew away. She could not bring herself to stare at her injured hand. Shigaraki rose and charged again. YN met him like she would a knife move, waited for him to commit, grab his wrist, and used his momentum to throw him off balance and bring him down once more. After tasting her power, it felt as if she could sense more in the flow of the fight. It was easier to read movements and come up with counter-moves. The power felt incredible but uncontrollable, and when you jumped to attack him you rose higher than expected. From that height you could see All Might locked with Nomu, and before you realized it the Nomu was hurtling straight toward you. You braced for impact and had nothing else to do. You were off course and off balance with a giant monster speeding at you. You tried to shield yourself and then realized it was not only the Nomu coming your way. Dust and debris from All Might's attack were also flying toward you. You covered your eyes as best you could and felt yourself falling. There was no safe way down from this height, so you ready to absorb the impact as best you could. An explosion sounded and knocked you aside. He reached out and caught you, but he was forced to drop you when debris struck and left him with no free hands. You rolled on the ground and coughed. He shouted at you that your move had been reckless and demanded an explanation as he lifted you and started running back toward the others. You were slower now that the energy had stopped flowing through you and felt pain with every step. Izuku immediately hugged you, expressing relief that you were safe and apologizing for not noticing sooner. All Might barked at the students for not evacuating when instructed, scolding them for staying in the danger zone. Shigaraki was still advancing toward the group. Kirishima took a defensive stance, preparing to fight. All Might began punching Nomu rapidly, generating a powerful wind that pushed everyone back, including Shigaraki. Shigaraki flew back, grabbed a rock to steady himself, and the five of you braced against dirt and grit blasting through the air. You tried to look, but your feet slipped out from under you and you cursed under your breath as you started to fall. Todoroki and Kirishima reached and grabbed your wrists, pulling you back down to the ground as the gusts, easily reaching hurricane strength, battered the area. At last the wind died and the dust settled, revealing a hole in the ceiling where All Might had launched Nomu. The dust still veiled the area where All Might had been standing. When you stood up you could finally see All Might helping the others, ignoring the sharp pain running through your leg and up your spine. Shigaraki rose and scratched his neck, wheezing and rasping in agitation as he complained that things had not gone as planned and demanded that fate be set right. Kurojirai appeared behind him and reassured him that All Might was weak and the villains would finish him. The threat to All Might was clear. Kirishima prepared to take on the villains who were recovering. Todoroki turned toward you and Izuku, but Kirishima called out a warning to Midoriya. Despite that, Izuku launched himself toward All Might using One for All. You followed, using One for All just enough to keep your legs from shattering. You reached out and saw Kurojirai's warp form a barrier between Izuku and Shigaraki. Shigaraki's hand drifted slowly out of the warp, moving toward Izuku's face. Memories of Mr. Aizawa's elbow and your twisted ankle flashed through your head. You feared Izuku might be seriously hurt like Tsu had almost been. You pushed Izuku in time so that Shigaraki's hand missed his face and instead caught your shoulder. You grabbed Izuku the way Bakugo had before. A gunshot rang out as you slammed into the ground, pain flaring from your shoulder where it scraped against the surface. You bit your lip and squinted through stinging eyes, looking frantically for the source of the shot. Help was arriving. Pro-heroes had come on scene. Izuku reported that his legs felt broken and that he could not move, gripping your shirt for support. You told him to stay still and that help was on the way. Shigaraki backed toward Kurogiri and urged a retreat through the warp. As he turned, he was struck by multiple shots until Kurogiri shifted the warp to shelter him. A hoarse voice that sounded like All Might came from the dust. When the particles cleared, All Might appeared drastically thinner and visibly exhausted, looking far beyond his usual heroic form. He credited you with saving him, saying that without you he would have been lost, and Izuku began to cry. The weakened figure of All Might stood before you both, his condition painfully clear. Kirishima ran over and called out to check if Midoriya and you were all right. Izuku told everyone not to approach, and Cementos raised a large cement wall between the three of you and the others, creating a protective barrier. All Might expressed relief and thanks to Cementos for the rescue. Cementos downplayed it and warned All Might to be more careful next time. You continued to study All Might, trying to determine whether what you were seeing was some kind of trick. All Might met your gaze and suddenly looked startled, backing away with wide eyes as he recognized you. Izuku began to stammer an apology for something they had not told you, but you shook your head and waved it off. You said it could wait. What mattered now was getting to Recovery Girl to tend to everyone who was injured. You added that, with your adrenaline finally coming down, you probably could not walk on your injured ankle. All Might explained that he could not carry the two of you in his current condition but that he would fetch a stretcher. You nodded. Within minutes stretchers arrived just as he had promised. They lifted Izuku first, then you. All Might slipped away by a less public route to avoid drawing attention to his weakened form. Your classmates watched as the two of you were wheeled out for treatment. An officer returned and addressed the classmates as they were on their way to the hospital. The officer mumbled that the only student injuries seemed to be scratches, aside from a boy with 2 broken legs and the girl who had been struck by the leader's quirk. Recovery Girl was going to have to work miracles with the latter. He added that the teachers were all fine except for Aizawa, who was in critical condition, and then he began counting students to make sure everyone was accounted for. Ida asked how Midoriya was. Uraraka also asked how he was. The officer scratched his head and wondered if both of the injured students were Midoriya's. He said the boy was going to be fine and was on his way to Recovery Girl. Denki, trying to hide his disgust, complained that there were 2 of them and insisted that the girl had been left out, then asked how YN was. The officer explained that YN would be okay and that Recovery Girl would find a way to treat her. He said the villain who had put Mr. Aizawa in that condition had severely damaged YN's ankles. Her shoulder also had marks, and her hand had been badly injured. She had pushed through the fight despite her injuries, which had made them worse. Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, she was probably in a great deal of pain. The class sighed in relief for Izuku but kept quiet about YN's condition. The bus brought everyone back to school to collect their things. Bakugo waited outside Recovery Girl's office, playing games on his phone. Izuku walked out completely unscathed, while YN emerged wrapped in bandages and sore to the touch. She noted the new ankle braces that secured her steps and said she was exhausted. Not needing crutches felt like a blessing. Izuku thanked YN for saving him back there. YN explained that Snipe had been the one to save him and that she had only pushed him out of the way. Izuku pointed out that if she had not, he would have taken the hit to the face, and he acknowledged that she had been hurt more by intervening. YN insisted it was okay and quietly promised that she would always do her best to protect him. Bakugo snapped for them to quit with the sappy talk. YN smiled at Izuku and then walked up behind Bakugo, planting her hands on his shoulders and teasing him about walking off without her. Bakugo growled for her to get off and shoved her back. Izuku slowed his pace and walked behind them. Bakugo barked that she was annoying and told her to get away. YN sighed and moved to walk beside Izuku, asking in a teasing tone what he wanted her to do, calling him princess. Bakugo, glancing back, told her to stop being annoying. He questioned whether she even had a quirk, since she didn't seem to use one despite jumping like that. YN calmly replied that she did have a quirk and that it was similar to Izuku's. Bakugo refused to believe it at first, calling Izuku a quirkless loser, but YN reiterated that they both had quirks. Because her shoulder was injured, Izuku adjusted the 2 backpacks on his back so she wouldn't have to carry hers. Bakugo recalled how angry Izuku made him as a child and insisted Izuku would never beat him. YN asked Bakugo what his quirk was. Bakugo said it was an unnamed physical enhancement quirk that strengthened his body but did not damage it the way Izuku's quirk had. She reminded him of the entrance exam, mentioning the girl who had torn out the hatch and wires of the robots, and asked why he hadn't used his quirk then. Bakugo said he simply did not like using it. Bakugo told her to go inside and stopped walking. YN looked up at her apartment building, surprised at how far they had already walked. She retrieved her bag from him and held it in her good hand. She said she had been planning to invite him to get ramen with her and Izuku but dismissed it when he declined. Bakugo exclaimed at the mention of ramen, but YN had already entered and shut the door behind her. Bakugo grumbled before noticing Izuku walking up. Izuku waited for Bakugo to walk away before heading inside. Izuku entered the apartment and was surprised to find YN on the couch instead of in her room. YN explained that Recovery Girl had advised her not to sleep because of a possible concussion and that being in her room would make her want to sleep. Izuku noted that she usually did homework in her room. YN admitted she only pretended to and typically finished it when Mr. Aizawa collected it. She said she was hungry and asked if he wanted to go get ramen. Izuku eagerly agreed. YN remarked that her mother would likely be upset when she found out about the attack at school, and that if they were lucky, she might let them out again. In any case, their plan to get ramen would buy them some time before her mother got home from work. Izuku thought that was a fair point, helped YN put her shoes on, and then they walked to their favorite ramen shop. Izuku ordered chicken ramen with lots of toppings, and YN ordered 2 extra spicy chicken-flavored ramen bowls. After they finished, Izuku waited outside while YN delivered one order to Bakugo's house. She handed it to Bakugo as a thank you for saving her and for waiting to walk her home. She then left quickly with Izuku, and Bakugo watched them go before going back inside. After the attack at the USJ, school was cancelled for the rest of the week so security could be upgraded and everyone could recover. YN woke up to her phone buzzing and took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the screen as she read a flurry of messages. Kirishima had created a group chat. She yawned, got dressed, and went to the kitchen for a bite to eat. Izuku fixed his hair and greeted her cheerfully, asking if she had finally decided to wake up and start her day. YN admitted she was still tired from staying up too late the night before and said she planned to meet a few friends at the mall around 3 in the afternoon. Izuku reacted with interest and surprise. Midoriya said he was meeting some friends at the mall around 2 and asked if you wanted to come along so he would know you got there safely. You shrugged, smiled politely, and accepted. You thanked him, grabbed a granola bar, and went to your room to prepare. You stared at yourself in the mirror for a moment, brushed your hair, and pinned a section up with a small barrette that could barely handle the intensity. After nodding to yourself and admiring your outfit, you grabbed your bag and returned to the living room. You asked if he was ready and added that you would probably only stick around until your friends arrived. He said that sounded good and urged you to hurry so you would not be late. You both walked to the bus stop just as the bus for the mall was about to leave, and it turned out you were a little early because you were the ones waiting. You asked who he was hanging out with that day while looking for anyone familiar. Midoriya smiled and said it was just some classmates, Uraraka, Azui, and Todoroki, and that Ida had said he could not make it. You said it was a shame and checked your phone for messages to avoid standing there feeling awkward. Sue approached and reminded you that she preferred to be called Sue, grinning as she got closer. She greeted you warmly and said she had not known you were coming. You explained that you were just tagging along until some of your friends arrived and smiled politely. Uraraka arrived in a sprint and apologized for being late. You noted that being around the group felt like you were tolerated but not fully included in conversations. Uraraka greeted Sue and Midoriya, then smiled at you and said it was nice to see you and that your presence was a pleasant surprise. You returned the greeting but kept scanning the area, hoping one of your friends would show up early as an excuse to leave because the interactions felt awkward. Uraraka said she thought she had seen Kirishima and left to say hello, waving as she walked off. She called back that Kirishima was there, and then stopped to finish her conversation with Midoriya. You tried to watch how they behaved when you were not around to see if they were more relaxed or happier without you, wondering if you acted differently and did not fit in. You bumped into someone and apologized, scolding yourself for not paying attention. The bump dislodged your hair clip, and you worried about it as you moved out of the walkway. Todoroki recognized Midoriya and asked if she was all right, and you looked back at Midoriya, who had not noticed you leave. Nobody else had noticed either, except Uraraka, because you had mentioned Kirishima. You pointed out where the others were gathered and explained that you were heading to the manga store. You expected Midoriya would not be interested in going into a place like that unless you dragged him, so you planned to have some time alone until everyone arrived. The shop was quiet except for calming music playing from a speaker. You lingered over figurines of favorite characters and superheroes for a while, eyeing an All Might figure that was too expensive. Eventually you made your way to the manga section, where benches were set up and several people were reading. Judging by the time, you could read 1 or 2 volumes. You settled on a manga and walked through the aisles, nose buried in the book while searching for an open seat. You almost did not notice Bakugo sitting and reading the newest volume of his favorite romance manga, and you snickered despite yourself. He was so absorbed that you did not want to disturb him, which felt odd. You sat at the end of the aisle and popped in your earbuds. As you read, the story began to entertain you. The first chapter set the tone and you found yourself enjoying the humor and momentum. Time slipped by, and before you knew it, it was 3 o'clock. At 3, Bakugo stood to leave but immediately ran into the group he had been trying to avoid. Shiro greeted him loudly and playfully, surprised to see him there, and Bakugo muttered that he was leaving, rolling his eyes with his hands in his pockets. Kaminari asked if Midoriya was there and began to look around, asking Bakugo if he had seen you. Bakugo denied knowing where you were and raised his voice. Someone peered over the railings and identified Tsu, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Midoriya, calling to get their attention. Bakugo waved back and called to the group, cupping his hands to project his voice. Kaminari yelled that they were waiting for you and asked where you were. Bakugo said he thought you had been there a moment ago but that maybe you had left. Todoroki noted that you had left when he arrived and teased that Bakugo, as your brother, should have known. Midoriya said he would try calling you and suggested they check a bookstore, then said he would catch up with them later and left to continue shopping, with Todoroki lingering behind. Shiro's tape stopped Bakugo from leaving as he was pulled back into the group's plans for a hangout. Kirishima checked his phone and said it had not reached you. They had been told you were here earlier but maybe you had left for something else. He did not want to bother you if you were busy. Bakugo sighed and suggested you were probably just reading manga and that they should go get you. Shiro challenged him to lead the way since he seemed to know where you were. At that moment you felt your earbud get yanked from your ear. Bakugo shouted at you to answer your phone next time, and you realized you had been so captivated by the book that you hadn't noticed it ring. You also knew you had put it on Do Not Disturb out of habit. Mina jumped and wrapped her arms around you, calling your name. You smiled and returned the greeting before setting the book down and apologizing for holding everyone up. Kaminari laughed and pushed a few books further on the shelf before leaving the store. The group walked around for a bit before Mina pointed at a basic black dress in a window display and gasped. She insisted it would look great on you and practically dragged you into the store. She laid the dress in Kirishima's arms and excitedly showed you a matching blue one, saying you two could match. You tried to match her enthusiasm but were really hoping Bakugo would catch your eye and signal for help, since you dislike dresses and clothes shopping. Bakugo glanced at you and rolled his eyes, offering no help. Mina ushered you into a fitting room and presented the dress. You hesitated but put it on, looking in the mirror and feeling that it didn't feel like you. Mina put on the blue dress and beamed, declaring that you looked fantastic and insisting you go show the boys. You tried to deflect and said you didn't like dresses and didn't want to show people. When Mina insisted on unzipping the dress after showing the others, you refused. She stopped pushing only after you threatened to rip the dress and change back into the outfit you had picked out. The fitting room was close enough to the others that you could hear them talking, and they could hear the argument. Kirishima tried to ease the situation, laughing awkwardly and suggesting Wyan might not have wanted to go in there. Kaminari commented that Midoriya hated dresses and wondered aloud what you looked like. Mina shouted that you did look great and urged everyone to come see. Bakugo scoffed and called the whole thing a waste of time, telling the others to hurry up. In response, you demanded that Bakugo be considerate, saying you were fighting for your dignity in the fitting room. Mina stamped her foot and urged you again to come out. You insisted she unzip you or you would go home. Mina said you're cute but would be going home in that cute dress and tried to push you out. You told her that wasn't how it worked, and when she tried again, you eased your arms and ducked. She tripped over you in her dress and fell outside the fitting room. You quickly stood, looked at her, and closed and locked the door. Mina knocked on the door repeatedly, announcing she wouldn't get the zipper down without you. You studied yourself in the mirror. The dress hugged your curves in a flattering way, but you didn't have the confidence to let others see it. You started to twist and reach for the zipper, almost catching it but missing by a fingertip. The fabric wasn't stretchy enough and the zipper wouldn't budge. Frustrated, you tried to get it off without tearing it, but it held firm. Bakugo declared the situation a waste of time and said he was leaving. Kirishima suggested to Mina that shopping together had been meant to help everyone get to know each other and that Mina didn't need to make you uncomfortable. Kaminari peeked out, smiling and joking about matching dresses, then turned back to the others. Mina went back to the door and offered again to unzip you, but you refused and finally managed to get the fabric over your torso, feeling immediate relief. You told her to go away. You opened the fitting room door in your normal clothes and handed the dress back to Mina. She looked surprised, then went in to change. Kaminari asked if the group wanted to watch a movie as you walked out with your bag clutched close, your heart pounding from the frustration. You declined and said you were going home and would catch up with them later, then picked up your pace after checking your phone. Kaminari and Shiro acknowledged your decision and returned to looking at movie tickets. Kirishima apologized quietly and said they would see you later as you kept walking without looking back. Mina came out while you were already walking away, lamenting that you had looked so good and that you could have matched. She sighed dramatically and called you a Debbie Downer for leaving after only one store. Bakugo rolled his eyes and told her not to make people uncomfortable if she didn't want them to leave, then announced he was leaving because he found the situation boring. Mina teased him by calling him the mayor of Frown Town as he walked off. Kaminari called both of them over and remarked that he had been hoping YN would stick around to make things more interesting, then observed that she and Bakugo seemed pretty similar, shrugging and noting it explained why they were best friends. Kirishima watched Bakugo walk out of sight and told Kaminari that he didn't think they were similar at all. YN headed for the exit doors. She would normally have called Izuku, but she did not want to be a burden to his group. He deserved to have fun. The manga store from earlier caught her eye, and after a quick look around she sheepishly went back inside to finish the volume she had started. She used music to drown out any guilty thoughts about leaving. Her phone dinged just as she was grabbing the next book. She put the new novel in her bag and walked out of the mall for real this time, letting Izuku and her mother know she would not be home for dinner. By the time she realized it, the sun had gone down. Mina had taken so long trying to get her to showcase that dress. The volume had not taken long to finish at all. She walked to the ramen shop they usually went to, and the man at the front desk recognized her, telling her that her friend was in booth 3. YN nodded respectfully and walked in. Bakugo was picking toppings off his noodles when she slid into the booth. He told her she did not have to wait for him, and she said she had tried to get there quickly. Bakugo shrugged and said he had already ordered for her, and the server set a bowl down in front of her as if on cue. She eyed Bakugo before looking at the ramen. He confirmed he had added extra spice, crumbled bacon, and an egg, and that he had put nori in the broth. He teased her for being picky and told her to just get it as she always did. YN grew more satisfied with every bite. Bakugo accused her of inhaling it too quickly and asked if she could even taste it. She smiled and confirmed that it was spicy and she loved it. He admitted he had them add extra chili sauce. She pretended to clear her throat to get his attention and then told him he was paying. He tried not to roll his eyes and she admitted she had forgotten her wallet. He noted she had come from the mall and reminded her she must have it, but she laughed and said she had paid last time. He shrugged the matter off, finished eating, and switched to drinking the broth. He asked about her grades. YN shrugged and said they were fine, 1D and mostly Cs, except for training where she had an A+. He teased about the D in math and suggested she get a tutor. She insisted she was still passing and did not want to pay someone to give her more work. He accused her of copying Izuku's homework, She defended herself by saying Izuku helped when he could and she only copied if he was too busy or tired. Bakugo rolled his eyes and left some money on the table. He said no one should ever be too tired to help her and that if Izuku were his sibling he could not imagine handling it. Yen told him to be quiet and explained how hard Izuku worked. She added that the only other person likely capable of teaching her math was Bakugo, but she did not feel like studying with someone making a lot of noise the whole time. They thanked the server on the way out. Yen told him goodbye until Monday. When Bakugo started walking her, she said she was not a little kid and could walk home herself. He insisted it was the right thing to do and raised his voice. She shrugged and started to walk faster, then suddenly broke into a sprint. He immediately ran after her. She yelled for him to stop chasing her, and then alarmed him by shouting for help to make him stop abruptly. She doubled over trying to hold in laughter, and Bakugo screamed in surprise. Her laughter broke. She nearly fell over with tears of mirth. Once she caught her breath, she put a hand on his shoulder and apologized for the prank. He called her a complete jerk. Bakugo continued to grumble and shout as they walked home, and eventually the two walked in relative silence while he muttered. They accepted the odd looks they received along the way until they reached the outside of Yen's apartment building. She stood there to see how long it would take for him to notice they had arrived. After about 5 minutes he looked around and told her to go inside because he was tired and did not want to waste time. Yen grinned, thanked him for dinner, and apologized again for the prank before heading into the building and taking the elevator up to her floor. She waved from the corridor, and after a moment Bakugo finally started away. She called back, thanking him for walking her home and teasingly calling him an idiot. He responded with an angry gesture as he left. Yen's mother greeted her warmly when she entered the apartment, asking where she had eaten. Yen said she had ramen with Bakugo. Her mother smiled and told her she liked him, saying he had been raised well and that she wished she could tell him hello because he never came over anymore. Yen told her he had just left and offered to call to see how far away he was. Her mother brightened and hugged her tightly, making sure her daughter was safe and saying how glad she was. At that moment Izuku returned, took off his shoes, and announced he was back. Yen's mother welcomed him in with the same warm smile she reserved for Yen and noted that he had been out late. Yen then asked Izuku where he had gone. Curiosity got to you. You told him that you had just gone to get dinner with your friends and asked how his evening had been. He said it had been fine. Mina wanted to shop, the ramen was delicious, and he had gotten into a new series with a plot he thought Izuku would like. Izuku said he would look into it and was glad they had fun. You nodded and said you were going to your room and that you loved them, then walked in and locked the door out of habit, wanting to be left alone for the night. You grinned at your phone, plugged it in, flopped onto the bed, and hoped Mr. Aizawa was healing well. You assumed he would not be ready to teach and wondered who would cover for him, hoping things would not be awkward with classmates the next day. In the morning you struggled to wake and stayed sleepy as you got ready for school, but eventually dragged yourself into class and sat down. The room was loud, which you counted on to shake off the drowsiness, though it mostly gave you a headache. Kaminari smirked and bragged that they were like celebrities now, big deals. Kirishima added with his usual toothy grin that it was pretty cool. Jiru sighed while twirling her ear jack and told everyone to get over themselves, reminding them that the school with the largest turnout of pros had been attacked and that was what people cared about, not their egos. You snickered at how harsh that sounded. Ciro suggested that no one knew what might have happened if other teachers had not shown up. Mineta trembled on the floor, more from his small size than anything else, and nervously admitted he felt terrified just thinking about it. You yelled at him to shut up, then noticed Bakugo yelling too. You made eye contact with him and rolled your eyes while Mineta sank back into his seat. Sato tried to lighten the mood by bringing up All Might's fight with the flying villain, calling it awesome. Ida then sprinted through the doors announcing that homeroom was about to begin and urging everyone to take their seats. Kirishima pointed out that Ida was the only one not sitting, and Ida clenched his fist in frustration. You put your head back down, realizing the noise was not waking you. Tsuyu's question about who would teach that day drifted above the din, and you turned to see Mr. Aizawa had shown up. He looked battered, bandages and a cast, but otherwise able to stand. He walked to the front of the classroom and warned that their fight was not over yet. Mineta exploded with panic at the thought of more villains, and Mr. Aizawa, rolling his eyes, corrected him. The UA Sports Festival was about to start. The students erupted in excitement. Mr. Aizawa explained that the festival was an important opportunity to showcase skills and make a name for themselves, that security would be increased this year, and that although some had argued against holding it, it was important for those who wanted to be heroes. He noted that top heroes from everywhere would be watching, that the event was prime entertainment for viewers, and that internships and offers could come from strong performances. Graduating from UA alone might not be enough to break into the big leagues, he added, and then dismissed the class. The bell rang at the same moment, and everyone began to stand. Instead of immediately moving on, students lingered, talking about how to get noticed. Hagakure announced her plans to find a way to stand out, and Ojiro gently suggested she might have trouble unless she found something very flashy. Kaminari sat on his desk and assured Shoji that his quirk would be impossible to ignore. Izuku walked over to Ida and asked about the excitement. Izuku admitted he felt nervous even though he was excited. Uraraka approached with a determined expression and declared her intention to do her best. Her seriousness drew mixed reactions from classmates, some supportive, some uncertain. You didn't pay much attention to Uraraka's intensity, you turned and joined Kirishima and Shiro instead. Kirishima greeted you enthusiastically and praised your speed during the USJ incident, saying you would be easily noticed. You smiled in return and complimented their quirks. Kirishima's hardening, Shiro's tape telling them they were impressive and useful. You made small gestures to demonstrate what you meant, feeling the odd mix of gratitude and envy that came with using one for all while not having a natural quirk of your own. It felt like borrowed and shared power, and you wondered what it would be like to have a quirk of your own. Kirishima and Shiro thanked you. After getting lunches, you and Kirishima headed to sit down. He asked how your injuries were healing. You explained that Recovery Girl had healed your ankles enough so you could walk, but your fist and shoulders still felt strained. You had told Recovery Girl you wanted some of the rest to happen naturally. When he asked why, you shrugged and said you did not want your body to forget how to heal itself. With that, you both carried your lunches over to the table where Bakugo was eating alone. YN set down their tray and sat next to Kirishima so that when Kaminari wanted to eat he could take the seat beside him. Bakugo snapped that it was none of his concern and accused YN of bothering him. YN frowned, forced a small laugh, and said it was fine. Shiro examined the available seats and chose the one furthest from Bakugo. Shiro greeted YN as Midoriya and asked if they were eating lunch from Lunch Rush. YN replied that they were and asked how Shiro was doing. Shiro said he was doing well and turned to Kirishima to ask how he was. Kirishima mumbled that he was fine, mouth full of food. Shiro watched Bakugo shoveling food into his mouth and asked what his problem was. YN shrugged and called Bakugo one of the great wonders of the world, then reached out to poke his head lightly. Bakugo batted YN's hand away and told them to leave him alone. YN rolled their eyes and told the others to ignore him. He would calm down soon, that's just how he was. Bakugo shouted that YN knew nothing about him when they teased him, and then covered YN's mouth quickly to stop the teasing. He insisted that YN must not tell anyone, his tone threatening. YN stuck out their tongue just enough to make him pull his hand away, and Bakugo recoiled, wiping his hand on YN's shirt in disgust. YN mocked a frightened pose and told him to stop covering their mouth, making light of the moment. Kirishima wiped his face partly to get food off and masked a laugh to avoid drawing Bakugo's ire. Kirishima asked YN why they were not sitting with their brother. YN explained that they had not sat with him at lunch for a few days and had often sat by Kirishima at previous schools to keep Bakugo out of trouble. YN gestured toward Bakugo and mimed quotes around the word VIP to describe the table administrators had used for misbehaving students. Bakugo looked as if he might explode. Shiro asked what the VIP table was. YN explained it had been a place administrators sent disruptive kids. Bakugo protested that he had been sent there less than YN had, and the two taunted each other while Kirishima and Shiro laughed. Mina arrived loudly and slammed her hands on the table, praising a movie they had seen and asking what everyone had done afterward. Bakugo said he had gone home and glared at her. YN said they had gone home as well to catch up on projects and agreed to let Mina sit down when she asked. Mina squeezed in between YN and Zero, and YN left early to return to the classroom to avoid lingering at the crowded table. YN reflected that Mina was nice but overwhelming, then stepped aside to let faster students pass. A blond boy from Class 1B approached and announced himself as Monoma, declaring a rivalry between classes. YN asked if they knew him. Monoma put on an exaggerated performance and asked YN to state their name so he could address his enemy properly. YN gave the name Midoriya and tried to keep his distance. Monoma pressed that YN thought they were better than Class 1B, stretching the confrontation. A large fist suddenly slammed down and sent Monoma sprawling to the floor, and an orange-haired girl apologized for his behavior, explaining they usually kept an eye on him. The girl introduced herself as Kendo and offered a hand in apology. YN introduced themselves as Midoriya and accepted the handshake. Kendo mentioned the recent villain encounter and expressed concern. YN confirmed they had faced the villains as well. Kendo, still carrying Monoma, waved and walked back toward the lunchroom, apologizing again for the disturbance. YN muttered that the whole exchange had been strange. Before they could move, Izuku called YN's name and ran down the hallway to catch up. Todoroki asked if they were already headed to class, and the protagonist replied that they were. Todoroki then asked where Bakugo was. Izuku explained that Bakugo was in the lunchroom and reminded everyone that they were not always together. Todoroki nodded thoughtfully and said that made sense. They all returned to class, and the rest of the day proceeded as usual. After school, the protagonist walked home with Izuku for the first time in months, which brought unexpected happiness and a quiet chance to reconnect. Izuku smiled gently and asked how the protagonist had been. The protagonist said they were okay and returned the question. Izuku said he was doing great, mentioning that Recovery Girl had helped him recover from his injuries and that he had a quirk now. He expressed how incredible it felt. The protagonist admitted mixed feelings, worrying aloud about having entered UA without a quirk and wondering if returning the power would make Izuku stronger. Izuku warned that losing a quirk would leave the protagonist more vulnerable and insisted he would not take the power back, encouraging the protagonist to make it their own and expressing confidence that they would be a great hero. The protagonist began to protest, but Izuku noticed something was wrong and pressed gently. He observed that the protagonist had been excited to get a quirk and now seemed uncertain, asking what was going on. The protagonist said they were unsure and that perhaps UA was not the right school for them, mentioning that they only really got along with Izuku, Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero. Izuku listed other classmates Todoroki, Tsu, Uraraka, Ida, and Mina and asked about them. The protagonist admitted discomfort with Mina and said they found Ida annoying and did not vibe with Uraraka. They were uncertain about Tsu and Todoroki and found interactions awkward. Izuku suggested the protagonist was overthinking things and reminded them that others considered them a friend, urging patience. He praised the protagonist for befriending someone difficult to get along with and laughed, saying that had to count for something. The protagonist allowed a small smile, grateful that Izuku always seemed to know what to say, and reminded him they needed to do well at the sports festival. Izuku clenched his fist, smiled, and affirmed their readiness and determination. The next day, the area outside the classroom was crowded with students. The protagonist asked what was happening and tried to make their way through, nearly being elbowed and bumping into a tall student with purple hair. The protagonist apologized and finally reached their desk, relieved. Bakugo, speaking with his usual bluster, commented that they were scoping out the competition after all and declared his intention to win, dismissing others as extras. Ida objected, miming a robotic motion, and Kaminari fretted that the class had made enemies and would face retaliation. The protagonist observed the student they had bumped into responding to Bakugo and felt increasingly concerned that Bakugo's attitude had made the class unpopular. The sports festival was shaping up to be a challenge. A short while later, rhythmic thumps pulled the protagonist from sleep. The protagonist rolled over to check the clock as a knock sounded and a voice urged them to get up for the big day. The protagonist asked for 5 more minutes but was told there was no time to spare. Izuku had knocked earlier, and when the protagonist opened the door, he was no longer there. Still uncertain about the brief exchange, The protagonist dressed and left the room. In the kitchen, the protagonist's mother greeted them cheerfully and reminded them that Izuku was already outside waiting and that she would be recording and cheering for them both. The protagonist thanked her, grabbed a protein bar as a quick breakfast, kissed their mother on the cheek, and left with the bar clenched in their teeth while putting on shoes. They walked to school together, distracted enough that neither remembered they would change into hero costumes upon arrival. The campus was swarmed with students and a long line of viewers wrapped around the buildings outside the main campus. Izuku asked if the protagonist was excited, and the protagonist responded with a playful challenge about getting crushed. They both smiled. Everyone proceeded to the arena for the sports festival, which quickly filled with students. It was easy to tell Hero Corps students from others. The business and support students looked less enthused while the Hero Corps students buzzed with confidence. On a platform, pro-heroes had gathered, and Ms. Midnight stepped forward to welcome everyone, projecting energy and enthusiasm as she addressed the crowd. The protagonist looked away, feeling a bit awkward about the attention the performance drew. The announcer invited the representative to say a few words before the events began. You expected Momo, Ida, or the Kendo girl, but the moment a blonde, spiky head appeared your stomach sank and you muttered that this was going to go well as Bakugo made his way to the microphone. Bakugo walked up with his hands in his pockets and leaned forward to the mic, declaring that he was going to win. The students erupted in shouts, and he offered a dismissive thumbs down before leaving the stage. By calling attention to Class 1A, he had already made them a target. Midnight then announced loudly that the sports festival had begun and explained that round 1 would be revealed. A screen displayed a spinning wheel that landed on the obstacle race. Midnight instructed everyone to make their way to the gate, and the competitors moved into position. You caught sight of Bakugo moving with the crowd and stepped up to hit him on the head before slipping back into the mass of students. His scream echoed as those around him scrambled to deny responsibility. A green-haired girl had been nearby, but she was gone now. Eventually everyone lined up at the gate. Midnight counted down and signaled the start. The crowd surged forward and you were jostled as the runners funneled into the tunnel. A sharp cracking sound warned you just in time to avoid Todoroki's ice, which had frozen many competitors' feet to the floor. You wondered why he would use that so early in the race. You landed awkwardly and felt a sharp pain shoot through your ankle as you slipped on the ice, sliding several feet. Present Mike announced who was in the lead, and it was clear you were not among them. You pushed through the pain and the chill in your hands, forcing yourself to stand and run again. Your ankle had never fully healed since USJ, and Recovery Girl had warned you about lingering phantom pains. Those aches sometimes flared, but this hurt at another level. You cursed under your breath and kept going. You did not want to rely on one for all in the first round. You wanted to prove you could progress without it. If you stayed in the top 40, you would be safe. Robots blocked the path ahead as some students stopped to fight them. You kept moving without stopping, leaping onto a fallen machine and grabbing a shard of metal to launch yourself over it despite the pain from the landing. The obstacle course became a gauntlet of falling machines that others were dismantling as you navigated through. Glancing back, you saw several students struggling to make progress, but you pressed forward. After several more minutes, you reached a cliff of pillars. You imagined your mother shouting that it was too dangerous, but you drew a deep breath to steady yourself. You considered using one for all to clear the pillars faster, deciding that a low percentage would be acceptable for this challenge. A few competitors halted beside you, and you engaged one for all at a controlled level. The boost let you bounce from pillar to pillar, with a final burst giving you the height to regain the main track. You continued running until the power faded and the pain in your ankle returned. Ahead, Bakugo and Todoroki argued as they navigated the minefield. You slipped between the mines more carefully and made faster progress than them while they quarreled. Suddenly an explosion rocked the course. Izuku was flying overhead, riding a metal sheet and using the blast to propel himself forward faster than anyone else. Bakugo shoved Todoroki and demanded to know what Izuku was doing. You kept moving, recognizing that Izuku was likely headed for first place, but you could still aim for a podium finish if you outran at least one of them. You drew level with Bakugo and Todoroki and called out that Bakugo's fighting with Todoroki could let Izuku take the. Bakugo grabbed your wrist and yanked to throw you off balance. You reached under his hand and secured his forearm to steady yourself. You would not let him ruin your run. You needed him to loosen his grip first, so you offered a casual remark about how it might look to those behind you that he was holding your hand. That taunt made his expression sour, and his grip loosened enough for you to twist free and surge ahead. You realized you were in second place. Todoroki called to Bakugo, asking if he had let you get ahead. Bakugo and Todoroki continued to argue as you navigated the remaining mines. Izuku finished first. You crossed the line in second. Bakugo and Todoroki ended up tied for third. You ran toward the center of the arena where Izuku waited, elated and practically bouncing as he celebrated how proud his mother would be. Over the next 10 minutes more students crossed the finish and made their way to the center. Once the gates were shut, Midnight spun the wheel to continue the event. She rested her arm on Bakugo's shoulder and sighed dramatically, asking how it felt to lose. Bakugo snapped that he had not lost to a loser like her and told her to shut up. She pointed out Izuku, who stood surrounded by new friends, and noted that he had taken first place. Bakugo's muscles tensed and he demanded what she had said. She patted his back and told him to relax, explaining that she only wanted to make it clear he had lost to both her and her brother. She flicked his head and dodged the punch he threw, retreating into the crowd and calling that it had been a good try. Midnight announced that the next round would be a cavalry battle, giving everyone 15 minutes to form teams. She explained that headbands carried point values, and the higher a student had placed, the more points appeared on their headbands. People immediately began forming teams. She realized she had annoyed the one person who might have teamed with her if she had played it differently, so she had to actually talk to people. As she moved through the crowd, she found groups clustered tightly. She tried to get Bakugo's attention but could only see the general direction he was in. She pushed through the crush of students, asked to be included, and forced her way into Bakugo's circle. Bakugo asked everyone to remind him of their quirks and names. He scoffed and rolled his eyes at the sound of her voice and told her he was busy. She apologized and said she did not want to pick her own team because it felt awkward. Bakugo dismissed her with another eye roll. She suggested that she and Bakugo team up with Kirishima, arguing they would win together. Bakugo snapped that they were not on the same team and told her to go away, calling her extra and telling the rest to make their own teams. Shiro stepped forward and announced he was joining Bakugo. Shiro gave a nickname to Bakugo's hair and urged Kirishima to come along. Kirishima introduced himself and insisted his hair was different. The other students formed a loose barricade that made it hard for her to get through. After the others cleared out, Shiro asked about the plan. She told them that Bakugo should be the rider and that Bakugo could come up with the detailed strategy. When Bakugo questioned her usefulness, she outlined a formation. Bakugo on top, she in the front right, Kirishima in the front left because of his hardening quirk, and Shiro in the back. She explained that she had trained sparring with Bakugo for years and had developed some tolerance to his explosions, so she could handle the front right position. If Bakugo needed to grab a headband or escape, he could propel himself. He would only be out if he touched the ground. Kirishima's hardening would provide protection on the left, and Shiro's position would allow him to shoot tape from a useful angle if needed. Shiro agreed, and the group accepted the plan. She figured Bakugo would likely go after Izuku's high-value headband, but most teams would aim directly for Izuku's band for a quick victory. They had enough points between Bakugo's and her headbands to advance to the next round, and having Bakugo as the rider made them less of an obvious target. People disliked him but would be reluctant to attack without a solid strategy. She looked to Izuku, who was with Uraraka and Ida. The combination of Ida's speed and Uraraka's ability to make people float made taking their headband a difficult task. The clock above ticked down with only a few minutes left. Their objective was simple: keep the team's headband, satisfy Bakugo's need to be involved, and avoid losing. It had to work. Everyone got ready. Lifting Bakugo's weight hurt Yen's shoulder. She had not expected him to be so heavy. Bakugo shouted that she was holding him at an angle as he sat tilted. Yen shot back that he should SCK it up because she was not as tall as the others and that he would have to deal with it unless he wanted someone else who would not complain as much. Kirishima tried to calm things, saying Bakugo should not be so harsh and that she was right about the lifting. Bakugo snapped at him with an insult about his hair. YN warned Bakugo she would join another team if he kept it up, which drew stares from nearby teams watching the exchange. Bakugo reminded her that she had wanted to be on his team. YN responded that it was not even an insult and told him to just be ready to go. She let go of Siro's hand, which had been propping Bakugo's foot. He lost his balance and fell face-first to the floor. When he looked up, his red eyes flashed with anger and he wore a fierce expression. Kirishima reached out to steady him, and Bakugo glared at YN, who leaned on one foot with her arms crossed, looking down. Bakugo barked for her to go back and lift, and she snapped that she was not one of his middle school minions and he could not order her around. She told him to stop complaining about every little thing and either get over it or let someone else lead. Bakugo pushed himself to his feet and glared. She did not flinch. He braced his foot on Kirishima and Siro's hands and then on Siro's and YN's hands, gripping Kirishima's and YN's shoulders. He squeezed YN's shoulder hard in an attempt to intimidate her. She registered his anger but did not show it. Siro pointed out that everyone was staring. He suggested repositioning because other teams had 2 people in the back and 1 person in front. YN scanned the area and agreed that most teams had similar formations. She explained that based on everyone's quirks, their current arrangement made sense. She proposed that Kirishima and she take the front for defense while Bakugo, with his mobility, could be more useful for movement-based tasks, and that Siro's tape could reel Bakugo back if he launched off unexpectedly. Bakugo growled but the plan held. Kirishima supported the idea, saying YN and Midoriya probably strategized together often. YN downplayed her strategic role, admitting she relied on common sense and that Izuku and Katsuki handled more detailed tactics. Bakugo warned that she would end up hurt if she stayed in front because Kirishima could harden his body to take hits while she might be more vulnerable. YN insisted she could take a hit and reminded everyone the match was starting. Midnight signaled with her whip and the event began. YN observed that teams were converging on Izuku, exactly as she had expected. She found it ironic that a seemingly weaker boy was becoming the focal point and worried about the damage he inflicted on himself when he used his power. She suggested they focus on collecting smaller headbands first. Bakugo immediately objected, making a motion as if to spark an explosion and forcing YN to duck to avoid his arm. He insisted they target Deku directly. YN noted that many teams were going for Izuku and worried they would lose points by confronting him head-on. Bakugo dismissed her concern and ordered them to go. They turned toward Izuku's team. Without warning, Bakugo boosted himself with explosions to intercept Izuku as he tried to move using specialized boots, and Izuku's surprise showed on his face when his own explosions were restricted by Tokoyami's shadow. Siro's tape shot out, wrapped around Bakugo, and brought him back down safely. Kirishima complimented Siro on the catch as Bakugo landed awkwardly, holding onto YN and Kirishima. Bakugo swore in frustration. YN reminded the team they needed to secure other points. YN warned Bakugo that people were catching up, but Bakugo ordered the team to go after Deku and the half-and-half contestant. YN urged him to listen, and Bakugo just smirked. She sighed and told him that next time he jumped he should warn them. It was hard to brace for that impact. She called him a dimwit. She kept running with the group and wondered why no one seemed to be listening. For once she had a solid plan, the kind Izuku would make, and she thought about how he managed to get people to follow him. They needed more points to stay in the running, but Bakugo was unusually intolerable. The moment seemed to slow. Another team ran by and pulled Bakugo's headband off, and Monoma taunted that Class 1A was too simple-minded. YN recognized Monoma and felt a flare of irritation as Bakugo threatened retaliation. Monoma explained that because Midnight had declared the first game would not eliminate many people, staying among the first 40 was enough. Now they knew what most contestants were capable of. He also mocked Bakugo for being known for an attack by a sludge villain, and YN bristled at the words. Kirishima stirred and raised his head in a strange way, almost as if he were not entirely himself. He spoke in a clipped, urgent tone about changing plans and mentioned YN and elbows. Then, in a harsh command, he insisted they deal with the nearby opponents before going after Deku. The team surged toward Monoma. YN saw Monoma reach past to snag Bakugo's headband and then redirect Bakugo's own explosions back at him in a sudden, flashy move. Bakugo fired another blast. YN ducked and avoided getting burned. Monoma demonstrated that he had copied Kirishima's ability and commented on how his own quirk let him mimic others. He smirked, ran off with his team, and started to pull away. Bakugo launched himself toward them, putting sudden pressure on YN's shoulder when he grabbed at the air and punched through an obstacle to seize two of Monoma's headbands. Zero used tape to pull Bakugo back into the group just in time. Zero received a quick command to shoot tape toward the fleeing team, and Bakugo demanded that YN use her power to increase everyone's speed alongside Kirishima's. YN protested that she could not make other people faster, but Bakugo ordered her to, and she reluctantly activated a small portion of One for All. The slight boost to her speed made the team feel swifter, and Bakugo managed to reclaim the remaining headbands. They turned their attention to Deku. He leapt over the ice with explosive assistance, clearing the obstacle with a practiced push, but as the teams closed in, the time limit was reached. Present Mike announced that time was up, and Bakugo went down hard in a comedic faceplant. YN laughed and teased him, and Bakugo told her to shut up. She offered a hand to help him up without thinking, but he refused the help and rose on his own. The four of them regrouped, trading light banter as they caught their breath. The announcer declared the standings: Team Todoroki in first place, Team Bakugo in second, Team Tetsude in third before correcting to Team Shinso, and Team Midoriya in fourth. The organizers explained that the next round would be set up as brackets with one-on-one battles and invited everyone to prepare or enjoy the intermediate games. YN sighed as the crowd dispersed. Before parting, YN teased Bakugo about trying to beat her, then hurried over to Izuku. She put both hands on his shoulders to startle him, and he jumped, looking more nervous than usual. He admitted that she had scared him. YN asked why Ida had not joined his team. Izuku explained that Ida wanted to prove he could manage without him. He also mentioned that he had taken notes on their classmates while the brackets were being arranged. YN asked if Izuku could help with a plan. He agreed and encouraged her, saying she could beat people and even him, noting her excellent control and reflexes. YN laughed and explained that she usually trained with Bakugo in exchange for homework help, and she warned Izuku not to overuse his power. She advised him to try using smaller percentages and to envision the control, sharing the technique that worked for her. Izuku suggested going to the waiting room to see what everyone else was doing, and they began to walk together. He paused when he saw Todoroki and told YN he needed to speak with him first, promising to join her shortly. YN said that was fine and continued on. While others played the intermediate games, YN found a quiet, secluded spot under the metal stairs and sat with her knees drawn to her chest. She took deep breaths and reflected on how she had managed to make it this far, admitting to herself that she had not expected to get this far in the competition. She didn't even know if she should stay at the school anymore. Was she only going to give Izuku more of his power and then leave, to stop being a nuisance? The sound of the door opening startled her. She looked through the gaps in the stairs and saw a familiar blonde enter, and she sighed. The blonde sked and called her an idiot. When she did not respond, he leaned to peer through one of the gaps and said he knew she could hear him. He had figured she would be hiding somewhere, as the antisocial she was. His hands were in his pockets and he looked irritated, which was nothing new. She told him that trying to relax for once did not mean she wanted an annoying person who was just as antisocial as she was bothering her, and she told him to go away. He protested that this was not the time to relax and accused her of always kicking back and not taking things seriously. She admitted she was aware of that and suggested he should try to relax more himself. She straightened her legs, put her hands behind her head, and took deep breaths. She asked who he was to stop her from relaxing. He said that it was his job and grumbled that she was too annoying and in the way, even joking that he was trying to replace her with someone else. She pointed out that if he was so busy trying to replace her, he should leave her alone and let her sit there. He argued that if she lost track of time she would miss things and that he needed her alert so they could spar properly. She said he could find someone else to fight. He insisted they should go and see what everyone else was doing. She agreed but asked him to relay whatever information he gathered back to her when he returned. He sighed in irritation, walked over, and grabbed her upper arm, ordering her to get up. She groaned and lazily stood. She complained that she was tired and that she would not make it past the first bracket, so what was the point? She could only beat a few people if she was lucky. He stayed silent, and once they passed a few floors she explained that she had not gotten much sleep. He scolded her that she should not stay up so late and that she could not go to bed at 3 in the morning and expect to wake up early for school with energy. She asked him not to yell because it hurt her ears, then jerked her arm free from his grasp. She leaned down to readjust her ankle braces, which she had forgotten, feeling the metal against her skin as he dragged her. She followed him up to the waiting room. He opened the door and walked in while she lingered by the doorframe and peered inside. This was it. The one-on-one matches were about to begin, and everyone was preparing for a quiet declaration of war. She felt the tension in the air, and that sensation energized her and made her excited. When you peered in through the door you saw your classmates, some more serious than usual and others as upbeat as they could be. Bakugo strode in with a proud, straight posture as if he owned the place. You noticed Izuku sitting by Ojiro, and everyone else talking about how excited they were or wishing each other good luck. Bakugo glared at you, a clear sign to get yourself inside. With a sigh you slowly walked in. You chose a table with only Todoroki sitting there and took a seat diagonally opposite to keep as much distance as possible. He did not mind the distance, he preferred being by himself. You laid your head down on your arms that were resting on the table. When your brother tapped your shoulder he asked if you were fighting Aoyama. You raised your head reluctantly and asked if you really were. Your brother confirmed that you were and asked if you had not seen the brackets. When you shook your head, he wondered if you had been doing something else. You told him you were just tired. Izuku glanced at you with concern and reminded you that a typical 16-year-old should get 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and that your 3 hours the night before was not enough. He sounded genuinely worried. You yawned and insisted you were fine and it was not a big deal. Izuku cut you off, telling you not to say you could not beat people here because you could. It had been a while since he had interrupted like that. Ever since his special training with All Might, you had not spent much time together. Your mother worked often, so you usually went to Katsuki's house after school to study and hang out with his mom. You found yourself wondering why you never trained with All Might despite inheriting some of his power. You thought Izuku must have been given special help because he felt bad, not because it was originally intended for you. You sighed and told yourself you did not want to fight Aoyama. It would be too easy. You admitted you could probably make it into the top 3 if you tried. For Aoyama you planned to dodge his laser long enough to wear him down, then push him to the edge of the boundaries and force him out. Your brother dismissed it with a casual whatever and asked who he was fighting. He replied that he had Shinso, who did not seem to be part of the hero course. He suggested everyone should start heading back to the gym to spectate or at least prepare, and mentioned he was first so he should probably go. You agreed to go with him as long as you could and then spectate. You told him the crowd and energy felt different today. You stood to follow him, and Todoroki rose to block your path just as Izuku reached the doorframe. Izuku turned back when he noticed you had not come with him. Todoroki said he knew about your connection to All Might and warned that since his father was the number 2 hero, anyone connected to the number 1 hero would be his enemy. He said he would defeat both you and Izuku, and looking around, said he would beat all of you if necessary. He added that he intended to rely only on his right side and prove that he did not need anyone else's quirk. Izuku and most of the others reacted with wide eyes as if those words were a shock. You broke the tension by placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder and stepped forward to match his pace. You teased that Todoroki's outburst sounded like a final settling of his father issues and offered to give Todoroki the win if that was what he wanted, while warning that Izuku would not just hand it over. You kept walking and Bakugo, who had been perched on the table, slapped the top of your head as you passed through the doorway. Bakugo shouted that you were not going to hand over the win. You snapped back at him, that he could try keeping his mouth shut for once. As you walked down the hallway with Izuku, he wondered what it had been about. You said you had expected it and urged him to prove them wrong. You and Izuku reached the point where you had to separate. He smiled, nodded, and fumbled in his gym uniform pocket before holding out his notebook and a pen. He asked if you could take notes on Shinso for him. You took the notebook, feeling how important it was to him, and told him you would. He thanked you and reminded you could look at any of the other pages if you wanted. Izuku told you he had taken notes on everyone he could, including you, and asked you to keep them away from Kaken before disappearing around the corner. You nodded and put the pen between your teeth. You walked back to the spectating area for your class, flipping through the pages as you went. The book was filling up faster than usual. Maybe Izuku had been adding less detail because there were so many people. You recognized classmates: Mina, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Tsu. Bakugo was in there again, which surprised you since he appeared in almost every volume. The notes mentioned that Bakugo always started with a right hook, that he could make explosive shots directly lined at a target to help lessen damage, and that his gauntlets stored his sweat to increase his explosions and release a more powerful blast than his body could normally handle. Your eyes widened. That was interesting. You planned to ask Izuku later how he had learned that. You reached the spectating area. Most classmates were already sitting. You looked down and saw Bakugo alone, at least 5 seats from anyone else, close to the aisle. You walked over, flipped the page so Bakugo would not see his own weaknesses, nudged his feet off the back of the chair in front, and took the seat next to him. Bakugo asked what had taken you so long, his arms crossed and his gaze elsewhere. You answered that you had been talking with Izuku and asked why he wanted to know. He did not respond at first, and you teased him by asking if someone had missed him, leaning closer. Bakugo put his hand in front of your face and pushed you away, yelling that he would not care about an extra like you. You mocked him and asked if he could tone it down because he hurt your ears when he yelled. You crossed your arms and mimicked his posture until Present Mike announced that the round would be starting. You began flipping through Izuku's notebook to see if there was already a page for Shinso or whether you would have to make one. Bakugo looked down at the notebook and asked what you were doing. You said you were taking notes. He scoffed and questioned why you could take notes on that but not for class. You explained the notes were for Izuku and held the notebook away as you sensed his intention to grab it. He accused you of doing things for the nerd. You protested that Izuku was your brother and it did not concern Bakugo. You saw a page with your own name but flipped past it, keeping your curiosity in check since the round was starting. You found the page labeled Hitoshi Shinso with a rough sketch that lacked some details. Bakugo called it annoying. You told him to either leave or quiet down and deal with it. Your attention returned to the stadium as Izuku stepped onto the cement platform with Shinso. Shinso had purple hair and heavy bags under his eyes visible even from where you sat. Without really thinking, you corrected the sketch, adding the fluffy, darker hair, accentuating the eye bags and glare, adjusting the slouched posture and hands in pockets, and sketching the small bridge of the nose and narrow eyes. By the time you finished, everyone was shouting because Izuku had started walking out of bounds. Ojiro threw up his hands in frustration, saying he had warned him. Bakugo pointed out that once Izuku began talking to Shinso he had lost control. You added a note beside Shinso's name that his quirk let him take control of opponents when they talked or answered a question and that it seemed to end only when Shinso released it or an external force woke the victim. Bakugo commented that your handwriting was disgusting. You retorted that his gaming setup was worse. You turned back to the stadium and saw One for All activate in Izuku's finger. He flicked a shot at the ground just in time to save himself from walking out of bounds. Present Mike announced that Hitoshi Shinso's quirk was brainwashing and explained that when an opponent talked to him or answered a question he could take full control over them. You wrote quirk, brainwashing at the top of the page and added the note about how the effect was released. The two fought near the boundary until Izuku grabbed Shinso's arm and threw him out of bounds. Midnight declared that Hitoshi Shinso was out of bounds and that Izuku Midoriya would advance to the next round as she waved her whip. The tournament bracket on the screen updated to show Izuku moving forward. Bakugo asked if you would be fighting Uraraka. You asked who that was. Bakugo shrugged. You groaned and told him he would see. Cementos began repairing the floor while Izuku was rushed to Recovery Girl to have his finger treated. You turned back to the notebook page with your own name. The sketch of you was more detailed than most, which made sense since you resembled a female version of Izuku. The entry listed Y and Midoriya, quirk, quirkless, and a category labeled exceptional skills. The page praised amazing reflexes and notable physical skills for a quirkless girl. There were other notes. But as you went to shut the notebook because you had already heard most of it from him, Bakugo's hands stopped it and forced it back open. Bakugo demanded to know why the notebook labeled you as quirkless, his voice stricter than usual. You shrugged. He told you not to lie. You said you did not know and told him to stop being so nosy, rolling your eyes as you pulled the book away and closed it. Bakugo asked what was going on. You glared and asked what he meant. He muttered that he would figure it out whether you told him or not. You responded with a non-committal and held the book closely, chewing on the pen out of habit until the top was already damaged. The next round pitted Todoroki against Zero. You added that Zero could use his tape to capture and redirect opponents, until Todoroki froze it and then extended the freeze to part of the training field. You had seen that coming. Todoroki had seemed angrier than usual earlier, and when his father had been mentioned his whole posture had tensed. When Izuku entered, you nudged Bakugo's feet to hand him the notebook back and told Izuku you had added notes on Shinso and Zero and that you would probably update other entries later at home. Izuku thanked you. He started looking through the additions and went silent when he reached the Shinso page. The detail and organization caught him off guard. He turned to see you and Bakugo in a noisy scuffle behind him, each trying to shove the other away while pulling at one another's hair and shouting. Uraraka pointed at the page and complimented the drawing. Izuku, flustered, explained that it was just a notebook he kept and that you had contributed to it. Uraraka affirmed it looked good. Izuku added that he had one for each classmate, including her. Bakugo and you continued your argument, teeth gritted and voices tight, before you reluctantly let go and punched his shoulder as you ran off toward the waiting area for your match. As you walked, you saw Endeavor moving through the halls. He was huge and unapproachable, which explained part of Todoroki's intensity. Endeavor addressed you by name and then checked Midoriya's identity, momentarily confusing the two of you. He gave blunt instructions that if you faced Shoto you should fight with everything and try to make him use his flames. You snapped back that it was not his choice and that Shoto would use his abilities when he wanted to, then excused yourself and passed by. Your heartbeat spiked with the realization that you had just argued with a top pro hero, and anxious thoughts raced through your head about consequences, but they were interrupted when you noticed the door ahead and pushed it open. A staff member stopped you briefly and checked your name, then let you through in time for the announcement. The announcer declared the next match would be Yuga Oyama against YN Midoriya. You nearly froze at the bright lights and the crowd focused on you alone. Kirishima called out encouragement from the stands and told the others that you were a close friend, which eased you a little. You lifted your head and walked onto the platform. Aoyama struck a theatrical pose and asked playfully if you really thought you could beat him. You shrugged, and when the signal to start came, one for all surged through you. You dodged his laser attacks and closed the distance. After a flurry of shots, Aoyama doubled over from exhaustion, and you seized the opening, grabbing his shoulders and using your momentum to toss him out of bounds, applying the technique Bakugo had drilled into you during training. The announcer declared Aoyama out of bounds and you the victor. There was a brief wardrobe mishap during the exchange, but event staff handled it quickly. You stepped down from the platform and made your way to Recovery Girl for a routine check despite having no injuries, then returned in time for Bakugo's match and sat back down, feet propped on the chair in front of you as you leaned back. Bakugo was set to face Uraraka. She must have felt nervous. There was no sign Bakugo intended to go easy on her. From your perspective, even after training with him, the only clear improvement you'd gained was faster reaction time to avoid his strikes. You had only ever landed a punch on him once, and that had been just last weekend when an opening had appeared. He corrected himself immediately, and you had not managed a hit since. She needed a solid plan to have even a slim chance. There was no way she could defeat him in a straight fight. When the signal came to start, you found yourself at the edge of your seat. She stayed low to the ground so he would tear up the cement. It was hard to see at first, but you began to notice rubble hovering above their heads. She threw her jacket off as a diversion and came close to touching him, a move that could have decided the match, but his reflexes stopped it instantly. Time and again he forced her backward with relentless, controlled strikes. She started to look battered, and the crowd reacted. A student in the stands accused him of being a monster for going full out on a girl, and the audience began to boo. One of your classmates muttered that he was going crazy, and Izuku, standing in front of you, added that it was hard to watch. The teacher stepped in over the arena speakers and explained that Bakugo was treating her as he would any other opponent, giving her chances and knocking her down in a way that let her continue. His explanation clarified what you had been thinking. She wiped at her mouth and brought her hands together. The pile of rubble trembled and began to fall. Your heart raced as it descended toward him. You told yourself he could counter it. He always managed to pull something off. The plan seemed sound but desperate. When he raised his hand, you knew immediately what was coming. A massive shockwave erupted and Uraraka was sent flying. Everyone shielded their eyes as rocks and dust burst outward. When the smoke cleared, Uraraka lay on the platform, exhausted. She struggled to stand and made one last effort to run at him, but her movement slowed and she collapsed. Midnight signaled Bakugo to ease his stance, and the announcer declared Uraraka KO and Bakugo advancing to the next round. That marked the end of the first bracket. She would need time to recover, and you expected people would go check on her when they could. Cementos began repairing the heavily damaged stage. After a while, you could not sit still. You rose to see how she was doing while Kirishima and Tetsu prepared for their tiebreaker. You were relieved to find her in the waiting room with a few bandages but otherwise okay. She smiled and admitted she had not thought of a backup plan if that failed. You had never been close to her, but you were close to the person who had defeated her, so it felt right to check in. The next match would be Izuku against Todoroki. Considering Endeavor's earlier presence, Todoroki might be looking for your brother, and the disappointment when it turned out to be a girl had been obvious. It was reasonable to assume he had already found him. This round promised to be intense, and you had a gut feeling you needed to be near Izuku's notebook, just in case something important happened that you would want to record. It was time. Time for it to begin. Clenching Izuku's notebook to your chest, you wandered the halls, nervous for the next fight to begin. Endeavor had seemed upset earlier while looking for Izuku, and Todoroki hadn't been in a good mood today either. You guessed it was because his father was here. You couldn't imagine what Todoroki had gone through as the son of the number 2 hero. He seemed determined to beat Izuku and you since you had ties to the number 1 hero. You weaved through the crowd to your section of seating and made it just in time to plop into your previous seat, kicking your legs up to relax on the vacant chair in front of you. Present Mike began the introductions while you flipped through the notebook with the pen hanging loosely from your mouth. There it was, Todoroki's page, full of details about his quirk. It made sense his two sides were basically two quirks merged into one body. The sketch was as awful as ever, but collecting information was important, especially for one of the strongest people in the class. They stood on opposite sides of the concrete platform as Present Mike counted down. You thought Todoroki would start with an ice attack like he had against Zero, and guessed Izuku would have to counter. Bakugo laughed in his familiar, harsh voice and demanded to see the notebook, plucking it from your hands to examine it. You ordered him to stop and give it back, reminding him the round was about to start. He laughed again before setting one hand on each side of the book as if to tear it. With his strength, it wouldn't have surprised you. You told him to give it back. The pencil fell from your mouth and dropped to the floor. You insisted that you had promised to keep it safe and held out your hand demanding the book be returned. Bakugo sneered that the notebook was old and gross and mocked Midoriya, suggesting you needed to put him in his place. You demanded he stop and hand it over, but he pulled the book away before you could reach it. He told you to pay attention to the match. You insisted you were, but he asked how Midoriya had been avoiding Todoroki's ice attacks. You watched as Todoroki sent an ice blast toward Izuku and thought Izuku's counter flicking his finger and using wind force was effective, though each use clearly took a toll on his hand. You shouted at Bakugo to give the book back. He glared down and threw it behind him, saying no and arguing that since you might fight Todoroki, you needed to watch and win because he didn't think Midoriya would. You protested that if Izuku couldn't win, you couldn't either. Bakugo blocked your path by kicking his legs out. When you tried to push them, they wouldn't budge. He told you not to lower your esteem and insisted you would beat Midoriya, grabbing your arm to keep you from swinging at him and insisting quirkless people were powerless. You spat through gritted teeth that he would like to know. You pulled your arm free and hopped over his outstretched legs, and he turned back to the fight as you climbed the steps to retrieve the notebook. The rest of the class heard you, but they were so used to your arguing that no one paid it any mind. Kirishima waved at you, and you smiled as you gripped the notebook. He offered you a seat, and you accepted, glad to be away from Bakugo. He asked if you had a pen, and when you said no, he reached into his pocket and produced a Crimson Riot-themed pen. You thanked him and admired it as you uncapped it and found Todoroki's page. Kirishima watched quietly while you wrote, smiling when you took a break. The fight resumed. You saw Izuku yell at Todoroki, insisting something wasn't his, and then Todoroki's left side flared with flames. You widened your eyes. You had never seen him use that side, and the way the fire danced in the wind was mesmerizing. Todoroki's grin looked intense before the two of them clashed again. They exchanged strikes, and you noticed Izuku's hands were badly bruised and swollen from overuse. The strain on him was obvious. The professionals moved in to try to contain what looked like both of their final moves. Cementos raised concrete barriers between them while Midnight released some of her restraint-inducing gas. A massive burst lit the arena. It wasn't like Bakugo's explosions, but it was so bright everyone covered their eyes as a powerful gust swept through the stadium. The wind shook the stands and gripping the notebook was a struggle, but you managed to hold on. When the smoke cleared, both of them were still standing. The stadium fell into stunned silence. Izuku Midoriya was out of bounds and Todoroki had advanced to the next round. YN shut the book, quickly returned Kirishima's pen, and moved toward the exit. Bakugo told YN that Izuku was fine from the only entry they were headed for. Izuku had fallen after Midnight announced the end of the round, and the paramedics were rushing in. YN demanded that Bakugo move aside because YN needed to check on Izuku. Bakugo stepped into the way and remained a barrier, telling YN that they would not be allowed to see Izuku until he had been fully examined and insisting that YN sit down. YN refused, growing increasingly agitated and unconcerned with the attention from classmates. Bakugo urged YN to use their head and reminded them that their own match was coming up, that Recovery Girl would handle Izuku, and that sitting down was the sensible thing to do. As YN tried to push past him, thoughts crowded their mind. Was Izuku really okay? Their mother was probably worried at home. Izuku did not look well. His arm had been badly damaged. YN shoved Bakugo, who still did not budge, and demanded again to be let through, starting to hit him in frustration. Bakugo stood his ground and absorbed the weak blows. Kirishima intervened, taking one of YN's wrists and lowering it gently, urging them to relax and suggesting they all go sit together. YN hit Bakugo in the chest one last time, then let their head drop against the center of the fist. Kirishima pleaded for patience, saying they could all go check on Izuku later. Bakugo rolled his eyes and put his hands on YN's shoulders, insisting they sit down because they could check on Izuku in a little while. As Bakugo guided YN back to their seat, the notebook slipped from YN's hands. Bakugo, unusually calm, nodded to Kirishima instead of scolding, and then snapped that YN was like a child he had to babysit once they were seated. YN stared at the stadium, restless and worried. The thought that Izuku would be okay surfaced repeatedly but did not quiet their concern. Ida and Shizaki's round finished quickly. Once the match moved toward its final moments, YN stood and walked past Bakugo. There was no open window to check on Izuku now, and YN did not want to disappoint friends or Izuku by missing their own match, so they went to the waiting area feeling fuzzy and distracted. YN's next opponent was Tokoyami with Dark Shadow. The frustration persisted without a clear reason. YN waited in the same room while Present Mike made announcements, then walked onto the concrete and felt more defeated and irritated. A desperate thought crossed YN's mind about losing deliberately just to be sent to the infirmary and see Izuku, but that would disappoint friends and go against their principles. Present Mike began the countdown. YN stood with folded arms, staring at Tokoyami. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow and maintained a ready stance. A classmate urged YN not to give up, and Tokoyami said he would only accept victory if YN actually fought. YN, tired of yielding to others' expectations, agreed and felt power surge through them. Tokoyami called out Dark Shadow and sent it forward. YN launched into the air to evade, but Dark Shadow pursued, driving YN into the ground and cracking concrete in an explosive, anime-style impact. YN rose shakily and tried to defend, only to have Dark Shadow hit with such force that YN's right arm was severely hurt and went limp. Present Mike announced that YN's arm had taken a serious hit and that the situation did not look good, his voice booming through the speakers as YN staggered to recover. YN thought about needing to increase their power percentage, noting that shifting the percentage quickly took practice. They had not trained enough. You leaped out of the way and stayed low to avoid Dark Shadow striking you hard. How were you going to beat him? You crouched and ran toward Tokoyami, snagging a few pebbles as you moved. As Dark Shadow lunged, you threw the pebbles to distract him and whispered that you had him. You then leaped toward Tokoyami, who jumped aside just in time. Dark Shadow would recover from the harmless diversion any second, and he would not be fooled again. You paused, noticing your energy meter climbing from 5% to 9%. You pushed it further. The small increase made a noticeable difference. You flexed your foot and, relieved that you could still move, told yourself it was over for Bird Boy. You launched into the air. When Dark Shadow attacked, you charged your feet to create an air current and dodge. Present Mike shouted in disbelief that you had dodged in midair. You covered your ears for a second, then returned to the fight. You allowed yourself to fall. When you landed on your feet, you planted them and bounced around, using your quirk. The friction left small electrical afterimages that confused Dark Shadow. He recoiled toward Tokoyami, and you seized the opportunity to push and knock Dark Shadow out of bounds using your power as a boost. Present Mike announced that Tokoyami was out of bounds and that YN Midoriya advanced to the next round. You fell backward onto the concrete, breathing hard. You stood and helped Tokoyami up with your good arm, telling him that he had done a good job and that it had been difficult. Tokoyami bowed his head in acknowledgement, and the two of you exited on separate sides. In the hallway your arm ached. Officials stopped you and asked you to sit as someone would come to take you to the infirmary. You complied, and the official examined your arm. You could not lift it. The forearm felt like mush, with only your hand and the area above your elbow holding some structure. When the official reached to touch it, you winced. Paramedics arrived and carried you into the infirmary on a teammate's back to avoid jostling the injured arm. In the infirmary you were laid on a bed while they explained that Recovery Girl was in surgery with another student and they would take x-rays before proceeding so as not to risk further damage. You agreed. The x-rays revealed severe fractures in your forearm. Setting it would be complicated. After about 10 minutes Recovery Girl entered. She examined your arm and said it looked as if the bone had shattered inside. She informed everyone that you would need surgery similar to Izuku's. She directed the people at the door to come back later and drew the curtains. Being put under anesthesia and having surgery felt strange, like a foggy dream. When you woke, your arm was bandaged and seemed stable. Recovery Girl explained that she had 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news. You asked to hear them in an arrangement of good, bad, then good. Recovery Girl told you that you could still compete in the next rounds but had to be careful because she had drained a lot of your energy during the procedure. The bad news was that your arm had been badly damaged and would be left with significant scarring. You would be restricted from training for 2 weeks to allow healing, and she was only allowing you to continue because the festival was important for your future. The second good news was that you could have visitors and that you would be able to watch the other matches from a screen, though you could not leave until your next match. You asked where Izuku was, and Recovery Girl replied that Midoriya was in the other room with All Might. You asked if you could see him, and she told you that he was alright, though he would also have scars, and urged you to rest because you would need the energy. She said she or a friend would wake you when it was time. You lay under the sheets and watched the ceiling. The next matches were Bakugo versus Kirishima, then Ida versus Todoroki. You turned onto your side. It hurt, but your body gradually relaxed. You thought about staying awake so you would not miss being woken, but sleep sounded appealing. Eventually your consciousness began to fade and you fell asleep. When you woke, you groaned as soreness met you. You almost fell off the bed when you found Kirishima leaning on the bed with his arms supporting his head. You croaked his name, and he snapped upright in surprise, smiling and noting that you were awake. You said you had been taking a nap and asked what he was doing there. He explained that Recovery Girl had allowed visitors and he had come to see how you were doing. You knew your arm was still healing, but it would hold. A nearby student pointed out that Bakugo was outside the door and, arms crossed, tilted a thumb toward the door and said he could stay out there for all they cared. You huffed and leaned back, checking your arm. It was tender but usable. I can work with this, you told yourself. It was still healing, but you only needed to take it easy. The nearby student shouted for Bakugo to either go in or leave since he had already been standing there for about 15 minutes. Bakugo replied from the doorway, complaining that he was being hit. Recovery girl waddled in, firmly gripped your right arm, and informed you that the platform was fixed. She instructed you to fight Bakugo and return afterward for treatment regardless of the outcome. She rewrapped your arm and sent you on your way. You told the visitor you had to go and thanked him. He laughed and you laughed as you walked out. It was a joke and, as Recovery Girl had said, medical care after the match was unavoidable. You met Bakugo's gaze but ignored him and walked away. Bakugo confidently stated that you were not going to beat him. You replied that that was fine. He insisted he was better than you and that his quirk trumped yours. You calmly responded that you knew. Bakugo said that since you had wanted the fight, you should go ahead and try to win, urging you to use all your power. You thought that you would maybe use 9%, increasing only if desperate, and scoffed inwardly at his demand while mumbling a casual agreement. He stopped following you and moved to the other side of the arena. The announcer boomed that the semifinals had begun and declared that whoever won this round would advance to the final against Shoto Todoroki, naming Katsuki Bakugo against YN Midoriya. You covered your ears during the announcement. When the announcer called the match begun and Bakugo launched himself forward with an explosion, you turned quickly and dodged the blast. Oh no, you realized, you hadn't activated your quirk yet? You groaned and leapt aside again, narrowly avoiding his power. You considered copying Uraraka's jacket maneuver to buy time but decided against it. You needed to activate your quirk while moving, or he would gain an even greater advantage. Bakugo swung for a punch and you scooted back, focusing on feeling your surroundings. You closed your eyes and let your quirk begin to activate as you continued to back away, dodging on pure instinct just 9% for now. When you opened your eyes, Bakugo's fist was already coming at you. There was only time to slightly turn your head so the blow would not land squarely. The impact landed hard and knocked you backward, leaving you briefly dazed. You recovered quickly enough to dodge again. With your quirk engaged, your stamina rose and your reflexes sharpened. As you tried to shift the fight into a defensive position, you noticed Bakugo's hand already moving for another attack. A blast flew right next to your face. He grinned as the explosion detonated beside your right ear. You were thrown to the side and cupped the wounded area with your hand. You cried out in pain. The ear was bleeding and stung with heat from the blast. With your right arm compromised, your left arm had to be both defense and offense unless it became an emergency. You released your ear to get out of the way and rolled to the side. The crowd held its breath, watching in horror and suspense. When you landed, you planted your feet and launched yourself forward, but he stepped aside. Instead of letting you recover, he put a hand on your lower back as if to steady something and shoved you into the ground. Bakugo taunted that he had told you he was better. He smirked and placed his boot on your back, standing triumphantly. The protagonist insisted that they would not go down that easily. They used every last ounce of strength in their arms to push up. His foot dug into their back, but they built enough momentum to break free. They threw an uppercut from where they were, and he caught it. Quickly they stood to their feet. Even after all the training the two of them had done, they still could not match him in raw combat skill. They did, however, understand his fighting style better than most. It was usually calculated, though at times it could seem unpredictable. Once they saw his right hook coming on cue, they dropped their weight onto his left arm to disrupt his follow-through. He had been preparing a powerful blow and the maneuver made him grunt in pain. They released and ran toward more open ground to put distance between them. If he had not been furious before, he certainly was now. He began to give chase. To taunt him back, the protagonist put their hands to their ears and moved them mockingly, daring him to come closer. Training in the city rarely involved quirks unless there was a reason, and fighting him now was different from ordinary practice. They needed to get closer and knock him off his feet or find a way to counter his explosions. Watching him charge, A memory of how Izuku Deku created that massive blast of air clicked into place. They adjusted their power output to try to replicate the effect, pushing themselves harder. They tested 2 practice swings in the air as Bakugo ran toward them. The body was starting to protest exhaustion from the earlier treatment, and the increased power percentage made every movement heavier. For a moment it felt like blacking out could happen at any second, and they imagined the worst, thinking of what had happened to Uraraka and how badly this could end if they failed. That worry made them increase the power again until, abruptly, their legs felt weighted down and uncooperative. They could not move while Bakugo closed the distance with terrifying speed. The surge of power burned through them like a strain in the muscles and energy systems. Desperate, they punched at the air with their left hand despite how reckless it felt. If it worked as she feared, it would cause major damage, especially to her right arm if she used it. Then he unleashed a massive blast that gusted outward and knocked Bakugo backward. Her left arm suddenly stung. She looked down to see it rendered the same way Izuku's had been. How had he done that and still keep using injured limbs? Her hair fell into her face, a few strands into her mouth. She spat them out and grasped her arm. The pain was sharp. She winced at the thought of moving, but Bakugo was already coming back. Her thoughts and body begged for less power, and when she reduced the percent to 5%, she felt immediate relief. Her arm no longer felt ready to tear apart, and she could move. She ducked as his fist flew past her head, this time from a different angle. A loud ringing filled her left ear as she absorbed the impact, and Bakugo's explosions flared. The smoke formed a cloud that offered brief cover. When she glimpsed his shadow moving within it, she launched herself and tackled him to the ground. He had assumed he did not need to worry about the smoke, since she could not see him either, but she had aimed lower and taken him by surprise. She fell on top of him and began striking with controlled, not full-force blows because her power remained engaged. She demanded that Bakugo forfeit, sitting on him with her arm raised as if to threaten a blow. Bakugo ordered her to get off. She insisted again that he forfeit. He managed to free a hand from under her shoe, and in her pain she did not notice. Their eyes met, and she saw his fiery gaze soften as it took in the burns and marks on her face that would probably scar. She pressed her right forearm more firmly across his neck to keep him pinned, repeating her demand. Consciousness started to blur around the edges, but she wanted to win for Izuku, for Kirishima, even for Uraraka. Fear at the thought of losing focus made her more desperate. She held the pin, but Bakugo gave no obvious reaction. He murmured that it had been a good fight and then moved to lift his shoulder and arm. She went to stop him, but a sudden blow to the top of her head from his fist rendered her unconscious. Her body went limp on top of him. By the time the paramedics were cleared onto the platform, Bakugo was already sitting up. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her like a parent would lift a child as the medics ran over. He told them to hurry or he would carry her himself, adding that she was heavy. They put her on the stretcher and took her away. Recovery Girl checked Bakugo quickly to make sure he could still fight, then hurried to the infirmary to attend to the unconscious girl. When she woke, an orange light flooded the room, dim and calming. Her eyes adjusted and she flinched at the four in her arm, starting to tug at it. Izuku reached out with both hands and asked her to stop. She warned him sharply not to remove the four. Izuku protested that she had just woken up and asked how she was feeling, moving closer to examine her. She curled into a ball on the infirmary bed and said she was fine and only wanted to go home and sleep. She sat up fully and a loud ringing pounded in both ears. When she tried to touch them, her hands met damp bandages that left faint stains. Kirishima rose and returned with a cloth to wipe her hands, telling her not to touch the dressings. Bakugo grunted and stood up, insisting that she was fine as he had said and announcing that he was going home for dinner. She asked whether he had won. He smirked and claimed that of course he had. She lay back on the pillow. She thanked Kirishima for coming and said, laughing, that Izuku had to be there because he was her brother. Kirishima replied that it was no problem and they were friends. Izuku added that even if they were not siblings, he would still be there. She laughed and said she knew he was teasing. Kirishima gathered his things and asked how she was feeling. She told him she felt pretty good, just tired, and asked how the fight had gone. He beamed and said he had almost won, pointing to a mark on Bakugo's cheek as evidence. She smiled and thanked him, telling him to enjoy his dinner. He offered to bring her some soba, but she declined, saying her mom would likely have something ready and to let her know how it was. When the others had gone, Izuku noticed her expression change and asked what was wrong. She said her body hurt. Tears started to stream down her face and Izuku carefully hugged her, keeping his touch light. He sat at the end of the bed and rubbed her head gently as he asked where it hurt. She said everywhere sore and stiff, both arms barely able to move. He reassured her that Recovery Girl had healed most of the damage and that her body just needed time to recover, asking her not to cry and holding back his own tears at the sight of her in pain. She had always been strong, and her high pain tolerance only made Bakugo's attack hurt more than anyone expected. She told them that her ears hurt too, and tears flowed steadily as she silently begged for the pain to stop and for her breathing to settle into something normal instead of the breathy hiccups she kept making. She worried that the ringing in her ears would never stop. Bakugo fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and explained that the explosions had gone off right next to her ear. He relayed what Recovery Girl had said. Because of the damage and the blood loss, she had difficulty fully restoring the hearing, and the doctors considered her lucky to still hear without a hearing aid. She stammered in surprise, shock tightening her voice and making her breaths shorter. Each rise and fall of her chest sent another wave of pain through her body. Bakugo, letting go and gently wiping her tears away, murmured that he was just glad she was okay. He asked if she was ready to go home, then said he would fetch a wheelchair and Recovery Girl and that he would be right back. She nodded in response. Recovery Girl arrived and asked what the problem was. She told Recovery Girl that she was ready to go home, and Recovery Girl nodded. Izuku arrived with a wheelchair while Recovery Girl disconnected the four and adjusted the pressure. Recovery Girl changed her bandages one more time before she slid into the wheelchair, and she thanked Recovery Girl for the care. Recovery Girl advised her to take pain medication as prescribed for a few days and to rest from training until her arm and the rest of her body healed. She warned Izuku to make sure she followed that order. Izuku agreed. Recovery Girl waved them off, and Bakugo began pushing the wheelchair. Every crack in the sidewalk sent jolts up through her spine on the way home. At the house, her mother rushed over and hugged Izuku first because he was less injured, then cried over her in the wheelchair, telling them both how proud she was. Her mother's tears pooled at her shoulder. Izuku excused them both and rolled her into her room, helping her stand and settle into the bed. He noticed the room looked different and commented on the new drawings on the walls. She admitted that most of them were new and, with an irritated grin, told him that just because she couldn't chase him out of her room didn't mean he could snoop. Izuku protested that Bakugo saw the room more than he and their mother did, and suggested she submit the drawings for an entry. She repeated that he should leave. He teased and moved to stand just outside the doorway. She asked for a glass of water. Izuku fetched water and closed the door behind him. Lying in the dark with her phone dead and charging, she let her thoughts wander. Pain was strange. Depending on who the victim was and who caused it, it could bloom into hatred or spark unexpected bonds. The way people hunted and protected one another felt fragile and oddly beautiful. Meeting her best friend, growing closer to her brother, starting a future, everything felt connected and fragile all at once. The next few days were an absolute hell. Healing and lying in bed all day drained YN. They wanted to get up, draw, and listen to music, but Recovery Girl's orders limited movement to trips to the bathroom, and Izuku enforced them. He cancelled his plans and asked YN to keep the door open in case they needed anything. In truth, he wanted to make sure they stayed in bed. YN called for Izuku and he appeared in the doorway like a dutiful attendant. YN asked to go to the gym with a hopeful smile, expecting him to refuse. Izuku sighed and explained that YN had asked to go to so many places that day, he could not keep track of them all and that he would not allow it. They settled back into the slow rhythm of recovery, waiting for the next step. Izuku reminded them that once they were healed they could go to some of those places. They pointed out that his injuries had been bad too and that he could walk around. Izuku replied that he had not been as badly hurt. They ignored him and began to get out of bed. Letting sore muscles sit for so long made it difficult to move, but they could walk. Izuku, worried, told them to sit down and reminded them they were not supposed to move yet. They insisted they were fine, only sore. After finally sitting up, they tried to stand, but a ringing filled their ears. They gripped their head and stumbled into the side of the bed. Izuku scolded them gently while checking they were not hurt and asked if they were okay. They said it was just their ears. Izuku slowly helped them back onto the bed. He stood and then blocked her path once she had risen. He told her she was supposed to be resting. She said she would, but she just wanted to get out of there, her voice whining. He sighed and sat on her bed beside her. He told her he understood, but she had been badly hurt and her body needed time to heal, his expression turning sad. She asked if he was all right, noting that he seemed down. She looked at the vacant desk with a few scattered papers before turning back to Izuku and saying that ever since they had come home after the sports festival he had seemed different. He looked up and insisted that nothing was wrong, that everything was the same and normal. She shrugged and admitted she might not be the smartest, but she was still his twin and her instincts were telling her something was off. She grabbed his ear to make her point and demanded to know what was wrong. He laughed and repeated that nothing was wrong, only that her injuries had frightened him. He confessed that he had expected Kaken not to hold back. She interrupted, saying she would never have forgiven him if he had held back, and that she had expected this outcome because Kaken had more time to develop his quirk, was physically strong, and had amazing reaction time. She reached up and ruffled his fluffy hair the way he used to comfort her when she was upset. He smiled and told her she had put up a really good fight. He asked if she needed anything before he went back to his room. She said no, she did not think so, and mentioned that she was going to Katsuki's that night, adding that she just thought she should let him know. He stopped at the door and sighed. He looked at her in disbelief and told her she would never heal if she moved around. He insisted she could not go there because she could barely stand. She insisted she could stand and mentioned that Mitsuki was making soba that day and it sounded delicious. He raised an eyebrow and asked how she knew that. She explained that Mitsuki always told her what was for dinner, unless there was a business meeting, in which case Mitsuki still invited her over. She smiled giddily and added that her mother would not be home that night. He relented on the condition that he could push her in the wheelchair and that she would call him when it was time to be picked up. She sighed and agreed. He asked what time she was leaving. She said it was 3 o'clock, so in about 30 minutes. He told her not to do anything dumb and to keep her phone charged. She waved him off and he returned to his room. She lay back on the bed, grabbed her phone, and scrolled through social media. A group chat pinged. In the chat, the friend with the handle Manliest Man asked how she was doing. The friend called Buzzed Boy also checked in. She replied that she was doing pretty well and asked how they were. Manliest Man said he was good, and Buzzed Boy said he was doing fine. Buzzed Boy then asked if she wanted to hang out and get dinner with them that night. She apologized and said she already had plans but maybe next weekend. They responded that next weekend would be fine and arranged to meet the following Saturday. Buzzed Boy asked if she played video games. She confirmed that she did. Manliest Man expressed surprise that she played games, and Buzzed Boy invited her to play later that night. She agreed, saying it would depend on what time she finished dinner. Buzzed Boy teased that she went to bed late, and she acknowledged it with a grin. She said she would be online later. Manliest Man admitted he had never played video games with a girl before, and Buzzed Boy joked that he would carry the team. She replied that he should worry about staying alive because she was good at shooting games. Manliest Man expressed curiosity to see how skilled she was. She asked if they played with Bakugo. They replied that he would not give his username. She called him a bum and said she would fix that for them. The friends provided their usernames. Buzzed Boy used Phone Charger 8347 and Manliest Man used Crimson Riot Fan 193820. She told them she would be online around 6:30 to 7 and then put her phone on the charger. After getting dressed slowly, she stood when Izuku knocked on the door and said he had brought the wheelchair. He asked if she was ready. She answered that she was and opened the door. She mentioned that her phone was on the bed and her bag was hanging up. Izuku told her he had them and asked her to sit down. He moved the chair into place, gathered her things, and set them in her lap. YN nodded and indicated she was ready to go. Izuku pushed the wheelchair and they waited in the elevator as it took them down. When they stepped outside, dusk had settled in. YN told Izuku that nothing was wrong and insisted she was fine, that he did not need to check on her all the time because she was not a child anymore and could take care of herself. Izuku admitted he knew that, but explained that when they were little she had picked fights and their mother had asked him to make sure she did not get hurt, so it had become natural for him to look after her. YN cut him off, saying she could handle things from here and reminding him that he and Bakugo did not get along well. Izuku replied that he and Katsuki were fine and asked her to tell him when she needed to be taken back home and to promise not to move around too much. YN refused to promise, saying she could not sit still forever and had too much energy. Izuku reminded her that Recovery Girl had advised rest until she felt better and that the more she rested, the quicker she would recover. YN reassured him that she did not plan on moving a lot and that she intended to play video games with Kaminari and Kirishima. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and mentioned that they had arrived. YN looked up as Izuku knocked on the door. She crossed her arms, irritated at being stuck in the wheelchair and feeling she could walk. Bakugo opened the door with his usual abrasive energy, shouting back at someone inside. He froze for a moment, his eye twitching as he looked past YN and fixed on Izuku with clear disgust. Izuku greeted him timidly and stepped back. YN waved off the tension and grabbed Bakugo's arm to move her chair forward, calling out that she was there. As she tried to stand up, Izuku warned her to be careful, but Bakugo pushed her firmly back into the chair, scolding her for still being hurt and wondering aloud why the healer had not fully fixed her. Katsuki grabbed the back of the wheelchair and swung it forward into the house, grumbling about how stubborn she was and wondering how anyone had put up with her for so long. YN attempted to ask something, but Bakugo barked at Izuku to go away. Izuku agreed and said he would return later to pick her up. Mitsuki called from around the corner, announcing that it was time to eat and greeting YN warmly while pushing the wheelchair. She offered soba to Izuku, who politely declined. Bakugo slammed the door in Izuku's face between bickering, and the raised voices made YN cover her ears until they finally quieted. When she looked up, Bakugo told her bluntly that she looked awful. YN shot back that she could say the same about him. Masaru called from the kitchen to check if dinner was ready and whether YN was there. Mitsuki wheeled YN into the kitchen and introduced her. Masaru laughed and welcomed her, and YN complimented how good dinner smelled. He asked what had happened to her, and YN explained that she had been at the festival and that Izuku had been busy with work and training, so he had seemed tired. Mitsuki remarked that it had been a while since they had all had dinner together and asked how Inko was, and YN said that Inko was doing well and working hard. As they sat down, YN chatted with Mitsuki and Masaru while Bakugo picked at his food. YN teased him about being afraid of his parents' cooking. Bakugo glared and poked at his meal, more distant than usual. Mitsuki asked after Izuku again, and YN said he was just tired from constantly working and training. Bakugo scoffed and told YN she had been staying up late and isolating herself, implying she had been unproductive. YN defended herself, saying she had not been idle and was creating things, and Bakugo criticized her work as needing improvement, likening it to something a child would draw. YN retaliated by pointing out that Bakugo had no room to talk, teasing that she had seen a hidden collection of romance manga in his room. Bakugo slammed his hands on the table and stood up, vehemently denying the accusation. YN called his denial nonsense. Mitsuki, exasperated, raised her voice and ordered them to stop behaving like children and told Katsuki to sit down. He obeyed angrily and pulled his chair back in. YN fell silent and picked at the last few noodles on her plate, insisting that she was working on her art and hoping she might create something amazing one day. She also asserted that she did not care what he said. Masaru teased that she should finally accept that he was better than her at least in this, then cleared his throat and asked what she had been drawing. YN said she had been sketching random things and recreations, hoping one day to add original elements. Bakugo grunted that she was trying to make a series, learning to draw so she could create her own manga, and reminded her that training was necessary to become a hero. Masaru told her that sounded like an amazing idea. YN admitted drawing was more fun than training. Bakugo rolled his eyes and blamed her lack of training for the way she had gotten hurt, folding his arms and setting his chopsticks on the napkin. YN said she trained with Bakugo sometimes and hoped that if her manga became popular she might not need to become a hero for money. Bakugo snapped that she had talked about becoming a hero with Izuku for as long as he had known them. YN shrugged, unsure. Bakugo sneered, but his expression also showed confusion. Mitsuki, preparing to leave for a work call, told Masaru she would take care of the dishes and asked if YN needed help clearing anything. YN offered to sit on the floor or bed instead of using the wheelchair. Mitsuki reminded them to make sure YN did not try to walk too much until she healed, and Masaru promised to keep an eye on her. Masaru offered to carry YN up to her room and then go back to the kitchen for the dishes. He came over, leaned down, and hoisted her onto his back. YN clung to his shoulders. The movement stung a little but was manageable. Once upstairs, Masaru set her on the bed and said to let him know if she needed anything because he would be doing the dishes. YN reached for the controller and called Bakugo hothead while asking for it. Bakugo refused and told her to get it herself. She grinned and tried to stand, but he pulled her back down, scolding her for being reckless. He then tossed the controller to her and asked if she needed anything else while he was up. YN mentioned that Bakugo's romance manga were on the top shelf of his closet, having seen the open closet before. He denied it, but she continued to tease him while unlocking her phone and logging into the game account using Bakugo's console details. Masaru, Kirishima, and Kaminari were already online. Masaru confirmed that he was on and would send friend requests, explaining he was doing a favor by adding more players for future rounds. YN sent friend requests and, when they accepted almost immediately, grabbed the headset from the wall and plugged it in. She greeted the others cheerfully when she joined the voice chat. Bakugo, lying on his bed behind her and scrolling on his phone, demanded to know who she was talking to since it was his account. YN dismissed him, and Kaminari urged Bakugo not to be so harsh. Bakugo threatened to turn off the console, and YN rolled her eyes. When he reached to snatch the headset, she shoved him back and warned him off. Their friends chimed in with laughter at Bakugo's username, which prompted Bakugo to erupt in frustration and snatch the headset from YN. Kirishima and Kaminari greeted them through the headset with friendly voices. YN quickly took the headset back, put it on, and told the others she was ready. Bakugo flopped back on the bed in anger. They played for a while. Kirishima warned YN about an enemy to her left. Kaminari called out that whole squads were moving in. YN took cover, fired at two opponents and knocked them down so they could not revive their teammates. She swung around and took cover again as more opponents appeared, then finished them off at the cost of taking some in-game damage. YN announced a squad wipe and laughed off the moment. Kirishima complimented her play, and YN shrugged that the enemies had been careless. Kaminari informed her there were only a few squads left. Kirishima and Kaminari saluted playfully, and YN joked that Bakugo would get credit for those kills even though he rarely got more than one. She said she was doing him a favor, glancing to see if he was paying attention. At first he did not look up, but when he thought the coast was clear he glanced and saw her give a sly smirk. She added that calling him a noob was being generous. He snapped at her and grabbed a pillow, throwing it at her. She laughed and scolded him lightly, then moved the mic closer and whispered that someone seemed a little salty about not being the best at something for once. He insisted he was the best and had been ranked number 1 for the tournament. She pointed out that she had been too, reminding him it was a duo tournament, and she used a playful gesture when she said duo. She noted she had scored about 20 kills that round, nearly a quarter of everyone in the game. He answered that he had 5. She did the math, saying that meant she had 4 times as many as him and suggested he try math. He complained about her grades. She defended that she could get good grades but simply did not want to. He was about to respond when she interrupted to call out that Kaminari had enemies to their right. Kaminari reported he was down and had been knocked to the floor. She confirmed she had one opponent eliminated, and Kirishima added that he had taken the other and would revive Kaminari. She warned that one squad remained and instructed them to come help after reviving Kaminari. In the game she ran forward, crouched her character behind rubble, then stood and fired at one opponent. She advanced to a barricade and knocked down 2 more opponents, announcing there was one left. Kaminari praised the move. She put on the other ear of her headset and turned the volume up to full surround sound so every gunshot was sharp in her ears. She believed better audio would improve reaction time. She told the team she could no longer see the enemy and thought they had entered Building C after hearing footsteps. She guided her character into the entrance as the in-game barrier began to pull players together. She heard footsteps that stopped and suspected the enemy was a floor above. Kaminari reported he had revived and they would be right there. She ran up to the third story using proximity sound to track the shooter. The opponent was hiding and began firing. The volleys sounded very loud. Her ears started to ache, but she kept firing back. She announced she had found him and that he was almost out of health. Suddenly her headset was yanked off her head. Bakugo scolded her that it had been far too loud for her ears. She looked over and saw her character knocked as the opponent finished the match. She complained that losing the headset had caused her to die in the game and explained she was already hurt. He explained that he had been worried about the volume and that she was still healing. She tried to take the headset back, but he held it steady. She told Kaminari and Kirishima that the enemy had been on the top floor and that she had been eliminated in the match. Muffled acknowledgments came through the team chat. She agreed to turn the volume down and rubbed her sore neck in apology. He told her not to apologize and to stop doing reckless things. He loosened his grip. She took the headset back, turned the volume down, and put it on again. They discussed how they had lost despite the odds of 2 against 1. Kaminari explained they had been ambushed. She noted that they usually did not place higher than 15th, so it had been a good round regardless. Kaminari complimented her skill and admitted he had not expected it. Bakugo scoffed and said that this was what she did in her free time. She raised an eyebrow and teased that he had just complimented someone else, earning a terse retort from him. She checked the time and said it was about 10 at night, so she would message Izuku to come pick her up and head off because they had school the next day. She added that she would friend the others on her account when she got home. Kaminari feigned disappointment and asked if she might change her mind. She reminded them not to share her username once she friended them. Kirishima agreed. They all said their goodbyes over the team chat. She turned off the console with the controller and fell backward onto the bed. Bakugo, still grumbling, told her to at least turn off the TV. He got up, turned it off, and put the controller away, complaining about wasted power. She said she would if he let her do it herself. She told him she was going to message Izuku to come pick her up and teased him with a nickname. He objected to the nickname and told her not to keep shouting at him. She said he would make her go deaf someday if he kept yelling. He dismissed it and said they should go. She asked where they were going and he said he would take her home because he did not trust the other boy to make sure she got home safely. He rolled his eyes and returned to help, and motioned for her to climb onto his back so he could carry her downstairs. Surprised, she hesitated but then held onto his shoulders and he lifted her. She wondered if this was a scheme for him to drop her. He admitted it had crossed his mind but insisted she would need to train longer and joked that she was fortunate to have him as a superior. She protested lightly but went along. When they reached the chair he turned and gently lowered her into it. She checked that she had everything by feeling for her bag and phone, then nodded. Bakugo told his parents he was taking her home. A parent asked him to tell Mitsuki goodbye when the call ended, noting it had been ongoing for hours. He promised to pass the message and urged her to be safe as he glanced back from the couch. Bakugo rolled her out of the house and closed the door behind them. Katsuki began pushing YN's wheelchair down the path. The only sounds were the chair creaking with every crack in the pavement and the crickets chirping from the bushes. He grunted and asked when she would get out of the chair. YN replied that hopefully it would be tomorrow. When Katsuki asked about her grades, YN groaned and asked if they could not talk about it. He agreed and walked with his hands in his pockets, then turned the corner. YN announced that she would get up, bracing her arms to stand, but stopped when she saw Katsuki's head peeking back from around the corner. Katsuki warned sharply that she should not try to stand. YN scolded him for saying such things loudly, then playfully tapped him on the head. Katsuki raised his hand to hit back but stopped when he remembered he shouldn't touch her while she was still healing. He told her they were not going anywhere until she told him her grades. YN reluctantly listed them: DS in Math, Science and Geology, AC in English, AB in History, and an A in gym and training. Katsuki teased that those classes were easy and that even someone else probably did better, and YN insisted grades were pointless. He offered to tutor her, and she refused, joking that she did not want to be hit with paper. They arrived at the apartment building. Katsuki typed the PIN and selected her floor in the elevator. When the elevator opened, Izuku emerged from YN's apartment. Izuku explained that it was late and he had come to get YN, but he saw Katsuki had brought her home. YN thanked Izuku and used a teasing nickname for Katsuki before Izuku reached for her hand and pulled her closer. Izuku thanked Katsuki for bringing her home safe, spun the wheelchair around, and hugged YN. The sudden contact startled her. She took a moment, then put her arm around him and rested her head against his shoulder, feeling unexpectedly soothed. Katsuki watched them, rolled his eyes, and brushed off the moment, insisting not to be called that nickname as the elevator doors closed. Inside the apartment, Izuku examined YN's arms and face, asking if she was hurt. YN took his hand, lowered it, and said she was fine. Izuku remarked that Katsuki rarely did something nice for others. He opened the door and rolled her into her room, mentioning that Katsuki had complimented his video game skills earlier. Izuku suggested that she rest, and YN asked him to move the chair and turn on the monitor so she could add Kaminari and Kirishima on her account. He agreed, reminding her to keep the volume down and to go to bed afterward. YN said she would only be up briefly to add them and set up for possible future streams. Izuku helped with the monitor and then wished her good night. YN returned the good night, and he shut the door. YN's phone buzzed with messages from friends. One friend pointed out that someone with 10 million followers had added them, and another agreed it must be the person who said they would add them that night. A third friend asked what was happening, and the friend who had been added relayed that YN, someone with 10 million followers and an average of 8 million viewers per stream, had sent a request. Another friend recognized the username and then revealed that it was actually them, asking the others to keep it private but offering to include them in future streams. The friends excitedly reacted and exchanged goodnights. YN placed her phone on the charger, rolled onto her side, and pulled the blanket up. She fell asleep faster than usual, relieved to get a decent rest and hopeful that she might be back at training soon. She woke up to small knocks on her door and rubbed her eyes as a thin sliver of sunlight peeked through the blackout curtains. There were more knocks on the door and Izuku called through it to ask if YN was inside and remind her that it was time to get ready for school. YN rolled over, covered her ears, and groaned that she needed 5 more minutes. Izuku warned that 5 minutes was all the time left to get ready and that they had to leave soon or they would be late. She sat up and felt relief when her back did not hurt. YN agreed to get up on the condition that she would not have to use the wheelchair. From the other side of the door she added that she planned to try participating in training and would make the call if it became too much. Izuku cautioned that Recovery Girl would not be pleased and that Aizawa might stop her, his voice betraying a little nervousness. YN opened the door and, being about the same height, looked straight ahead. She said she was still going to try and asked Izuku to make sure her homework and everything else she would need were in her bag while she got ready. He promised to do so and urged her to hurry. YN moved to her closet and pulled out a shirt, overcoat, and tie. She sighed at the dresser when she realized she had forgotten to do laundry. None of her skirts were clean, and she could see paint smeared in places from earlier projects. She called for Izuku and asked to borrow a pair of uniform pants because all her skirts were dirty. He complained briefly about the laundry but went into his room and tossed a spare pair of uniform pants at her, reminding her they had 2 minutes left. She changed quickly, looping a belt and tightening it so the pants fit. She put on black crew socks and shoes, leaving the tie draped over her shoulders and not bothering to button the overcoat until she was on the way. She combed her fingers through her hair, grabbed her bag, and left with Izuku. Izuku commented that he was surprised at how fast she had gotten ready. YN replied that the tie was what usually took her the longest. As they walked, she buttoned the overcoat, fixed the collar, and struggled with the tie until Izuku stopped and tied it for her. It did not look quite like everyone else's, a little stubby, but she did not mind. She could not tie it herself, and having someone else do it was fine. On the walk, YN slipped her phone into a deep pocket and remarked that the school should allow everyone to wear pants because they were comfortable and had pockets. Izuku agreed that people should be able to choose between pants and skirts, and noted that some would still prefer skirts. They arrived in class and YN took her usual seat behind Kaminari. Kaminari complimented the pants, and YN laughed, explaining how fast she had to get ready that morning. She stood up, put her hands in the pockets, and then sat on top of a desk while talking with him. Kirishima soon joined the conversation. They discussed streaming. YN said she had been streaming ever since Boom Boy had gotten her into video games, and that Boom Boy was now salty because she had gotten better than him. Kaminari asked if they could join her stream and she agreed, but asked them to lower their voices. She also joked that they could have a full squad if the usual troublemaker joined. The class representative was already approaching, moving his arm to emphasize his point. YN mimicked the movement and Kaminari and Kirishima burst into laughter. The class representative reprimanded her for sitting on the desk and disrespecting the desks that upperclassmen had used, invoking his role as class rep. YN slid off the desk and they all took their seats when Aizawa walked into the classroom and stood waiting for everyone to quiet down, as he always did. Aizawa counted the time they had wasted and warned that he would ensure more demanding training that day, sounding exasperated. Before anything else could happen, Present Mic entered with a booming, energetic greeting that sent YN reflexively covering her ears. Midnight followed, entering with a confident, model-like stride and carrying a whip. Present Mic settled to the side and, with a show of dramatic exhaustion, zipped himself into a sleeping bag and plopped down on the floor. A bright yellow mass of fabric slumped out of view as he did so. The teachers explained that the class would be choosing hero names that day. They asked the students to take whiteboards and write down their ideas to share with the class for feedback and approval. YN tried to think of a name but found it hard to concentrate as the student with the grape-like hair in front of her murmured to himself. She noticed the boy at the front of the room, Aoyama, rise with his whiteboard. He struck a theatrical pose and asked everyone to hold their breath. YN rolled her eyes. Aoyama announced that his shining hero name would be I Cannot Stop Twinkling. A classmate proclaimed that their sparkles could not be denied, and the narrator groaned as a few classmates looked over. The teacher responded that the phrasing would be better and shorter, advising the student to remove the I and contract cannot to can't. She rubbed the whiteboard, wrote the revision, and turned it around for everyone to see. One student complimented the result, calling it stunning, and others murmured in surprise that the teacher liked it. Sato insisted that the French act was only an act, and the narrator chuckled along with a few others. Mina eagerly asked to go next, skipped to the board, and set her mini whiteboard on the stand. She announced her chosen code name as Alien Queen. Midnight reacted with concern, pointing out that the name recalled a fearsome creature and sounding worried about the association. Mina sulked and returned to her seat, dropping heavily into it. Tension rose as the early entries had been so unusual that others now felt pressure to be clever. The narrator leaned back in their seat and chewed on a pen, observing the rest of the class. Tsuyu stepped forward and, with her usual calm, presented a name she had considered since elementary school, Rainy Season Hero Froppy. Midnight praised the choice as approachable and an example a lot of people would like. The room began chanting Froppy in approval. Kirishima stood and announced Sturdy Hero Red Riot, explaining that it was a nod to Crimson Riot. The class continued around the room. Several solid names emerged, including Chargebolt, which Kaminari settled on after some teasing from Jiro. There were other choices like Creati, Uravity, Tailman, and Sugarman. Bakugo presented several options, but his suggestions were rejected for sounding too violent. The narrator privately thought names like King Explosion Murder and Lord Explosion Murder suited him, but they were not approved. The teacher noted that Bakugo needed to rethink his name and that the Midoriya twins still had time to decide. Deku rose to declare that his hero name would be Deku, explaining that although the name had once been used to mock him, it would become a symbol of heroism now. The teacher applauded lightly and then turned her attention to the narrator, asking if they had any ideas. The narrator admitted to not having given the matter much thought, explaining that they had been listening to everyone else and felt they could never come up with something as clever. The teacher sighed and told both Midoriyas to let the class know when they decided, muttering that she did not know when that would be. The narrator leaned back and, noticing Bakugo glaring, rolled their eyes and made a subtle rude gesture to avoid trouble. After a bit of fooling around, Midnight and Present Mike moved through the room, asking questions. When Midnight approached, the narrator covered their nose slightly at the strong scent of perfume. Midnight confirmed the narrator's identity as Midoriya and asked about their quirk, mentioning the narrator's performance at the sports festival and offering encouragement with a friendly gesture. The narrator explained that the quirk did not yet have a name but was similar to Izuku's, enhancing strength and mobility to make fighting easier. Midnight noted that Izuku's use of the power seemed to have cost him injury and asked for clarification. The narrator confirmed that they had broken an arm once during a fight with Bakugo and had been experimenting. At that moment, Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag and stood before the class, his tired eyes marking the shift back to instruction. He reminded the students that some of them had received internship requests during the sports festival, and he explained how important these opportunities were for gaining professional experience and guidance. He said he would post how many requests each person had received and that anyone who wanted to see the specific requests should ask him for printed papers. He gave a firm deadline of tomorrow for students to decide which internship to accept. Anyone who did not decide by then would remain in normal training and class. Aizawa displayed the list of requests, and only the students at the top had offers. Todoroki had 4,123 requests, Bakugo had 3,556, and the narrator had 3. The narrator felt the weight of choice but reminded themselves that they could request the full list from Aizawa to see who had offered positions. The narrator was surprised to see that Izuku had received no requests, and they imagined Bakugo's frustration at not being first. The narrator sighed at the thought. The narrator walked over to Aizawa and asked for their printed sheet to see the details of the offers. Aizawa handed the packet over and advised the narrator to consider choosing one of the higher-ranked heroes who had requested them, stressing the value of experience now that their quirk was active. A staff member told YN that the higher the rank, the more experience and tips a mentor would provide, and reminded her to keep that in mind. YN thanked the staff member as she walked back to her seat. The packet she received was full, and she was relieved it was not a worksheet. Izuku leaned on her chair and looked over her shoulder to ask who had requested her. YN admitted she did not know, that she had just gotten the list, and reminded him that he knew a lot about almost all the heroes because he used to tell her everything he wrote down. YN added that Aizawa had recommended sticking with someone higher in the rankings for more experience. YN scanned the names and was a little surprised to see the number 4 hero on her list, Best Genist. YN asked about him. Izuku explained that he was reputedly very good, concerned with chivalry and comforting the public, and that he was the highest-ranked hero YN had encountered so far. YN commented that he seemed stuck up and wondered aloud if Izuku remembered what his hair looked like. She then asked if he had received any offers. Izuku said he had not. YN shook her head in response. YN decided she would go with whoever had requested her, reasoning that a higher rank would offer better instruction, but she also decided to wait until the next day to give it more thought. Izuku tried to confirm Aizawa's advice about rank and experience, and YN agreed with a thoughtful nod. The rest of the day passed normally. As Izuku had predicted, when YN tried to sneak off to train it was shut down. First, Bakugo practically dragged her back. You had been handed over to Aizawa, and when you tried to escape he restrained you with his scarf. It felt like you needed to be babysat, and of course your friends teased you about it. After everyone finished training and returned to the classroom, you grabbed your bag and started to leave with Izuku. You peeked back through the doorway and Bakugo called out, asking if you were coming. Bakugo did not say anything else and simply stared at the packet on his desk. You shrugged and told him he was a loser. Izuku said he was excited for you and that interning at a hero agency would be a great opportunity. You replied that if you were not even allowed to train at school, you would not be able to train at the agency unless you healed, and you were relieved you had not had to bring the wheelchair to school. Izuku remembered and reached for your bag, reminding you that you were not supposed to carry extra weight. You insisted you could carry it. When you tried to grab it back, he pulled it away and reminded you of the agreement that if you did not bring the chair, you would not carry anything extra. You sighed and asked when you had agreed to that, and he glanced at you before looking forward again. You insisted that you were fine and needed to get used to carrying things again, and that you would resume training tomorrow and he would not be able to convince you otherwise. Izuku objected that you were still sore and had a limp and that it was not a smart idea. You reminded him that the limp dated back to the USJ incident, that your ankles had always been weak, and that they were still not ready. He corrected himself and said he had worded his concern poorly, then added that you should not be training yet and that you were not giving your ankles time to heal. Izuku warned that continuing like this would only cause more harm and asked what would happen if she accidentally hurt someone again or if someone else did. He reminded her that Recovery Girl had not given them additional treatment because she had chosen not to and that she had not told Recovery Girl about it when Recovery Girl had treated her after the sports festival. He said they should get the injuries looked at if they had not healed. She insisted they would never heal and that they had always been weak. Izuku suggested choosing a lower-ranked hero so it would be easier, allowing her to relax and recover. She refused and decided to apprentice with Best Jeanist instead, believing he would help her improve, teach her the ropes, and get her noticed. When Izuku asked if she had chosen a hero name, she admitted she had not and that choosing one should be her first step. She explained that a hero name was more about getting her face recognized than anything else. They entered the apartment. She took off her shoes at the door and paused to stare into the empty, dim living room while Izuku closed and locked the door behind them and set his bag on the table. He mentioned their mother would not be home that night because she had been called into work again, and she checked her phone to make sure she had not missed a message confirming it. When Izuku turned on the lights, he offered to do homework together. She looked at the pile of papers with distaste and said she would rather stream with Kaminari and Kirishima, and maybe Bakugo if she could get him to join. Izuku gave her a look, and she agreed to do the homework as long as it would be quick. Izuku said that would depend on how well she had paid attention in class. They sat together and began working through the problems. Her phone buzzed in her pocket several times. Izuku noticed the notifications and asked if he should ask Mitsuki whether Izuku could join for dinner, since he had just received an invitation. She smiled when she saw a message from Mitsuki and opened it. Mitsuki had texted that she was making rice ball for dinner and invited them to join, offering to wait if they said they would come and adding a warm hope that she was doing well. Izuku offered again to ask Mitsuki if he could come as well, noting that Bakugo might not be pleased about it. She typed a reply asking if Izuku could come too, explaining that their mother would not be home and she did not want to leave him out. Mitsuki responded enthusiastically, saying that of course he could come and that she missed little Izuku because he did not come by often. Mitsuki also messaged that they would head over soon after Izuku finished helping with the problem and signed off affectionately. She told Izuku to hurry and they prepared to leave. YN told Izuku that it was time to go. Izuku asked if she was serious. YN explained that Mitsuki had made rice ball and they would be rude to refuse. She added that she would stay between Bakugo and Izuku and they would head over after finishing the problem. Izuku kept mumbling about the equation as YN opened the other messages on her phone. Bakugo's messages were blowing up, angry, and demanding whether they were coming. YN put his messages on hide and opened the group chat instead. In the group chat, Buzzed Boy asked if anyone wanted to play that night and Manliest Man agreed. Manliest Man asked YN if she wanted to play. YN apologized and said she was getting help with math and could only play after dinner. Buzzed Boy asked if she was eating at Kaken's. YN confirmed that Mitsuki's food was too tempting and said she would try to convince that JRK to join. Manliest Man told her to have fun. Back at the table, Izuku reached over YN's paper to help, and she tried to pull it away. He finished the problem for her and said it was not a big deal, that he wanted to help because she wanted to go to Bakugo's house and he did not know how to explain it otherwise. YN insisted that she should do her own work and suggested they just go eat and she would try to figure the problem out later. Izuku answered that he did want to help. He said it was okay not to be brilliant academically and that he didn't mind helping, that he should do it more. YN admitted she often asked Bakugo for answers or copied Izuku's work and felt bad about not doing her own work. Izuku told her not to worry. Izuku set down his pencil, took YN's hand gently, and smiled as he urged them to go. YN offered to ask Mitsuki to bring some food home instead, but Izuku said he would be fine and would just try not to get too close to Kaken. YN smiled and said Mitsuki would be happy to see him. She grabbed her bag and phone, released his hand, and they left. At Bakugo's house, YN used the keychain with 2 keys, one for her house and one for the gremlin's house, and knocked twice before entering to show courtesy. She called out that she was home with a little laugh. Mitsuki invited them in and said Katsuki was in his room and could be fetched for dinner in a minute. YN told Mitsuki that Izuku had come along, and Mitsuki turned around, embraced him warmly, and ushered him to sit down. YN went upstairs to get Katsuki. His door was open and he was asleep. She imagined an audience as she teased him for being knocked out and then launched forward for a playful final takedown, landing on him and nudging him to wake him up. Bakugo snapped awake, stood up abruptly, and chased after her. YN sprinted downstairs and took cover behind Mitsuki, shouting that he was going to hurt her. Mitsuki scolded Bakugo by firmly telling him not to hurt girls and ordered him to sit down. He grumbled but stopped when his mother admonished him. At the table, YN sat to the left of Izuku and Mitsuki took the right side so Izuku would not be next to Bakugo. Mitsuki denied having woken him and told them all to be the bigger person. Bakugo turned his attention to Izuku and demanded in a low, intimidating voice why he was there. YN explained that Izuku had been invited. Bakugo responded that he had been told Izuku was coming and looked at YN with a confused, angry expression, questioning why she was stumbling over her words. YN assured him that Izuku would not be hurt and that Mitsuki had said he could come. YN asked where Masaru was, and Mitsuki replied that he had to go to a meeting. YN thanked Mitsuki for the dinner. Bakugo set plates down, sat, and grumbled. The dinner that followed was tense, with Bakugo glaring at Izuku for most of the meal. After they ate, YN and Izuku thanked Mitsuki for the food and left. Back home, YN played games with Kaminari and Kirishima for a bit, but they did not stream. Bakugo did not join since he was still upset about being woken. Later, YN got ready for bed and crashed. The next morning, Izuku called out that YN had to get up. A classmate reminded YN to tell Mr. Aizawa that they wanted to do an internship with Best Jeanist. YN answered groggily from the other side of the door and put on the same uniform as yesterday, noting that meant another day in pants. Forgetting to do laundry was a common mistake, but the clothes did not smell bad. YN decided to do laundry that night, grabbed what was needed, and closed the door. When YN and the others arrived at school, the classroom was loud, and YN was surprised that Mr. Aizawa had not yet scolded them. Mr. Aizawa entered, remarked on how long it had taken the class to quiet down, and then began instructing the students. He announced that there were still students who needed to report who they were interning with, told Midoriya to go see All Might because someone had requested to take him, corrected the name to Izuku, and then called YN to step into the hallway. YN stood and walked into the hallway. Mr. Aizawa closed the door, flipped through some papers, and asked if YN knew who they wanted. YN recalled the earlier suggestion that higher-ranked heroes would be better and said they would choose Best Jeanist, since he was ranked the highest. Mr. Aizawa, in his usual emotionless tone, asked if YN was sure. YN confirmed, and Mr. Aizawa asked YN to send Todoroki out next. YN agreed awkwardly, returned to the classroom, told Todoroki that Mr. Aizawa needed him next while gesturing toward the door, and then took a seat. YN stared at the board for a while, wondering if choosing Best Jeanist was the right decision, and why the high-ranked hero had offered them an internship. Arriving in Tokyo felt like stepping into a different world. Towers rose everywhere and crowds filled the streets near Shibuya. Midoriya stood on the edge of it all, knowing this was his chance to move forward with becoming a hero on his own. When the agency doors opened, Best Jeanist stood with his arms crossed. Midoriya had arrived a minute late, having been slowed by the crowds. Best Jeanist remarked that the situation was a mess and that, although the two had potential, their public presentation was terrible. Bakugo stood beside him with his arms folded. When Best Jeanist spoke, Bakugo turned and glared at Midoriya, loudly accusing him of showing up there. Midoriya mouthed back that he was there for his internship and asked what Bakugo was doing there. Best Jeanist explained that while both had extraordinary powers and great potential, their appearance and temper affected how the public perceived them. He told Bakugo that his temper and looks would not make people feel safe, and told Midoriya that, although his appearance helped, He lost control when irritated, which was an issue, especially when they were together. Best Jeanist admitted surprise that Midoriya had chosen this agency, but said he had expected Bakugo to choose him since he ranked highest among heroes. He had called them both in to make them more approachable to the public. Midoriya sighed and crossed his arms, asking what all of that meant and insisting that safety was what mattered. Best Jeanist replied that being a hero also meant giving people a sense of comfort and trust when they were around. He directed Bakugo to sit in one chair and told Midoriya to sit on another. Midoriya watched as Best Jeanist tried to tame Bakugo's hair, calling for gels, hairspray, and brushes until the style looked held down by an artificial stiffness. Best Jeanist then told Bakugo to change into jeans and his hero costume and said Midoriya would be next. Midoriya asked if they were really going to do that to his hair. Best Jeanist said they would style it and criticized Midoriya's hair as difficult to look at. Midoriya resisted the glare and took his seat when instructed. Best Jeanist also requested flowers. Staff brought hairsprays, brushes, and flowers. Midoriya asked if they could leave his hair fluffy because he didn't like products in it, but Best Jeanist insisted he had to look professional and could shower at his hotel that night. The stylist brushed through Midoriya's hair roughly, making it puffy, then created braids and wove flowers into a crown around his head. They wetted the lower sections and tried to tame them with limited success. At one point, a knot caused a tug that made Midoriya wince and pull away, and Best Jeanist promised they were almost finished. He said he would teach them basic interaction skills and begin training, with patrols starting the next day depending on how much they accomplished that day. Midoriya sat back and sighed, thinking he had made a mistake. Once the styling was finished, Best Jeanist handed Midoriya a pair of jeans and sent him to change. Midoriya grabbed his case and found his hero costume neatly folded inside. It consisted of shorts and a shorter shirt, the opposite of what he had requested, with a hood styled like All Might's hair and a mask similar to Izuku's. He tossed the jeans aside. They felt heavy and unworn. He adjusted the belt on the shorts to make them sit longer and tied his hair into a ponytail, messing up most of the styling except for the flower crown. He tried to fit his phone into the tiny pockets on the shorts and grew more annoyed. When he came back out, Best Jeanist asked where the jeans were and what had happened to his hair. Midoriya began to explain his objections to the outfit and the styling, but Bakugo interrupted, crossing his arms and stating firmly that obedience wasn't Midoriya's thing. Bakugo rolled his eyes and looked away. Best Jeanist said he would report the matter to Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya reacted by insisting he did not want to wear jeans or have his hair styled that way, questioning why appearance mattered when the goal was training and safety. He argued that he would have been fine without the flowers, since what truly mattered was protecting people. Best Jeanist countered by asking Midoriya to consider how the public would feel if they only saw heroes in action and never had a chance to interact with them. He pointed out that a hero who seemed scary or unapproachable would have a harder time earning trust, no matter how effective they were. Midoriya asked why appearance should influence trust if a hero still protected people. Best Jeanist explained that approachability and a sense of comfort were part of the job. The stylist reminded Midoriya that this was why he had made the offer and urged him to change into the jeans. Midoriya refused, saying jeans made him slower. Best Jeanist concluded that Midoriya would not be allowed to train that day. He told you to go to your hotel room. He sounded more like a parent losing control than a hero trying to help others. You said that you would train on your own and asked if he was seriously trying to dictate what you wore even if it hurt your abilities, comparing it to asking someone not to become a better hero. He responded that considering you had come for his advice and were not listening, you apparently did not want to be a hero, and that acting the way you were, you would never become a hero. You bit your tongue, looked at him and walked out. You gripped your phone and grabbed the case with your regular clothes as you left the building. You tried calling your friend Izuku, but he did not pick up, so you sent a message saying you would probably be home by tomorrow, even if he was not there, and that you did not like Best Jeanist. You walked toward the hotel, hoping for a sign that would convince you to stay or that you might be able to join where Izuku was interning. You checked in after confirming you were learning from Best Jeanist and went up to your room. You sat on the bed, turned on the TV, and eventually fell asleep. When you woke it was dark and dinner time. You blamed yourself for not setting an alarm. Izuku still had not responded, But Bakugo had sent a flurry of angry messages demanding answers, asking whether you were at the hotel and what room you were in, and alternating between aggression and offers to pay for your dinner. He finally settled on a plan to bring a bento box and demanded you tell him your room. You rolled onto your back, sighed, and checked what was on TV before scrolling through your social feed. It was already 7:30, the realization hit how late it was. A message finally came from Izuku. He asked if everything was okay and how your internship was going. You replied that you did not like Best Jeanist and asked about his. Izuku explained that he was working with a former hero named Gran Torino, who had been All Might's homeroom teacher and had worked with the previous holder of One for All. Izuku said Gran Torino had helped him develop movement techniques similar to yours and that he was training all night. He told you that Gran Torino believed Izuku had a real chance and was helping the power form and use itself better, which made you happy for him. You put Izuku on speaker while scrolling through social media. He told you he missed seeing you and that it felt strange not to run into you at school. You reminded him it had not even been a day and that he would be fine. He thanked you and returned the sentiment, saying you were both in a strange but exciting place, going from quirkless to working under the #1 hero and moving toward the heroes you had always dreamed of being. 3 loud knocks at the door startled you so badly you dropped your phone on your face. You picked it up and told Izuku that Bakugo was at the door with food and that you would talk later. Izuku asked whether Bakugo had chosen Best Jeanist too. You replied sarcastically that he had, and then told Izuku to be safe and that you would talk later. You told him to take care. Izuku replied in kind and ended the call. You opened the door as Bakugo was about to pound on it again. He walked in and set down bags of food. He asked who you had been on the phone with, and you told him it was Izuku. Bakugo grumbled that you did not need to be an a-hole about it. You climbed onto the bed and started pulling out your food. Bakugo asked what was wrong in a clipped, short tone without making eye contact. You said nothing was wrong and that you were hungry. He told you to eat. You pointed out that you had him bring the food because you were hungry and thanked him, then asked where his room was. He told you it was 1 door over to the right. You nodded and continued eating. He began eating his own food but suddenly demanded to know what was wrong with you for not giving him a snarky reply. You said you were simply eating and to leave you alone, thanking him for the food and telling him he could go. He continued to press, shouting about finding out eventually. You told him to leave it alone and asked when he ever cared about anyone other than himself. He bristled but finished his meal without pushing further and then left. Once the door shut behind him you locked it and listened to the neighboring door open and close. You thought about how little he seemed to care and reminded yourself that you helped others because that was how it worked for you. Help others if you can with their problems, and do not burden others with mine. If anyone should understand that, it was him. Maybe not who really knew. You leaned against the door and slid down to the floor, phone in hand. You wanted to cry but could not find the reason. You felt the weight of guilt and pressure pressing down, but the tears would not come, so you rose slowly and went to bed. The next morning you dressed in your hero costume. Your hair was a wreck from skipping a shower, so you tied it into a knotted ponytail and left it as it was. You grabbed your phone and walked out at the same time as Bakugo, and the two of you made eye contact. You greeted Bakugo cheerfully and called him Kakin. Bakugo snarled and demanded to know what was wrong with you for smiling in the morning and for using that nickname. You raised an eyebrow and replied that you would not say hi next time, teasing that you might call him Boom Boy, then started to walk away. Bakugo snapped at you, and you shrugged at his response. You asked whether he was going home. Bakugo pointed out that he was in his hero suit and would indeed be going home, glaring as he said it. You punched his shoulder lightly and laughed, asking him to lighten up. He passed by silently. When you neared Best Jeanist Agency, you asked Bakugo if he was okay. Bakugo answered that he was fine and vowed he would win, clarifying that he meant the training exercises that day. You admitted you did not care much for the exercises and were mostly staying to be seen, planning to keep your presence for appearances. The two of you entered the bright building and returned to the room where you had trained before. Best Jeanist stood at the door with his arms crossed and acknowledged your return. Best Jeanist instructed you to begin training immediately and explained the conditions. Double training that day, attendance at the lectures from yesterday and the one he was about to give, and a second training portion to follow after the lecture. If you did not finish the training by the end of the lectures, you would need to restart from the beginning after both lectures. You acknowledged the order. Best Jeanist outlined the workout. A 5-mile sprint, 20 suicides, 30 sets of weights with what you could lift, followed by basic cardio and muscle-strengthening exercises. He listed the bodyweight work as 100 sit-ups, 30 push-ups, 150 jumping jacks in groups of 3, 50 burpees, 5 minutes of agility hops with one set forward and the other side by side, and 3-minute planks between each set. After that you could take water and repeat the circuit with intensity reduced by about a third. You asked how long his lecture would take, and he estimated roughly 3 hours. You asked if he could wait for about 40 minutes so you could finish in time, explaining concern about staying too long and losing sleep. Best Jeanist questioned whether you understood pacing and the risk of wasting energy, but you insisted that 40 minutes might be enough if you pushed your body. You offered for others to watch and requested that someone tell you how much time had passed every 10 minutes. Best Jeanist conceded that you might finish the 5 miles in 40 minutes and said this was your chance to prove yourself. You and the others moved to the training area, a large space with a marked 5-mile loop. You took your place at the line, inhaled deeply, and resolved to push past your limits and train your body without relying on powers. Best Jeanist gave the start signal, and you began running at a controlled yet determined pace. He announced 10 minutes had passed when you hit the 3rd lap. The goal felt daunting with another full set of exercises ahead, but you pressed on. You completed the next 2 miles quickly and moved directly into the 20 suicides and weight sets. Best Jeanist warned that you had less than half your remaining time. Your body protested with burning muscles and fatigue. Everyone knew you had strong physical skills, but this routine was brutal for anyone without speed or agility enhancements. Sit-ups, push-ups, and jumping jacks taxed your core and arms, followed by burpees, agility hops, and planks that pushed you toward the edge of giving up. Stress from the ticking clock made it worse, but the desire to prove yourself kept you going. You skipped a water break and ran another mile rather than risk slowing into 2 miles. You pushed through until someone called out that you had less than 10 minutes remaining. Bakugo barked corrections and rapid counts, enumerating the remaining sets and repetitions more aggressively than you had been keeping. He told you the exact numbers left: 6 suicides, 10 sets of weights, 33 sit-ups, 10 push-ups, 50 jumping jacks, 16 burpees, roughly 90 seconds of hops, and a 1-minute plank. You gasped your thanks, barely audible, and focused on completing the timed hops and plank. Best Jeanist called out that you had 2 minutes left and a total of 5 more minutes to finish the set, urging you to complete the circuit. You pushed through the final seconds, muscles screaming but resolve holding. You finished the required work within the pressured time frame and allowed yourself a brief moment to breathe and drink, already planning how you would tackle the intensified session later and stay a little longer than the others to make your point. Best Jeanist told you that you hadn't accomplished your goal as you prepared for your plank, since you had just finished your first interval of hopping. He said part of being a hero was being able to do what you promised and that you still lacked the fundamentals. You retorted that finishing 3 minutes late was acceptable, that he could not have done half of what you had done in that time, and that you had not used a quirk. Best Jeanist's eyes widened as he glanced at Bakugo, who tooted and crossed his arms. After finishing, you lay on the grass for a minute. It was cold and felt good. You explained that you only missed the time because the last sets had been timed and reminded him that all of that had taken roughly 40 minutes without using any quirk. Pushing yourself up, sweaty and with your legs threatening to give out from exhaustion, you thanked Katsuki for the math help. He rolled his eyes, tossed your water bottle back to you, and began to walk into the building. You started to follow, but Best Jeanist stopped you to ask more seriously whether you had really done it without any use of your power. You answered that you had. He admitted it was impressive and praised you, then warned that physical ability alone did not make a hero. He insisted you needed to learn to control and display your emotions and said you were not getting out of the lecture because it was important. He also warned that if you disrespected him again, he would send you back with your teacher from UA. You said you understood and explained that you would not wear jeans because they made you slower and were heavy, and that your hair in its current style hurt your head, so you would put it in a ponytail. Best Jeanist called you overdramatic. You clarified that you were stating a practical concern and that your teacher would agree if something hampered your abilities. When he demanded obedience, you replied that it depended on the order and that you had chosen this agency only because Aizawa had recommended it, advising you to go with the highest-ranked hero. Best Jeanist observed that you only seemed to listen to a few people. You shrugged with an unamused look. He said you would eventually grow to respect him and directed you to the lecture, pointing out an open chair next to Bakugo that they kept for guests. You entered the cool building, letting the air conditioning wash over you, and rode a quiet elevator to the lecture floor. The chairs were staggered and a whiteboard stood at the front. You sat next to Bakugo, who said nothing. Best Jeanist arrived with a folder and began the lecture, repeating the importance of pleasing the public and making them feel safe even when not fighting crime. 30 minutes in, Bakugo kept nudging you to keep you awake. Best Jeanist's speech blurred together as he went on about public image and responsibility. You tried to keep your eyes open, but fatigue won out. Bakugo pushed your head and warned you that Best Jeanist would catch you slacking, muttering that you were dumb. You mumbled that you needed 5 more minutes and let your eyes close again, satisfied that you had proven the high-ranked hero wrong by completing the exercise. The scene shifted suddenly. You looked up and saw the edge of a building with someone standing there. The figure jumped. From a distance you recognized the same green, fluffy hair you had. You reached out and tried to scream his name, but no sound came. Everything moved in slow motion. You covered your ears and tried to call, but your voice would not come. Izuku was falling, and panic rose because if you did nothing he would not be here with you anymore. When he hit the ground, motion snapped back and you lunged forward, sliding to him. He lay motionless. You scooped him up, knees skidding, and felt how limp and unresponsive he was. A person you could not identify pulled you away and urged you not to look, but you fought past them and returned to Izuku. She searched for any glimpse of hope that he might survive, that everything would be all right, but there was nothing. She cried out for someone to help him, holding one of his hands close to her chest and gripping it tight. The crowd fell silent at the sound of her voice, which cracked and pleaded with a sadness that felt like losing everything that had ever mattered. Her chest sank until there was nothing left, leaving an empty shell of a person who had lost the will to go on. Tears streamed down her face without stopping, slipping between her fingers and making it harder to hold on. She felt hopeless with no way back. When she opened her eyes and saw Best Jeanist still speaking, she lifted her head, still shaking slightly. She noticed Bakugo stretching his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Bakugo asked why she had been crying in her sleep, his tone demanding but quiet. She denied it, though Bakugo gave her an unconvincing look. She wiped a tear from her cheek and said it had only been a dream and that she was fine. Bakugo made a sharp sound and told her not to sleep on his shoulder next time because it was starting to annoy him. She was surprised that he had let her rest on him and questioned what had happened to his usual habit of pushing her away when she started to nod off. Best Jeanist interrupted, asking if they were done talking because he wanted to continue. They both fell silent and she replied that they were. Secretly, she pulled out her phone, lowered the brightness, and texted Izuku. He replied much more quickly this time, which helped her relax. The contact name on her phone read Broccoli Bro. Izuku asked if she was okay. She told him she had had a nightmare. He asked if she had fallen asleep during training. She explained that she had actually fallen asleep during a lecture. He expressed surprise that Bakugo had let her fall asleep. She said it had been about him and that she had wanted to make sure he was all right. He offered to talk later, and she replied that she did not need to. He thanked her for checking in and said he had to go. She put the phone away with a sigh and looked back up toward Best Jeanist, who had not noticed anything beyond their earlier conversation. It would be okay. He would be okay. Izuku would never do that. It had only been a nightmare, she told herself. The instructor concluded the lecture and asked Bakugo and YN if they had caught everything. YN answered that they had, trying to appear like they had not just woken up a little earlier. The instructor then asked Bakugo the same question. Bakugo responded impatiently and demanded to start doing actual hero work. The instructor warned Bakugo to watch his tone and reminded him it was about DLVY. YN covered their mouth to suppress a laugh. Bakugo called YN a jackass and bopped the top of YN's head. YN protested and moved to hit him back. One of the staff ordered them to knock it off, get outside with the others, and act professional. YN mimicked the instruction while standing up with an eye roll. The instructor added that YN would run an extra mile. YN rolled their eyes and began to leave. The instructor increased it to 2 miles and warned that a continued attitude would lead to more. YN muttered and walked off, thinking that having decent physical ability did not mean they actually enjoyed working out. Bakugo told YN to shut up, and they continued bickering in the elevator about the training and wasted energy. YN teased that Bakugo spent a lot of time with his mother. Bakugo angrily denied it. When the doors opened, YN shoved Bakugo aside and strode straight to the training area. They traded insults and grins, and YN suggested Bakugo needed to work on his anger management. Bakugo snapped that YN seemed upset about the extra miles, and YN admitted being annoyed but insisted it was not Bakugo's fault. They teased each other about being lazy or boring before YN headed to the track to start the 7 miles they had been assigned. YN stretched and muttered that the whole thing was ridiculous. A classmate who had been working with Best Jeanist approached and told YN they were impressive for running so much. YN thanked them. The classmate then asked if YN was Midoriya, and YN confirmed and asked for the classmate's name, but Best Jeanist interrupted before he could answer. Best Jeanist announced the drill. He told everyone to do it as usual, but said that YN would run an extra 2 miles and then follow the rest of the training. He instructed the others to cheer YN on to keep them motivated. Anger swelled in YN at Best Jeanist's decision, and they resolved to leave everyone in the dust and then rest afterward. YN warned Bakugo that he was going down as Best Jeanist signaled the start. By the 6th mile, YN's legs were getting weak. The continuous exertion was too much for one person in a single day. Bakugo ran past, telling YN to get out of the way and refusing to let them beat him. YN picked up the pace and reminded him they were supposed to be doing the tougher, suicide runs with the others, but Bakugo insisted they had to finish. They pushed themselves harder, each determined not to let the other win. The others watched as the two raced, the outcome becoming increasingly clear. YN's vision began to blur and fatigue closed in. They crossed the finish line next to Bakugo, tried to keep going, and then everything went dark as exhaustion took over. YN fell forward and felt someone catch them. YN's eyelids fluttered open to see a bright ceiling light. Best Jeanist asked if YN was okay in his calm, deliberate way that was both soothing and hard to listen to. YN did not respond beyond closing and slowly opening their eyes. Bakugo said he would take YN back to the hotel and get them dinner. Best Jeanist hesitated, noting that Bakugo could be rather violent, and offered to send someone else, but Bakugo insisted that he had taken care of YN already and would not hurt them. Bakugo promised to have YN back in the morning ready to run. Best Jeanist warned Bakugo that if YN was not back by morning he would be held responsible and face consequences, and he emphasized that there should be no funny business. Bakugo scoffed, hoisted YN over his back with a sweaty grip, and began to carry them away. YN, half-conscious, felt their heart rate rise and wondered if they were safe as they were carried. Best Jeanist called after them and asked that they call the agency once they arrived safely. Bakugo insisted that it was his job to make sure everyone was safe, and someone answered him with a dismissive, raspy whatever. The ding of the elevator as Bakugo started walking out stirred you awake. Shapes began to resolve in the dim light, but the distant noise of the city ached in your ears. The contrast between the near-silent room and the busy street was unpleasant, and you tucked your head down to block the sound. Bakugo asked if you could walk. Just the thought of answering made you tired, and he grunted as he continued toward the door. The rhythm of his steps was almost calming, but exhaustion made it irrelevant. This was different. He had never been this gentle with you before. Usually he would shake you awake and demand you move. At his house he would tell you to hurry because he was tired and needed to make sure you got home safely. He would send you to the kitchen to wait until his mom could take you. He would insist you call Izuku and then end up escorting you home himself because he couldn't trust anyone else to keep you safe. But now he carried you back to the hotel and scolded you in a softer tone about going to bed earlier and eating dinner. You managed a small nod. A few minutes later, sliding doors opened and a cool blast of air conditioning swept the room. Bakugo cleared his throat and informed you that they were interning at Best Genus Agency, rooms 602 and 604 on floor 16, and told you to call them to let them know you had arrived safely. He added a gruff please at the end. You offered to help and asked if she was okay or if medical attention was needed. Bakugo said he had it handled, but requested that the agency send some paper towels, the cheap brown ones that go almost transparent when wet. The elevator dinged and you heard the lock click as the door to your room opened. You were suddenly thrown onto the bed. Landing on the hidden chip bags you had stashed woke you up properly. You groaned in pain and asked what you had landed on. Bakugo snarled that you had landed on your chip bags and accused you of being hungry. You defended yourself, saying you were hungry, and moved the crumpled bags. He complained that you had ruined the only ones with a chance. When you asked what he wanted for dinner, he offered to pay for udon from the place across the street but said he would take the $1 you had brought and cover the rest. You thanked him, and he replied that he knew he was the best. A knock at the door announced the paper towels. Bakugo answered, took them, and slammed the door. You sat up, hopeful that the food was already there when you heard water running in the sink. Bakugo returned, smacked a paper towel onto your forehead, and pushed your head back down onto the pillow, ordering you to lie back and not sit up until he returned with the food. When you peeled the paper towel off your head, he shouted to keep it on and then left, slamming the door behind him. You rolled onto your side and tried to get comfortable. Later, you checked your phone and read a string of messages from a contact labeled Broccoli Bro. The messages exchanged were casual. The contact asked if you had gone that day, and you replied that he had made you run 12 miles and do exercises afterward. The contact expressed concern about overheating, and you said you were fine and that Bakugo had brought you back to the hotel and had just left to get food. The contact told you good night and said they loved you. You replied with a reciprocal good night and love, reminding them to be safe since you would both be returning the next day. You scrolled through social media for a moment before hearing the click of a lock and sitting up when Bakugo returned with the udon. He handed you a bowl, changed the paper towel on your forehead again, left one of his room keys, and took one of yours, explaining that it was in case of emergency so he could come in and help. You warned him that if he woke you in the middle of the night he would be in trouble. He retorted that he would be sleeping. He left, and you called after him to shut the door, which he obeyed with a semi-loud slam. You fell asleep almost immediately, and in that sleep everything felt peaceful. A bright day, small fluffy clouds, and grass underfoot. That calm lasted until a sudden thump woke you. Another lower thud followed. You sat up groggy and checked the time, 4:12 a.m. The room was dark. From the direction of Bakugo's room you heard something skid across the floor and then a sharp noise as something hit the ground. For a moment it took you to register where the sounds came from. You peeled the paper towel off your head, grabbed the key Bakugo had left, and hurried out of the room. Your hands fumbled with the key as worry raced through your mind. What was wrong? Was he okay? Until the lock finally turned and the door opened. You slipped inside quietly and found Bakugo curled in the corner of his room, huddled into himself and covering his head. Moonlight glinted on him, and sweat made his shirt cling to his skin. He looked shaken and unwell. You asked quietly if he was okay, dropped the card in your hand, and ran over to him. YN dropped to their knees and tried to get him to meet their eyes, but Bakugo swung toward them. The rush of air from his fist brushed YN's skin and made their heart skip a beat. Bakugo let out a sharp, angry sound and prepared to strike again, but YN caught his arm as it flew past and identified themselves, urging him to stop. Bakugo ordered YN to get back and to stay away, his voice trembling, and then he erupted into more violent shouting. YN ignored the insults and asked what was wrong, asking him to look at them. They lifted their hand from his arm and gently tried to turn his face. Bakugo's palms flared with light, and YN dove back as a small explosion detonated. It was loud and startling and could have caused harm. Bakugo mumbled incoherently while YN moved closer and knelt beside him, telling him it was okay and asking him to explain. Instead of forcing his attention, YN placed a hand on his head. Bakugo flinched at the touch, as if he could not see them clearly. YN called him Boom Boy and sat back, trying to make out his features as his body trembled. YN began to ask him to tell them what was wrong but was interrupted when he suddenly lunged forward and wrapped his arms around them. YN froze, wide-eyed and surprised, then eased their arms around him in return. Their hands barely reached his back, but something felt off. YN realized it might have been a nightmare when Bakugo's trembling eased and he pulled back enough to sit up. In all the years they had known each other, they had never hugged unless it led to fighting, so seeing him so vulnerable made it clear something serious had happened. Bakugo barked for YN to leave and pushed them away before steadying himself by grabbing the bed frame. He seemed exhausted and fragile in a way YN had never seen. Bakugo demanded to know why YN was still there, reminding them that they were only supposed to enter the room in an emergency. YN explained that they had woken to noises and had come to make sure Bakugo was okay. Bakugo snapped for them to go away, then bristled at the suggestion of needing help, lashing out with insults about weakness. YN responded that he was not the same as Izuku and pleaded with him to stop treating them as if they were beneath him, insisting they only wanted to help and asking again if it had been a nightmare. Bakugo cursed and told YN to be quiet. YN asked if the nightmare was connected to the sludge villain at USJ and suggested that it could be a PTSD episode. Bakugo ordered them to leave, but YN refused to go until he explained what had happened. YN said the way Bakugo had gripped them earlier proved he had been scared, and that alone was reason to stay. Bakugo denied YN's interpretation and moved closer. YN reacted instinctively and slapped him across the face, then immediately apologized, saying the action had been instinctive. Their voice softened as they urged him to get a grip, reminding him that nobody was out to harm him, especially not YN, and that he would only hurt himself by shutting everyone out. YN told him that needing help or a chance to talk did not make him weak and asked him to stop thinking that way. Bakugo told them to leave, but YN refused. They reached up, tugged his arm, and persuaded him to sit down. Bakugo breathed deeply and stared at the floor before glancing up. His usual sharp eyes looked dulled and sad. He repeated that he did not need help from someone he considered weak. YN pleaded once more, insisting they wanted to help and promising not to judge him. For a brief moment Bakugo's expression softened and he admitted it had been a nightmare. He asked YN to mind their own business. When YN asked if it was the sludge villain that had caused the flashback, Bakugo nodded and turned his head back down. YN leaned forward and drew him into a comforting hug, telling him firmly that it had not been his fault. Bakugo hesitated, then returned the hug more relaxed than before. YN repeated that it was not his fault and offered to leave once he was ready, mentioning that it was almost time to head back to Best Jeanists and that it was the last day of the internship. After a short silence, Bakugo released the hug and stood up, composed again. He offered his hand to help YN to their feet and ordered them out of his room, insisting they had been told to leave many times before. YN teased that he could wake them in 30 minutes, then walked out waving. Bakugo called after YN to hurry and get ready. YN shouted back that they had never changed out of their hero suit and closed the door. About an hour later YN yawned as they walked into Best Jeanist's agency. Best Jeanist asked if they were feeling better, and YN said they were, attributing their state to exhaustion rather than anything serious. Best Jeanist confirmed that Bakugo had brought YN home safely the previous night, and Bakugo affirmed that he had done so and that the front desk had called. Best Jeanist then addressed the group and explained that they would be patrolling since it was the last day of the internship for Midoriya and Bakugo. He instructed those not in costume to change and told everyone to break into their regular patrol groups. Bakugo and Midoriya would accompany him. He planned to run through the basics with them and asked the others to report any suspicious activity without getting directly involved. The group murmured their agreement, and Best Jeanist dismissed them to prepare. Best Jeanist announced that Bakugo and Midoriya were already dressed and that they should get going. He led them out of the building and walked the streets with them. Midoriya asked with a sigh what the point of the exercise was. Best Jeanist explained that a hero's job was not only to fight crime and villains but also to give the public a sense of peace and hope. A group of excited girls ran up when they recognized Best Jeanist and asked for pictures. Best Jeanist agreed and told Midoriya and Bakugo to watch and learn as he posed for photos. While his back was turned, Midoriya leaned closer to Bakugo and asked quietly if the whole thing struck him as pointless. Bakugo crossed his arms and grunted that he did not agree. They fell into an awkward silence until Best Jeanist returned. Best Jeanist reminded them that when they became professional heroes they would need to manage their presentation and make people feel safe with their presence. Bakugo muttered dismissively, but the conversation was interrupted by a small group of children who recognized him. Bakugo knelt to their level and offered an autograph. One child brought up Bakugo's earlier trouble with the sludge villain and suggested he had needed help. Bakugo snapped angrily and threatened to prove himself when he became #1 hero. Best Jeanist intervened, reprimanding Bakugo for scaring the kids and pointing out that his behavior was the opposite of the calm, reassuring image they were trying to project. Bakugo muttered that making people feel safe was whatever and barked for the children to get away. They ran off crying. Midoriya teased Bakugo about his hair and the autograph offer, and Bakugo lashed out with a sharp retort. Best Jeanist scolded them both and told them they would patrol for another 2 hours, reminded them to prepare and not to wear their hero costumes home, and warned them to stop fighting because it made heroes look foolish. Midoriya admitted that it sometimes felt like they were a joke, and Best Jeanist urged them to remember the lessons he had taught. When they finished patrol, nothing notable had occurred beyond fans asking for photos and Best Jeanist quickly restraining a few petty thieves with his threads. Back at the agency, Best Jeanist pulled Bakugo and Midoriya aside, complimented their potential, expressed satisfaction that they had chosen the agency, and reiterated how public appearance affected their ranking. He warned them he might ask them to return for more training if they did not learn, and told them once more to stop fighting because it made heroes look bad. Midoriya and Bakugo were told to get going. Midoriya said goodbye and stepped out of the agency, telling Bakugo that he was sick of the place. Bakugo snapped that he was fine and to leave him alone. On the elevator down to their rooms, Midoriya advised Bakugo to try to fix the furniture he had left in disarray. Bakugo promised he would. In his room, Bakugo slammed the door and yelled at Midoriya to leave him alone. Midoriya sighed, removed his hero suit, showered quickly, changed into sweatpants and a hoodie, and packed his bag. He knocked on Bakugo's door and asked if he was almost done. Bakugo said he would be right out and slid his room key under the crack in the door when Midoriya asked him to. Midoriya went down to the lobby to check out and waited on the couch until Bakugo came down and checked out too. On the train back to Shizuoka Prefecture, neither spoke. They both stared out the window with earbuds in, listening to music. Midoriya dozed off and woke to the train's noise, scrolling through his songs when his phone. He answered cautiously and was informed that his brother and 2 classmates had been injured in a recent attack involving the hero killer and a Nomu in Hosu. The hospital representative assured him that they would be fine and that visitors were allowed, and that the brothers' release should be expected in a day or 2. Midoriya thanked them and hung up, feeling his face flush as other passengers glanced his way. He apologized quietly for the disturbance and put his music back on. Shortly after, Izuku sent a string of texts. Izuku apologized and said he had told the others not to call but had overheard someone speaking to Midoriya. He asked if Midoriya was okay and told him to stay safe. He teased briefly that he would not come see Midoriya as a small punishment, then added that he would see him when he got home. Midoriya replied that it was okay and that he would be fine. Bakugo messaged that he would be let out soon. YN replied that she would probably have to calm her mother down because of him. Bakugo insisted it had been an accident and apologized. He asked how her internship had gone. She said it was fine, and he told her not to change the subject. He admitted he was curious, then asked if she was on her way home. She confirmed she was, and he told her to be safe and that he'd see her when he got home. YN refused to respond to the be safe reminder, and Bakugo teased that she would be back from her cell soon. On the train, the speakers buzzed. YN did not notice her stop until Bakugo grabbed her arm and helped her out of the seat, calling her a dumbass and pushing her to move faster. YN picked up her pace toward the apartment, teasing that she'd see him at school and calling him a loser. Bakugo scolded her for walking too fast and for having her earbuds in so loud. She resisted, but when he tightened his grip on her wrist, he insisted she remove one earbud because it was bad for her hearing. YN tensed and pulled her arm free, asking what he wanted. Bakugo said he was making sure someone like her got home safely. YN leaned her head on his shoulder in resignation and agreed to go along. When Bakugo demanded why she had to come, she tested him by suggesting she might not be going home. Bakugo countered that she never left the house except for school, or the grocery store. YN revealed that she had been planning to visit the hospital and invited him to come. Bakugo sneered and begrudgingly followed. At the hospital, YN checked in for a visitor and went up to a room while Bakugo waited in the lobby. She knocked, and when she entered Izuku's room he lit up with a big smile and relief at seeing her. YN stepped into his outstretched arms and held him, asking if he was okay. Izuku assured her he was, but he looked pale and bandaged. Izuku explained that they had been on a train that was attacked. He had tried to follow orders to stay put but had intervened when he saw Ida cornered by the hero killer. A fight had followed. Todoroki and Izuku had worked together to subdue their attacker, and Izuku had been seriously hurt during the struggle. He paused, then added that Endeavor had ultimately taken down the hero killer and that he was grateful to be alive. YN listened and promised she would keep the information they were not supposed to share. Izuku smiled and hugged her tightly, relieved that she was there. After some light conversation to lift the mood, YN checked the time and said it was almost dinner and she should head home. She mentioned that Bakugo was probably waiting in the lobby. Izuku asked YN to tell Bakugo he said hello and asked to talk about her internship the next day when he could get out. YN agreed, waved goodbye, and left. Back in the lobby, Bakugo walked with YN toward the exit. YN told him that Izuku was doing well, and Bakugo snapped that he had not asked. YN reminded him that it might be nice to consider other people's feelings for once. Izuku had asked Bakugo to say hello. Bakugo dismissed it and refused to return the greeting, provoking YN to roll her eyes and pick up the pace. She accused him of being mean to Izuku for no reason, and Bakugo insisted he did not need help from anyone he considered weak. YN pointed out that Izuku had helped Bakugo before, mentioning a time when Bakugo had fallen into a river and Izuku offered assistance. Bakugo brushed it off and told YN to go inside so he could leave. YN sighed, told him he was lame, and reminded him to try being nicer for once, then went inside. She unlocked the apartment and shut the door behind her, wondering how her mother was handling everything. She headed in to find out. Waking up felt like a slap in the face. Everything hurt, and thoughts from the previous night returned with unwelcome clarity. They groaned, rolled onto their side, and stared at the wall. Most of the pictures were drawings, but one photograph sat at eye level. It had been a small, overlooked possession, but its loss or damage would have driven them crazy. They stared at it for a minute before turning over. The photograph showed Katsuki, them, and Izuku smiling together, as if they were all best friends. Sunlight crept through the blackout curtains and they sighed, moving to lie on their back. They had nearly slept the whole day. It was almost dinner time, and the light outside would fade to darkness soon. Bored but not in the mood for company, they decided to run to the store for a few things and maybe go irritate Katsuki. After a moment of staring at the floor, they got up, dressed without bothering to brush their hair, grabbed a bag, and told Izuku that they were leaving. The wind hit their face on the balcony as they stepped outside, and they walked down to the shop. They picked up some prepackaged ramen and a few skis. It was nowhere near as good as the ramen shop they had been to, but it was affordable, since they still owed money for meals Katsuki had paid for. They grabbed what they needed along with a drink and checked out. When they arrived at Katsuki's house, they knocked before using their key to let themselves in. They announced to Katsuki that they were there, took off their shoes, and expected Mitsuki and Masaru to be out, busy with the launch of their new fashion line. In the kitchen they set the grocery bags on the table and called for Katsuki. Getting no answer, they gripped their phone and went upstairs to his room. They stopped when they saw his door open and him standing with his back to it. Katsuki had music blasting and was facing a mirror, struggling with a corset that had somehow ended up around his torso. He was clearly tangled in it and couldn't undo the laces. He jumped when he noticed them and swore in frustration at being caught unprepared. They explained that they had announced themselves earlier when they arrived and asked where the corset had come from. Katsuki insisted he hadn't bought it and told them to leave him alone, continuing to fumble with the tight laces. They teased him about how the corset looked, and Katsuki protested in indignation. They offered to help. Katsuki pushed their hands away and insisted they not touch him, but after a moment he begrudgingly accepted help and warned that they would be in trouble if they told anyone. They took a quick photo of the scene, and Katsuki groaned dramatically. They reassured him it would stay between them, then helped loosen the laces. When the corset finally came off, Katsuki snatched a shirt from his closet and stomped downstairs, still red-faced and muttering. Left alone, they opened his closet and found the first volume of a romance manga. They carried it downstairs. Katsuki erupted the moment he saw it, demanding to know where they had found it. He insisted it was his and begged them not to bend the binding. They told him where they had found it and that they wanted to read it. Katsuki grabbed the book back and marched to his room. They asked if he was hungry and started unpacking the groceries. He continued to refuse, but they went ahead and prepared the ramen anyway. After serving 2 bowls, washing the dishes, and grabbing chopsticks, they brought the food up to his room. They offered the bowl to Katsuki and urged him to try it, insisting that at least he should give it a review. He rolled his eyes and tried to ignore them, but they set the bowl in front of him and sat down to eat their portion. Katsuki, after tasting it, complained that it needed more pepper and questioned the flavor of one of the sauces. Bakugo suggested adding more spice next time. You looked up with noodles hanging from your mouth. Denki asked if it was good, and you responded that you had just told him what was wrong with it. Denki protested, but you insisted it was fine and asked when he was leaving, saying you were not in the mood to babysit tonight. Bakugo replied that you were not babysitting, and you shot back that you had to tell him not to touch things and to stop doing certain things. Bakugo retorted that he could take care of himself and rolled his eyes before lying down. You rolled your eyes too, grabbed both bowls and headed downstairs. You teased that someone had been caught trying on a corset earlier as you walked down the stairs and washed the dishes. After tidying the house a bit more and putting on your shoes, you called out goodbye, grabbed your bag, locked the door, and started toward your apartment. Your phone began to buzz. The incoming call Idaho read manliest man, Denki. Denki greeted you and asked what you were up to. You told him you were walking home and he said he was taking a walk too, offering to walk with you. You told him you were walking back from Bakugo's and gave him directions. Denki said he would be there in a minute and asked you to wait. He laughed and promised to stay on the phone until he arrived so he would not get lost. A sudden, loud shout interrupted Denki. Kirishima's voice blared from Denki's end of the line, furious and panicked about you leaving without warning. Denki tried to calm him, but Kirishima kept yelping and demanding to know where you were. Denki told him to cool down. Bakugo then demanded the phone from Denki, his voice cutting through with impatience, and Denki handed it over with rustling noises. Bakugo yelled into the phone, accusing you of leaving without telling anyone and asking why you left. You explained that you had wanted to go home and that Bakugo had told you to, reminding him that you had said goodbye. Kirishima kept shouting about how he needed to make sure you got home safe and refused to trust whoever might be nearby. Denki tried to interject, insisting he would make sure you were safe. You took a deep breath and told them you were going home and that you would have to hang out with Kirishima later. Kirishima began another outburst and you ended the call, starting to walk in the direction of Bakugo's house. When you peeked around the corner, you saw Bakugo yelling at the phone and Kirishima trying to calm him down. Kirishima pointed in your direction, and you took that as your cue to leave, slipping away before Bakugo could escalate anything further. You pulled your hoodie over your head and put in your headphones, but you kept one earbud out and turned the music down to stay aware. As you walked, you glanced into an alley and froze. There were 2 figures, Kurogyri and a pale man who made your skin crawl, Tamura Shigaraki. You told yourself to keep walking, but your heart dropped into your stomach and your steps became unsteady. Shigaraki muttered to Kurogyri that he wanted to take care of the 2 brats with green hair, focusing his ire on the girl who had interfered with his plans. His voice was raspy and sharp, like the edge of a tantrum. Kurogyri answered more calmly, suggesting patience and noting that the girl might be useful to their cause because of her strength and agility. Shigaraki snapped back that he did not want to recruit her and that he wanted her gone. Every footstep felt loud and slow as you passed the alley. When Shigaraki asked who was there, you froze and realized they were looking right at you. You kept your head down, trying to appear natural as you walked, forcing small, steady breaths. Once you were safely past the alley, you broke into a run. Kurojairi noted that they were running. As you sprinted, your hood flew off and your green hair flashed in the moonlight. Kurojairi wondered if she had heard everything. Another voice complained that it was rude to eavesdrop and expressed contempt for someone they called a brat. Someone ordered Kurojairi to take her, but Kurojairi replied that he could not because there were people on the next street. Another suggested using warp gates to take her to the base, and Kurojairi countered that she was already in earshot of civilians and they should retreat and regroup. A frustrated sound came from the alley as you turned onto Katsuki Street. The streetlights struggled to illuminate the way as you fumbled with your keys and rushed to the Bakugo house. You opened the door as fast as you could, slammed it shut, locked it, and slid down against the back of the door, curling into a ball. Your whole body trembled so violently that your keys and phone slipped from your hands. Kirishima peeked around the stairwell and said he had assumed you were heading home, then immediately noticed you were clearly upset and hurried over. He knelt beside you and asked if you were all right, urging you to talk. He reached to take your hand to steady you, but you moved away and buried your face in your arms. When you did not respond, Kirishima called for Bakugo. Bakugo shouted from upstairs, using his usual abrasive tone. Kirishima insisted that Bakugo come down because something was wrong with you. Bakugo stomped down the stairs and demanded to know what was happening, his posture making you feel as if he were crossing his arms. Kirishima asked Bakugo not to be rude and pleaded with you to explain, asking you to look at them. Your thoughts spiraled. They want me dead. They said they would target Izuku and me. What if they followed me? I might have put Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Masaru in danger. You felt stupid for freezing and making yourself obvious. All they needed was Kurojairi's ability and they could take you and Izuku. Your breathing accelerated and you felt Kirishima growing more concerned. Kirishima urged you to tell them so they could help. You tried to slow your breathing, but the voices in your head grew louder and overwhelmed the room. You murmured that you needed Izuku. Bakugo snapped for you to speak up and stop murmuring. Kirishima asked why you wanted Midoriya called. You lifted your face and begged them to just call him. Kirishima told them you looked pale and tried to soothe you, but you refused his touch. Then you told them you did not want to risk bringing Izuku into the danger and asked him not to be contacted after all. After a deep breath, you began to calm and explain that the villains who had attacked USJ had been in an alley as you walked home. You had overheard them say they wanted you and Izuku dead. Kurojairi had mentioned offering you a place with their group because you could be a useful asset. Shigaraki had said he preferred to kill you for getting in the way. The admission came out in stutters, fear making it hard to speak. You felt isolated and terrified. Kirishima offered comfort and asked if you needed a hug or any other support and promised to help however he could. You were sweating and shaking, but insisted you were fine and that you had simply been scared. You reminded yourself that you were not alone now. There were 3 of you together. Still, you worried you might have endangered them. Bakugo ordered you to call your mother. You asked why and explained your concern that the news would frighten her and potentially jeopardize their positions at UA. Bakugo suggested not telling her everything and that you should stay at the house tonight. Kirishima volunteered to walk you home if needed, but Bakugo insisted you sleep on the couch and not go out alone. Kirishima agreed and left after checking that you could contact him if needed. When Bakugo sat on the floor beside you, you barely held yourself together. Thoughts of being targeted returned. You gripped your head and rocked slightly, convinced they were planning an attack. Bakugo told you to stop mumbling and to speak more clearly, then put a steadying hand on your shoulder and asked you to give a clear account of what had happened. You told them about the man who had previously attacked and injured you and who had hurt others, including Mr. Aizawa. You explained that he had been in the alley with the warping man and that you had overheard their conversation. You said Shigaraki had spoken about wanting you and Izuku, and that Kurojairi had proposed recruiting you because of your strength and abilities, while Shigaraki insisted on killing you without exception. You explained that you had decided to head back to the Bakugo house because it was closer, but they had seen you pass the alley and you had started running. Your hood had fallen off and they had realized it was you. You added that they could have easily taken you and harmed you. A tense silence followed as everyone absorbed the danger you had described. I thought it was because I had been in earshot of people they didn't want overhearing. They were in the area, which only made it worse. Bakugo asked me to breathe and then demanded my phone. I unlocked it and set it in his hands. He tapped a few things and held it up to his ear. Bakugo's mother answered and asked if I was almost there and mentioned that it was late. Bakugo told her that I would not be coming home that night and that I would stay with him. His mother questioned whether everything was okay, and Bakugo explained that I had had a run-in with 2 villains and that they were trying not to alarm her. Bakugo warned her not to come get me because the villains had been talking about her son too. His mother asked if we had reported it, and Bakugo said there was no point because the villains had likely already left the city. He asked his mother to stay home and to please be safe. I took the phone back and ended the call. Bakugo asked if I was okay. I said I was, though I was still surprised at the coincidence of overhearing them and at why the villains had been there. He reminded me it was late. I pointed out that it was only 8. He said it was time to go to bed and teased that I was boring. I yawned and argued that it was early. He reminded me that I was seeking shelter at his house and that his parents were not home, so he decided when it was bedtime. He told me my toothbrush was in the cabinet and offered me some of his mother's clothes, but I declined and said I would sleep in what I was wearing. I went into the bathroom and brushed my teeth. Bakugo told me I could sleep in his room while he would take the couch, and he warned me not to irritate him. I said I could sleep on the couch, but he insisted I follow his instructions and go to bed. I shrugged and walked upstairs to his room, shutting and locking the door out of habit. I jumped onto his bed and opened my phone. I received a text from my friend Broccoli Bro asking if I was okay. I replied that I had been spooked. Broccoli Bro urged me not to go out because the villains were looking for me too, and asked what they had said. I answered that they had threatened both of us and that I would stay overnight at Bakugo's place and be back in the morning. Broccoli Bro asked whether Bakugo had walked me home, and I explained that he had been difficult, so I had left on my own. I lamented that the one time I left alone something bad happened and that Bakugo would probably stop me from walking home by myself now. Broccoli Bro said that was not the most important thing and said goodnight. I sent my goodnight and that I loved them, and they replied in kind. Scrolling through social media, I got the idea to tease Bakugo. I sent a string of frustrated symbols and then messaged that he had been awfully nice earlier. He pretended not to know what I was talking about. I said that when I had been freaking out earlier he had been calm and kind, and he insisted he had not. I teased that he had a soft spot for me because we had been best friends for years. He told me to turn off my phone and go to sleep, reminding me that it was early and that I needed rest. I told him I had changed my mind and was going home, ready to test my luck now that I had calmed down. He stopped me by making a noise in the hallway telling me to sit down, and I meant to keep teasing him, but he insisted I go to bed. I turned on the TV and the console instead. I grabbed his headset and logged into his account. I saw that Kirishima and Kaminari were online and joined their party. Kaminari remarked that Bakugo had joined without them begging him to, and I told them to keep it quiet that it was me. Kaminari asked how I was, and Kirishima asked whether I was okay. I said I had calmed down and wanted to go home eventually but would be spending the night at Bakugo's. Denki asked if I was staying at Bakugo's house and I explained that Bakugo wanted to go to bed early, which meant I would probably have the couch, though he had already taken it. I joked that maybe he had taken the couch to make sure I did not try to leave in the middle of the night. Kaminari laughed and teased that Bakugo sounded like he had to babysit me. I insisted it was the other way around and that I would rather play games than go to bed. Kirishima said they needed help and invited me to join the game, so I accepted. We played for about 3 hours. I called out to Denki that there was an opponent close to him and warned him he was probably not alone. An enemy appeared around a corner and my character slid to barely avoid the bullets, then fired back and down the opponent. I told everyone I had one and suspected 2 or 3 more. Denki said he had the one in front of him, and I moved to a better vantage point, sniping another. I told them where the remaining opponents were. They acknowledged my calls. Denki announced there was only one team left. I scouted for them and suddenly found myself downed when opponents on a building finished me off. I asked the others to clutch the win for us because the enemies had finished me. Bakugo suddenly burst into the room, furious about me being up. I startled and dropped the controller. He accused me of being up and asked how I had gotten into his locked room. He told me to turn off the console immediately, insisting I should not be in his room at that hour. I looked at him and smiled, acknowledging he was right, and picked the controller back up. Kirishima and Denki laughed over the voice chat at the exchange. I told Bakugo that he was not my mother. Bakugo snapped that he was obviously not, but then ordered me to get to bed. Denki and Kirishima heard Bakugo's final command and then his profile went offline, prompting loud laughter from them online. Bakugo took the controller and headset from me, slamming his door as he left and his heavy footsteps receded down the hall. I called back that he was being overbearing and crossed my arms as I lay on his bed. Kaminari messaged that the whole situation had been the funniest thing he had heard in a long time, and Kirishima agreed, saying he had wanted to play until at least 1 in the morning but ended up staying online longer than he thought. In the group chat, Buzzed Boy told everyone to hop back on. Smartass replied that he had taken the controllers and headset. Buzzed Boy laughed. Smartass said he should probably go to bed and wished everyone good night. Manliest Man said good night. Buzzed Boy said goodbye and called you his partner in crime. You rolled around and plugged in your phone before falling asleep. When you woke up it felt refreshing. It was the most sleep you had gotten in a long time. There was a knock at the door. You leaned up, pushed your knotted hair out of your face, and mumbled that you wanted 5 more minutes before remembering you were not at home and correcting that you meant Boom Boy. Izuku answered in a low, raspy voice that he needed his uniform. You groaned and admitted you did not have a uniform, then rolled off the bed and hit the floor. You grumbled about the pain and got up to unlock the door. He walked in and observed that you looked terrible. You told him to shut up and went back to lie on the bed. He tossed a spare uniform at you and told you to get dressed because you were leaving in 30 minutes. You said you were not going to school and preferred to sleep, but he insisted. You protested that his uniform would be too big and he replied that the pants should fit and the shirt might be a little large, but to hurry up. You told him to get out and wiped your face, thinking it was too early for this. You put on the extra uniform and looked in the mirror. It was way too big and you did not have shoes. You announced you would run home and get your own uniform or wear Izuku's. He yelled that there was not enough time. You said you would be late and argued that Mr. Aizawa could not do anything about it. He reminded you that the villains could still be around. They could use warp gates. You acknowledged the danger but insisted you could not go to school without a uniform. He rolled his eyes and told you to get something to eat. You said you were not hungry, slipped on shoes, and said you would see him at school. He warned you not to die. You called his warning very inspirational as you ran out the door back to the apartment. You put your key in the door and ran in. Without hesitation you grabbed Izuku's uniform that you had worn the day before, put it on, grabbed your school bag, and ran up the hill to school. When you reached the classroom you took a moment to mentally prepare for Aizawa's bad mood and then pushed open the door. Aizawa pointed out that you were late. You sighed and walked straight to your desk. He told you that you had missed what the class was doing for the day and then instructed everyone else to go get ready and meet with all might while telling you to stay. You kicked your feet up on Denki's desk and lay back as everyone left. Aizawa asked why you were late. You explained that you had to get a uniform. He noted that you were not even wearing your own uniform and said that, typically, that would be against the dress code, but he did not think dress code necessarily benefited becoming a hero. You thanked him for agreeing and asked what the plan for the day was. Aizawa asked if there was something else you needed to tell him about why you were late and specifically asked about the League of Villains. You admitted that Izuku had reported them because you had been spooked and said they had left before anything happened. You reported that they had not given any important information and that they had been talking about harming others, which you described as typical villain talk. Aizawa asked if you were sure, and you confirmed that you were. He said he did not care about your lateness and told you to get into your hero costume and do training with all might to assess your growth. You looked away and bit your cheek, then asked about gym clothes. Aizawa told you to get a gym uniform, bring your costume in for repairs and washing tomorrow, and offered no excuses. You thanked him and hurried out of the classroom to change into the gym uniform, feeling relieved that you had been safe and had not been harmed. You reminded yourself that you just had to be careful from here on out. You joined the group without disturbing anyone, and All Might was in the middle of explaining the exercise. All Might described the training as essentially a race, with everyone separated into 5 groups, 4 groups of 4 and 1 group of 5 now that YN had decided to join. He explained that one at a time the groups would head toward a distress signal sent by him, and that they would all start where they had been told, beginning when his distress signal fired. You thought about being with Izuku, Four Eyes, Mina, and Siro and decided it should work out fine. All Might and the others walked off after giving the final instructions. Siro asked how everyone's internships had been as he stretched and finished attaching some tape. Izuku answered that his quirk had improved a lot. YN said the internship had been okay but not enjoyable, that it had felt like a waste of time, then wished the others good luck. When the faint sound of the distress signal fired and the smoke began to rise, you launched yourself off the platform and moved. You thought you could manage with 2% output, but when Izuku caught up and passed you, it became clear you would have to push to 5% to match his pace. You matched him and stopped when you heard him make a small exclamation as metal clanged and descended nearby. You quickly dropped down next to him and asked if he was okay. Izuku said he was fine, and you helped him up. Izuku protested that it was a race and you should have kept going, but you explained it was just training. You grabbed the medal and climbed up, thinking you could beat Siro but not wanting to push your power far enough to risk serious injury. When you reached the platform where the smoke had been, you landed awkwardly, rolled, and fell a few feet. You whimpered in frustration as you stood and saw scraped spots on your knees and elbows, small, expected abrasions from the fall. You hoped Mr. Aizawa would not be too annoyed about the holes in the gym uniform. Siro wore a sash and smiled when you walked up. You put a hand on his shoulder and admitted you had thought you had him. Siro thanked you, admitting he had gotten nervous because you had been catching up so quickly despite stopping. You smiled and moved toward the others. All Might approached Izuku to praise his improvement and told him he was proud, and you felt a sudden strange emotion you decided not to dwell on, choosing instead to walk away. After everyone had taken their turns, the group went to change. At the locker area, Jiro sighed and YN asked what was wrong, noticing Jiro's earphone jack in the wall. Jiro said Mineta had found a small hole and was talking through it about things he had heard from older students. Mineta was making inappropriate remarks through the hole, and the girls reacted with immediate annoyance. Momo covered her chest and called him a pervert. Jiro muttered that she was the only one he hadn't mentioned, then pulled the earphone jack free from the wall. YN said boys could be gross and finished getting dressed before heading back to class, promising that if nobody dealt with him soon, she would. Back in class, you stretched your legs across the desk and scrolled through your phone. Todoroki came in and took his seat, followed by the others until Kaminari's hand landed on your desk. Kaminari proposed switching seats to see if Mr. Aizawa would notice. You smirked and asked Ojiro if it was okay to sit behind him. Ojiro agreed with a shy laugh. You and Kaminari swapped seats before the bell and settled in. Aizawa entered and addressed the class, warning that the semester exams were coming up and that everyone would need to pass the written portion to have a chance of passing overall. He reminded them that the summer training camp depended on passing, and that make-up classes for those who failed would be far tougher than normal days and would cover only the required subjects. He noted that risks were already clear from previous rankings and that there would be no exceptions. The warning made you aware of Bakugo and Izuku's stares, and you turned to the wall to avoid them. Aizawa dismissed the class for lunch and everyone stood up, with Ojiro glancing back as they left. He asked YN to let go of his tail so he could go to lunch, pointed at the door and laughed awkwardly. YN apologized that she had not noticed she had grabbed it, moved her hands back, and grabbed her bag. He replied that it was fine and that Kaminari sometimes played with it too. YN said playfully that the tip was soft, then sank into her seat and sighed. He laughed and walked out with his things. As Denki passed the seat, he asked whether the boy had noticed. YN said yes and explained that if they did that again they would probably get in trouble. Denki muttered a disappointed remark. YN stood with her bag and phone. Izuku had already left, leaving Kirishima asking Bakugo to get up so they could eat. YN walked over and picked up Bakugo's bag. Bakugo shouted at them to leave him alone, irritated and telling them they were making him angry. Kirishima told him to get up and not to ignore a friend trying to help. YN grabbed Bakugo's arm and pulled him, forcing him to stand or fall. Kirishima told YN that Momo was having a study session at her house and that almost everyone had been talking about it earlier. Bakugo scoffed that Momo was probably off in her own head and not paying attention. Kirishima said he needed to study because he had ranked 15th and sighed about the results. He asked YN what she had ranked, and when she revealed that the other student had ranked 19th, he grew concerned. YN told him there was no need to rub salt in the wound, then got her plate of food and sat with them. Some students from Class 1B walked by discussing the upcoming physical exam. YN ignored them. She insisted she did not need to study at Momo's house and offered to teach the lessons herself. Kirishima warned that YN tended to yell rather than teach and sometimes hit people with papers and books when they did not understand, which led to them getting help from Izuku later. YN shot back that she had scored higher than the other student, and Bakugo retorted that he did not care. YN declared firmly that she was going to Momo's with Kirishima and that was her final decision. Bakugo protested, and Kirishima suggested they could try studying with Bakugo since Momo would likely be very busy. YN warned Bakugo he would regret it if his head hurt, crossed her arms, finished eating, and proposed they study that night. Kirishima agreed if Bakugo was okay with it. Bakugo grumbled and continued eating. The rest of the day passed normally. The study session unfolded much as YN had expected. Bakugo shouted instructions and waved a rolled-up newspaper in an attempt to help, and YN grew frustrated, dodging and catching it instead, which escalated into a brief scuffle. Kirishima had to step in to restore order, and they returned to studying only for another short altercation to break out. The same unproductive cycle repeated. The next several days were filled with written exams covering the core subjects. When those were finished, YN set her books aside and waited for the physical portion of the exams. Everyone put on their hero suits and followed Mr. Aizawa to the front of a building. Aizawa explained that the physical exam would divide students into pre-made teams based on grades, relationships, and quirk compatibility, and that each team would face a teacher. He added that the teachers would wear weights to increase the challenge and that teams could win by escaping through an exit gate or by securing HND-CFFS on the teacher. He then listed the matchups, ending with Bakugo and Midoriya against All Might and YN against Aizawa alone. The class had no questions. Izuku expressed surprise that YN would face Aizawa by herself. YN said she guessed so and acknowledged that Momo and Todoroki were exceptional and had recommendations. If Aizawa erased her quirk, she would be in serious trouble, since his scarf technique could end things quickly. Izuku encouraged her by reminding her that she had quick reflexes. The rounds moved quickly. YN watched Momo and Todoroki's match and Bakugo and Izuku's most closely. Momo and Todoroki combined their quirks expertly to challenge Aizawa. They constructed a large ice barrier to obscure his view, used clever disguises, and deployed a blinding light distraction, then produced a scarf made from material that returned to shape when heated. Their coordinated plan worked nearly flawlessly. In Bakugo and Izuku's match, All Might held nothing back and pushed both students to their limits. They were left shaken and required medical attention, prompting Recovery Girl to leave the spectator area to assist them. They slammed into each other and tore through nearly the whole city. Both of them collapsed, but a single wrong move could have tipped the fight in All Might's favor. From where I stood it was hard to tell, but I thought All Might was beginning to shift into his weaker form. The same steam that had appeared at the user rose from him, briefly visible above the dust and smoke. It was my turn. I walked down into the area where the match would be held. The district was a maze of buildings and metal pipes, offering plenty of cover. Many of the structures were interconnected, creating alleys and hidden spaces that made the fight feel at least a little more even. It was still fairly open, though, and I knew I would have to be careful. An announcer declared that the last round of the exams had started. I took that as my signal and ran in. He was probably high up, watching from above to see where I would move. If I wasn't careful when moving fast, he would erase my quirk and I would fall. I activated One for All and began hopping from spot to. But I needed to find him so this plan could work. I leaped onto a roof and ran across the tops of buildings. My power cut out suddenly and I nearly fell, but I managed to grab a metal pipe. The pipe bent under my weight and I hauled myself up. A sharp scrape stung my shoulder, but I ignored it. There was a larger goal. I scanned the rooftops and saw him standing a couple of buildings over. He was already moving toward me. The second I saw his hair drop, I powered up and sprinted straight at him. My HND-CFFS were secured in a compartment on my belt within reach. His hair lifted again and I paused, and then his scarf whipped out toward me. I barely dodged. I reminded myself to watch the scarf. If it caught me, I would be in trouble. I needed a plan: get close enough to put the cuffs on him, or get over him and run to the escape. His hair fell and I moved closer, weaving to avoid the scarf. There was no opening. I planted my hand on his shoulder to vault over him, but the scarf shot out and wrapped around my ankle. He flung me off the roof and sent me crashing back to the ground. The impact left the road with a large crack where I landed. I gasped for air and saw him coming again. I had to keep one for all active at all times while it wasn't being erased. I slammed a fist into a wall and ran through the hole it created. Mr. Aizawa asked if I honestly believed I could win. I looked back while running and moved my arm just in time to avoid the scarf. He taunted that my quirk had developed late and that I could barely control it. He said I was weak and forgotten, that when I sought notice and failed I hid in the shadows. From a teacher's perspective, he said I was here because of my brother and my friend, that I didn't even wear my own school uniform anymore, and that it seemed I copied their work. He told me that if I wasn't really trying, I could not beat a professional hero, and it was plain and simple. I shouted back that I could win. He insisted that he had noticed my weaknesses, repeating that I was the extra, the one who was always forgotten and left alone. He suggested that I was never the first choice, that I tried and failed, and that if I wasn't even trying I would never be a hero. I stopped and turned toward him, anger and hurt building. I argued that I wasn't forgotten and that I wanted to be a hero. I explained that I had been paired the way I was, alone for the match, and that only made me push harder. For a moment my strength surged and then cut out. He was wrong. I wasn't forgotten. I pushed off the ground and ran at him even though my power was being erased. He threw his scarf, then followed with a punch and a kick. I evaded the first two, but I barely dodged the kick. I lifted my head at the last instant and then landed a punch across his face. I grabbed at his hair, pulled his goggles free, and tossed them aside. I shouted that I wasn't weak, and then grabbed the HNDCFFS to secure him. He caught my wrists and hurled me back into a wall. He accused me of refusing to use my power to prove a point and wondered why I would try to validate something that he believed did not exist. I insisted I was trying to prove myself to him because he doubted me. He pressed his case, saying that I was never the first choice, that my brother got more praise, and that I would continue to trail behind. I struggled to stand as my body ached. The wall had a deep dent where I had been thrown. Before I could react, the scarf wrapped around me and slammed me into the ceiling, then the floor, then the wall again. It felt too predictable, especially against Mr. Aizawa. He followed with a punch that sent me down to the floor once more and then tightened the scarf's grip as if that weren't enough. He called me pathetic and said I wasn't even trying. He retracted his earlier assessment of my potential and told me that at the rate I was going, I would never become a hero. He flung me onto the floor again and I lay there. He was right in some ways. I was often the second choice, and I didn't stand out compared to the others. When I tried hard it sometimes backfired. I let those thoughts settle in the empty space the fight had left, feeling the weight of his words and the ache in my body. A short moment passed before I pushed myself up to keep going. Maybe I shouldn't be a hero and give Izuku his power like I wanted. I should just quit. I can't win against Aizawa. I changed my mind. I had thought about how I would do in combat earlier, but he was smart. Too smart. He brought down my already low mental state. But it still hurt. I had been clinging to what little I had left, and he crushed it. He was wrong about one thing. I wasn't weak. I had been second choice since I was little. I had hoped that wouldn't bother me anymore, but it did. I told Aizawa that I wasn't going down, that I wanted to go to summer camp to get better. I felt my power surge and managed to loosen his scarf with a gust created from the sudden burst. I didn't hesitate before escaping and throwing myself at him. I accused him of being a terrible teacher for putting a student down, especially one he had saved. I lashed out with rapid punches and kicks, but they did little. If I was weak, I told him, then he was just as weak. I slammed a fist into the wall and watched it crumble. Rocks began to rain from the ceiling, small at first and growing into larger chunks. A large slab of ceiling began to fall toward Aizawa. He turned to block it, and I seized the chance. I launched myself forward, caught his wrist with the handcuff, and pulled him out of harm's way, telling him I had him. He looked up at me with a smirk. Izawa admitted that he had expected that. He told me I was strong, both physically and mentally. He explained that the things he had said earlier were not sincere, or were meant to provoke me, and that was why he had kept me separate during training. I called him a jerk, but he took the hand I offered and stood. He said I had passed this part of the test, though he warned that my written exam might hurt my results and that I would get those results with the others. I felt frustrated to learn I might still fail after all that. Izawa told me not to take what he had said personally and reminded me that it had been a test. I promised I would keep that in mind, even though a part of me still wondered if some of his words had been genuine. I made a point of walking behind him as we left, stretching my arms and telling him I had managed to beat him by myself, and that even excellent students like Momo and Todoroki had struggled. Izawa warned me not to get cocky. I asked about Izuku and Katsuki, wondering if they would be okay since All Might had not been holding back. Izawa assured me they would be fine and said I would be able to see them after he gave final instructions and let us go until summer camp. Back in the classroom, Izawa reminded everyone that it was their responsibility to inform those who were not present about the plan. He announced that we were meeting there in 2 weeks before boarding the bus to training camp, and that only those who passed would go. He emphasized that summer was not for resting and urged everyone to train so they would be ready for the second semester. Then he dismissed us. I was the first to head to Recovery Girl's office. I knocked, and the door swung open. I asked if Izuku and Katsuki were okay. Recovery Girl reassured me that they were healing, though the blonde boy was still unconscious. I heard Izuku call my name from inside. He was lying awkwardly, his legs sticking up behind him. I answered that I was fine and asked if they would be able to go home tonight. Recovery Girl explained that both needed one more procedure but that the green-haired boy should be able to walk afterward and that the blonde boy's parents would need to come get him because he would remain unconscious and require constant supervision. I offered to bring Katsuki to my house since Mitsuki and Masaru would be at work for a while. They were busy preparing a new fashion line and wouldn't be home until it launched. Recovery Girl accepted the offer and asked if I could stay up all night to keep an eye on him. I said I usually did anyway. She said she would complete the final procedures and prepare the boys for transport, and that she would prop the other child in a wheelchair so he would be easier to move. I sat on a bench against the wall while Recovery Girl used her usual healing methods on them. It felt strange to watch, so I went on my phone instead. When Recovery Girl finished, Izuku stood and stretched, flexing his hand as if to show it was okay. I told Izuku that I was going to take Katsuki back to my house and reminded him that Mitsuki and Masaru would be gone for a while. Recovery Girl warned that if anything were wrong I must bring him back immediately. Izuku looked toward Katsuki and then told me that Katsuki would be less upset if it was me keeping an eye on him. I said I had planned to do it anyway and mentioned that with summer starting we could stay up late and have some fun. Izuku laughed softly and said I always stayed up late. I told him that wasn't true. I said I would stop by the classroom to grab our things and then return. The narrator expected it would be a few minutes until Recovery Girl finished with his recovery. Izuku said he would be right back. It grew quiet except for a few awkward murmurs. Izuku returned about 10 minutes later carrying his and Bakugo's things, smiling and holding up the bags to say they were ready to go. The narrator agreed and shifted Katsuki off the bed, carefully moving him into the wheelchair. Recovery Girl strapped him in so he would not fall on the way back and told them to make sure he stayed safe. She was heading to the hospital to treat other patients. The narrator thanked her and promised to look after him. Pushing the chair past Izuku, the narrator began the walk home. After a while of silence, the narrator told them they had done really well, especially given they did not get along and had gone against the number one hero. Izuku smiled, his face lit by the setting sun, and explained that he had wanted to come up with a plan but Katsuki had not. He had known that and hadn't even asked. He admitted the whole thing had been rough, his back was sore, and Katsuki would likely be knocked out for a while. He added that All Might had not held back and had apologized for it. The narrator agreed it had been hard to watch and observed that seeing him as the villain had opened many eyes. If a villain had that much power, heroes could be doomed if they were not careful. Izuku looked down and smiled a little, saying he was glad so many strong people were on their side, including their classmates. The narrator asked if everything was okay with Izuku. He looked surprised but reassured them that things were going well. He mentioned that their classmates were planning a trip to the mall to shop for camp and asked if the narrator wanted to go. He expected most people to attend except for Katsuki and possibly the narrator. The narrator agreed, and Izuku said he would get the details from Uraraka when they got home. Izuku also offered that the narrator could come to him if they ever needed someone to talk to, since he knew about their situation and it might be easier to face things together. The narrator returned the offer. At the apartment, Izuku unlocked the door. The narrator did not take their shoes off, switched on the lights, and rolled Katsuki into the living room. They undid the straps and got him onto the couch, a tougher workout than it looked. Izuku asked if everything was okay inside, and the narrator said they had just moved him. The narrator pushed the wheelchair against the wall, complaining about having two of them and resolving to make Katsuki take one home. Izuku asked if the narrator needed anything before he went to his room. The narrator declined. After Izuku's door closed, the narrator grabbed a blanket and draped it over Katsuki, then used a throw pillow to support his heavy head. The narrator remembered they needed their charger and some paper and decided to sit at the counter so they would be close if anything happened. They thought Katsuki would be fine, stubborn and lazy, but fine. Before settling down to sketch, the narrator grabbed a snack and checked on him one more time. The evening settled in quietly as they prepared for the night. Mitsuki thanked YN for checking in and said that Katsuki was still sleeping, that she and her partner appreciated YN watching the stubborn boy while they were at work, and that they would be back tomorrow. YN offered to ask Izuku to help if she needed sleep but said nothing was wrong and she would relax and watch TV. Mitsuki replied that the new fashion line release was going well and that she had to get going. She thanked YN again, promised to make a nice dinner when she returned, and ended the call with affectionate goodbyes. After hanging up, YN pulled the phone away from her ear and felt her smile shift into a neutral, sad expression. Despite friends' plans to go to the snarked that maybe she needed more sleep, YN walked to the door, removed the note, and read that Izuku was going to the pool. She declared that they were going and told Bakugo he was coming. Bakugo objected loudly, but YN was firm and pleased that he had agreed, even if reluctantly. You grabbed his wrist and urged him to hurry, promising to pay for dinner. He pulled back and asked whether you really meant it, noting that you usually forgot your wallet or something. You reassured him that you were serious and asked to go at once. He shrugged, pushed a protein bar toward you, and opened his own. A big smile spread across your face as you walked to school together, eating the protein bar. You both entered the locker room area and happened to emerge at the same time, but you stepped in front and went in first, announcing that you were late and who you had brought. Mineta clung to Kaminari's leg and burst into tears, complaining about the lack of bikinis. Kirishima smiled approvingly and asked how you had managed to bring Bakugo. You explained that offering to pay for dinner had helped and told everyone to have fun, then greeted Jiro and Momo. Jiro smiled and mentioned they were about to play volleyball, asking if you wanted to join. You asked what position they needed. Jiro suggested you be the setter on Hagekyu's team because the teams were uneven, and you agreed. You continued to play volleyball. The match ended with your side losing by 2 points. Hagekyu's invisibility made things tricky and entertaining, and the opposing team also had one extra player. Momo did not seem to enjoy the game as much and stayed back to receive the ball. Eventually you stopped playing to watch the boys race. As Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo prepared to run, they all slipped and fell into the pool. Aizawa emerged from the doorway shadow and told everyone their time was up in his typically bored voice. Mina started to complain that it wasn't fair, but fell silent when Aizawa gave a sharp look. You laughed and told the others it was fine, pointing out that none of the boys had really planned to get in the water, and you thanked Mr. Aizawa for letting you use the pool as you and the other girls headed to the locker room. Uraraka surprised you by approaching and asking if you would go to the mall with the entire class the next day to shop for training camp supplies. You were taken aback because Uraraka usually avoided you, but you rubbed the back of your neck, looked around at everyone watching and agreed to go, asking what time they planned to meet. Uraraka said they were thinking around 1 and suggested you could go with Deku. You accepted and thanked everyone for the pool, saying goodbye. Uraraka reached out and gently took your wrist. You reflexively shook her hand free and she looked startled. She explained that she had wanted to ask why you rarely responded to the group chat or seemed to ignore invitations. You admitted that you did respond sometimes but were bad about answering your phone and apologized if it had hurt anyone's feelings. When Uraraka wondered if there was another reason, you answered that there was not and laughed awkwardly, saying she did not need to overthink it. You then walked out. You met up with Izuku and walked home with him. Bakugo insisted on walking back to his house because his parents would be home in about an hour, and you did not object. His constant yelling at Izuku gave you a headache that showed no signs of ending. When you arrived at home, Bakugo, while stirring whatever he was cooking, asked if you were excited about going to the mall the next day. Both of you had forgotten that you had said you would buy dinner, but you told yourselves you could use the money for other things now. You groaned, slammed your head on the table, and grabbed at your hair, complaining to yourself about agreeing to go. You worried Bakugo would not be there, that you would have no one to browse manga and video games with, and that people thought you disliked them. You considered pretending to be sick. Izuku laughed from nearby and then asked if you were really okay, remarking that you sounded like you were having a midlife crisis. You declared that you were, and Izuku reassured you that you would be fine, offering to wake you an hour before noon so you would have time to get ready. You said you could not go, and Izuku replied that he would not force you but insisted that nobody in the class hated you. Izuku told you that he could tell something was still on your mind just from the look on your face. You rolled your eyes and told Izuku to shut up, insisting it was not true, then announced you were going to bed. Izuku suggested that Kaminari and Kirishima probably would not be online since it was late and that you should get extra sleep after how you had been acting earlier because your body needed energy. You mumbled that you were not planning on playing video games, stood up, and walked to your room. You told Izuku good night as you shut the door and flopped onto the bed. You had not been asleep long before Izuku called through the door, telling you to get up and get ready since you would be leaving in about an hour. You sighed, sat up, and rubbed your face to clear the sleep from your eyes. You pulled on a pair of shorts and an oversized black t-shirt, put on your tennis shoes, and went into the bathroom to do your usual hygiene. You brushed your hair for the first time in 2 days and tied it into a high ponytail with a white ribbon, thinking that you needed to make brushing your hair a habit. You told Izuku you were ready and grabbed your bag from the stool. Izuku said he would get his shoes, slipped on his familiar red shoes, and opened the door for you before shutting and locking it behind you. As you walked to the elevator together, there was a brief silence, and Izuku complimented you by saying you looked very pretty today. You smiled and returned the compliment, saying he looked handsome. Izuku smiled broadly, and that grin warmed you for a moment. On the walk to the bus station toward the mall, you felt your anxiety rising. You thought you had made a mistake and that the mall would be crowded. Without Mr. Aizawa there to keep everyone in check, you worried about the noise. Izuku noticed your tension and told you to relax, reminding you that the people there were your friends. You corrected him, saying that they were more his friends than yours and listing the few you considered close, including Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, Blasty, and Izuku, whom you did not count because he was your brother. Izuku accepted that and assured you that even if you did not see them as friends, they did not hate you. You took a deep breath and tried to calm yourself, convincing yourself that the outing would be fine, just some shopping for the upcoming training camp, maybe a stop at the manga shop, and some class bonding time. When the mall came into view, the knot in your stomach returned and you thought you could not do it. Izuku promised they could visit the manga shop and offered to get you a book, and you agreed. Inside the mall the crowd was dense. You and Izuku eventually found your class gathered in a group. Most of them were present except for Bakugo and you if you decided not to join. Kirishima announced that he needed to buy boots and pants and asked if anyone wanted to come with him. People began to split into smaller groups. Denki approached and put a friendly arm on your shoulder, asking if you wanted to go shopping with him and joking about finding something that would help him be more appealing. You laughed at his joke and agreed to go along. Denki started walking with you while Izuku gave a reassuring thumbs up before heading off with the others. Denki then remembered to ask if you needed anything, and you admitted you were not sure. He said he had an idea of the basics and started listing items like socks. You told him you already had those and wondered if there might be a chance to swim while at training camp. Denki liked that idea but doubted Mr. Aizawa would allow too much fun, You mentioned needing a new jacket because the one you had was full of holes and might not be warm enough at night. Denki pointed out a nearby store he thought would have comfortable clothing and offered to lead the way. As the crowd thickened, Denki took your hand to keep you from getting separated. The simple gesture steadied you as you pushed against the flow of people. A tall man in a black hood stood out to you in the sea of faces and made your stomach tighten. When he collided with you, it was not a casual bump. The impact sent you sprawling to the ground with surprising force. Denki's grip on your hand loosened as you fell. The hooded man looked down at you, and although his face was obscured, you felt sick and sore from the contact. The hooded man apologized and offered to help you up, but the sudden dizziness made you lean forward as if you might be sick. Denki hurried over, crouched between you and the stranger, and tried to comfort you by rubbing your back. You assured him you were okay and told him about the tall man in the hood who had sounded familiar, but when you looked up, the man had already slipped away into the crowd. Denki helped you to a bench and went to get water. He returned a few minutes later and sat down beside you as you drank, then asked what had happened. Kaminari asked if YN was okay. YN told him they were, but mentioned that the man who had bumped into them sounded familiar and that their head had started to ache. They decided to ignore it and continue shopping. Kaminari led them into the store he had mentioned and held up a sage green jacket with oversized pockets, saying it would look great on YN. YN admired the pockets and the color. Kaminari pointed out that the store had larger sizes for an oversized look, and YN brightened and picked a bigger size. YN then held up a matching jacket in black and gray and suggested they could match. Kaminari agreed they would look good together. YN giggled and quietly chose a muscle t-shirt that looked comfortable to wear, and Denki agreed. They paid for their items and moved on to another store. Suddenly, the mall speakers buzzed with an announcement instructing everyone to stay calm, put down unpaid items, and exit the mall because a villain had been reported on the premises. YN's thoughts snapped into place with the name Shigaraki. Denki asked what was wrong as he looked over at YN, who was staring toward the streams of people leaving the mall. Shoving and rushing crowds kept bumping into them as everyone tried to get to the first floor. Denki braced himself to stay near YN. YN explained that the tall man who had bumped into them earlier had seemed familiar and that it was the same creepy guy who had been associated with the League of Villains. The realization made YN nauseous. They remembered the encounter and feared what might have happened if they had accepted his help. Denki urged YN to breathe and to try not to be sick, insisting that pro-heroes and the police would arrive soon and that they could give statements when it was safe. He helped YN through the crowd, and they began searching for Izuku. YN spotted Izuku's green hair in the crowd and ran to him, wrapping their arms around him. Izuku was startled at first, then returned the hug. YN asked Izuku if he was okay and what had happened, speaking so quickly that it took him a moment to register. Izuku reassured them that he was okay. YN tightened the hug and reminded him that Shigaraki wanted them dead, suggesting that Izuku's encounter had likely prompted the announcement. Izuku explained that Shigaraki had cornered him briefly and made a threatening gesture with one finger while saying he wanted to have a talk. Uraraka had returned to the scene, and after she noticed Izuku was not alone, Shigaraki released him. Uraraka then reported the incident. When the police arrived, they took statements from everyone. The officers relied mainly on Izuku's account, since he had been put in immediate danger, and YN's statement contributed little beyond what Izuku had described. YN's mother appeared in the alleyway, distraught. She rushed forward and hugged Izuku while YN stood by the doorway. She asked if they were all right and began checking for injuries on YN, calling both of them her babies and pulling them into a tight embrace. YN assured her that nothing had happened to them. The mother began to break down in tears, and both YN and Izuku hugged her back. A police officer accompanied them home to make sure they arrived safely. Once inside, their mother said she thought they might have to reconsider the whole hero path, and both YN and Izuku reacted with surprise. Izuku asked why she felt that way. Their mother admitted she could not keep going through the constant fear and risk, pointing out that YN and their sister had been hurt before and that the sudden appearance of quirks made her uneasy. YN tried to argue that they would be careful and that they wanted to help others and change the world, but their mother looked at Izuku, held his gaze for a long moment, and said that she could not do it. The mother said she could be at work and still worry about her children getting hurt at school, and then announced that she was unenrolling them from UA. You protested and she looked over quickly. Your mother snapped that she was their parent and had the right to make the decision. It had been a while since she had been like this. If they couldn't calm her down and persuade her, she would follow through and withdraw them from school. Izuku begged, taking one of her hands and placing it against his forehead as he pleaded for her to reconsider. She told them she would think about it and ordered them to go to their rooms. You responded that you would, then walked to your room and shut the door a little louder than usual out of frustration. You could still hear Izuku through the door, asking for a few more words, reminding her that All Might was there and that their idol helped them, and that losing access to the school would take away their chance to do something meaningful for the world. Your mother asked him to go to his room. You heard Izuku sigh and walk away, and a short time later the house was quiet except for the soft sound of your mother's quiet weeping coming from the kitchen. Later, a message thread with a classmate appeared on your phone. Your friend explained that the head of the LOV had been at the mall and that they had a run-in. Your friend said your mother was not pleased and had threatened to unenroll you. Your friend sounded worried and asked you to promise to be there in the morning. You replied that you were unsure. The friend pushed urgently for reassurance, and you ended the conversation by saying you would let them know in the morning. You then set your phone aside and stretched out on your bed. There were knocks at your door. You ignored them at first, thinking it was your mother coming to apologize. A second, softer knock followed by your name prompted you to open the door a crack. Your mother stepped inside and told you she wanted to apologize for her earlier behavior. She took a stool by your desk and sat down. Your mother admitted she had been wrong to react the way she had. She explained that she was anxious about your safety when she was at work and worried about how you would be when she returned, especially with the upcoming training camp where she would not see you for a while. She said she knew becoming heroes had been your dream since you were little and that she needed to trust your teachers more, because she believed they would protect you. She apologized and promised she would give an answer in the morning and definitely by the start of the second semester. She agreed that you and Izuku could still attend the training camp, which began the next day. You told her it would be fine and that the location was secret and protected by pro heroes, then sat up and hugged her. She said she would think on it and left to let you sleep. You lay back and stared at the ceiling until you eventually fell asleep. Morning came with your phone buzzing incessantly. A message in the class group chat announced a river rafting trip with class chaperones Mr. Aizawa and All Might. A classmate knocked on your door and asked if you wanted to join the river rafting. He was excited and explained that there were rafts at the site to rent. You agreed enthusiastically and pulled a new one-piece swimsuit from the drawer, noting aloud that you had not had a chance to wear it yet. You put the swimsuit on, added shorts over it, and grabbed your phone. The classmates stood at the doorway holding a bag with sunscreen and towels and said they were ready to go. He mentioned that they could bring inflatable rafts from your place to save money. You agreed to grab them from the closet and blow them up when you arrived. Izuku asked YN if they minded grabbing the floaties. YN said it was no problem and walked to the closet, pulled out 2 unopened raft boxes, and asked whether the blue race car floaty or the pink unicorn one was preferred. Izuku asked if that was all that was in there. YN shrugged, got on their hands and knees, and found another box, noting that there were green and blue options as well and asking if that sounded good. Izuku agreed and told YN to throw them in the bag while he grabbed some snacks. YN slid the other boxes back and shut the door, remarking that it sounded like fun. Izuku smiled and picked up a couple of granola bars, saying that it was nice to do something normal for a change since training camp would start soon. YN agreed and suggested they get going to avoid being late. They headed to the agreed meeting spot. YN mumbled that they did not see anyone while gripping Izuku's bag. Izuku then called out that the others were right there and ran forward, causing YN to lose grip on the bag. Mr. Aizawa appeared behind him and asked where YN's sister was, noting that they had been waiting. YN sighed, walked by Izuku, and thanked the teachers for being chaperones. Mr. Aizawa explained that they needed to make sure everyone was present and reminded YN that they were late as usual. YN rolled their eyes and pointed out that Izuku had arrived at the same time. Aizawa said he was only teasing and asked whether they had brought their own floaties or would need rentals. YN explained that they had floaties but no way to inflate them quickly, and that blowing them up by hand would take a while. Aizawa said there would be plenty of rafts and floaties to use and suggested asking classmates with larger floaties to share. Aizawa informed the class that the rest of their group was with all might and that they would all go to the river together. He also said he still needed to talk about safety and staying with the group in case someone got separated, and instructed everyone to listen. Bakugo shouted that he would beat everyone down the river, and YN warned not to provoke him since they would be stuck together on the river for several hours. YN matched Aizawa's sigh and joined the rest of the group. Aizawa gathered everyone at the riverbank and reminded them that they were going river rafting, to avoid doing anything stupid, and to try to stay with the group because the river moved at different speeds and had a small section of rapids. He advised students to stick to another raft so no one was left alone and to wait for a teacher if they arrived before an adult. He announced that the Midoriya twins would need to use rafts because there was no time to inflate theirs. Kirishima offered YN his single-person float, saying he planned to just float in the river himself. YN asked if he was sure and said they did not mind holding onto someone's raft or figuring out the rapids together. Kirishima insisted they could use his float and that there would be enough room for the two of them in the rapids. YN thanked him and started moving to the end of the chain as rafts were passed around. When YN reached the chain, Bakugo was nearby. YN groaned, grabbed the handle of his raft, and asked what he was looking at. Bakugo snapped and demanded to know what YN wanted. Kirishima joined them and YN reached out, pulled him into their raft, and asked him to sit until everyone was ready to go so they could plan how to handle the rapids. YN noted the raft was small but should be workable. Bakugo complained that they could just get on his raft. YN called him Blasty in a teasing tone. Kirishima grabbed onto Mina's raft along with other classmates who were joining the chain. The teachers got in, and Aizawa reminded everyone to pick a partner raft. YN and Kirishima agreed to be partners with Bakugo, and Kirishima said the three of them could float and hop between rafts if they wanted. Bakugo rolled his eyes and let go of the raft to float with the others. The water was cold and YN leaned back on their float after Kirishima went to socialize. The group floated peacefully until Uraraka produced a water gun. YN noticed the bright color and saw Uraraka hand an extra to Izuku while Todoroki produced one as well. YN watched as the water guns filled, bubbles rising from the river, and laughed softly, asking if there were any extras. Uraraka said there were none at the moment but offered that YN could use hers in a second. They were planning to get Bakugo. YN smiled and began paddling their raft slowly toward Bakugo. Bakugo snapped at YN, telling them to go away in his usual blunt manner. YN stayed quiet, so Bakugo uncovered his eyes and saw her smiling and holding onto his raft. Bakugo snapped that she should let go of his raft and complained about extras bothering him when he tried to relax. YN explained that she was not bothering him and that she was keeping his raft closer in case the rapids came up. YN reminded him that Mr. Aizawa had said he would let them know when the rapids were coming and asked if he had forgotten. Bakugo scoffed, but YN shrugged and pushed off, paddling back toward Uraraka. She gave Uraraka a thumbs up before spinning herself in circles on the water. Uraraka told everyone to stop squirting water at her and warned that she would be furious if they kept it up. YN laughed along with several others and then noticed Bakugo jumping onto Denki's raft and drenching him. YN told Bakugo to get off Denki's raft and go to his own. Bakugo blamed her and declared he was coming for her. When he actually leapt into the water, YN braced herself on the raft for balance and Siro joked that YN was about to get flipped. YN told Siro she appreciated the warning and scanned the water, realizing Bakugo was not resurfacing near them. With one side of the raft tilted, YN lost her balance and fell into the river. She found the riverbed and pushed herself back up. Siro called out to check if she was all right, and YN coughed, then gave a thumbs up and admitted she had actually enjoyed it. Kirishima offered to help and held onto a branch while Bakugo clung to the raft. Kirishima told YN to hold on and he would get her back up. YN thanked him, grabbed his shoulders, and he steadied them both until the rafts passed safely. YN promised playfully that she would not shoot him with the water gun when she got the chance. Back on her raft, YN watched Bakugo looking bored and wondered how he had gotten there. She asked Bakugo what was wrong. Bakugo snapped that she should not look at him and that it annoyed him. YN urged him to lighten up, reminding him they were on vacation with their whole class. Bakugo muttered that it was a nightmare. YN teased that it was only a nightmare because he was there. Bakugo called her a JRK and shoved her off the raft. YN managed to grab back on and hauled herself up again, calling him a JRK under her breath. Mr. Aizawa intervened and told Bakugo to stop pushing YN into the water because she could get hurt and he did not want to deal with that. Bakugo grumbled and leaned back in the raft. YN grabbed the handle, thinking about when the rapids might come. In fact, she was looking forward to them. Uraraka gave YN a cheeky smile and motioned toward a water gun. YN reached forward and felt that it was loaded, thinking it was a bad idea. She mouthed a thank you to Uraraka and leaned back on the raft. Mr. Aizawa ordered the water gun returned, and YN groaned but handed it back to Uraraka when told. YN teased someone about sitting under an umbrella and avoiding the sun. Mr. Aizawa warned that continuing to mess around could mean she would not be allowed to go to the summer training camp. YN lay back and idly played with the water, shaping her hand to toss a splash into the air when she squeezed. She listened to the distant chatter of classmates while the sun warmed her and a few clouds drifted by. She told someone that they should try not to be so boring. The other student insisted they were just relaxing. YN complained that it was boring, and the other student snapped that they were relaxing and wanted everyone to be quiet. The exchange ended with YN covering her eyes and trying to tune out the noise. Gradually, the river grew quieter, the sun felt like a comforting blanket, and a calm descended. YN began to drift off and entered a dream that felt like a parallel version of reality. In the dream, YN walked into an apartment where Izuku was sitting at the counter doing homework. YN asked what class he was working on, and when he said it was not for class, she suggested they go out for food later and maybe stop by the Bakugos because Mitsuki probably made something. Izuku only shook his head and walked into his room. YN went to her own room, shut the door, and fell onto her bed while scrolling on her phone. The doorknob began to jiggle and turned. YN sat up and watched as the door creaked open. Sensing something wrong, she moved toward the closet, slipping inside before the door opened fully. Small cracks between the hanging clothes revealed a hooded figure stepping into the room. The sight froze her with fear. He seemed to be alone, and when he looked around and didn't see anyone, he slammed his hand onto her bed, and her blanket decayed into dust. Immediately, she covered her mouth to quiet her breathing as he started rampaging around the room. Everything he touched turned to dust. He yelled that he would kill her and threatened that her brother would die if she did not come out. When she remained silent, he changed his threat and said he would make her watch as he destroyed everyone she cared about: her brother, her mother, her best friend, everyone. His voice carried the petulant edge of a child having a tantrum. She sank further back into the closet until she could barely see him. The other side of the closet door slid open so fast she barely had time to react. The only thing she managed was to punch him in the face. She tried to run, but he grabbed her shoulder and she felt a strange, familiar sting, like the old injury at USA. In the moonlight, his hair had a bluish tint and his skin looked rigid in places. A small nosebleed marked his face. He gripped her shoulders with both hands and shook her, demanding that she get up and warning again that he would kill her and her brother and destroy anything in his way. The world tilted and everything blurred. She sat up gasping as if pulled from another place and nearly toppled into the water. Kirishima asked if she was okay and reached out to touch her shoulders. The skin was intact. Kirishima told her she had fallen asleep and warned that the rapids were close, then asked if she could hop up onto Bakugo's raft. She nodded, dazed, and held onto his raft while Kirishima and Bakugo helped her climb onto Bakugo's. Bakugo scooted over to make room and she clung to the handle, pulling her legs onto the raft. Kirishima suggested it would probably be easier if she held onto the handle too, or else he might lose grip on her raft. She agreed and grabbed the handle just as the rapids came into view. The water turned choppy and large rocks appeared between the waves. As the rafts entered the rapids, she warned them to watch for rocks so they would not be knocked into the water. Kirishima pointed out that the rapids were just starting and urged caution. Bakugo teased that she was finally awake and she stuck out her foot to push them away from a rock, which the current carried them past faster. When Bakugo told Kirishima to shut up, Kirishima rolled his eyes and gripped the handle tighter. They all exchanged taunts, Kirishima denying that he was scared and Bakugo retorting with sarcasm, but the teasing held a nervous undercurrent as they rode the waves. The wind felt good as they moved quickly and a big wave splashed onto them. She wiped her face, raised both arms, and shouted with exhilaration. Another wave hit and she laughed, then settled back down. Ahead, an uneven drop in the river formed by a jutting rock looked dangerous. Kirishima laughed nervously and grabbed the raft tighter. She told him to hang on and not to sink. He sighed and gripped the handle. Sure enough, the rafts dropped into the dip. Bakugo's raft surged to the other side while Kirishima's flooded. She grabbed his wrist and helped him up as his raft slipped from under him. Kirishima joked that he needed help lifting him because he was heavier than he looked, and Bakugo did his best to steer while Kirishima climbed back aboard. Once everyone fit, she looked back to see a classmate holding onto the drifting raft and calling out to make sure they were all right. Kirishima said he was soaking wet but fine, smiling as he rubbed his head and took the handle. They warned each other that the rapids seemed to get worse ahead and that 3 people were squeezed onto a 2-person raft, so if they weren't careful someone might go under. Bakugo shifted from neutral to annoyed and made it clear they were risking a flip. Kirishima wondered aloud how long the rapids would last, and they all exchanged short jabs while keeping their weight balanced so the raft would not tip. A huge wave hit and another hollowed spot in the water forced it right toward their raft. Bakugo reached with his foot to push against the rock and free them, but Uraraka and Deku's raft collided with theirs, and she was swept into the water. The current shoved her down and she struggled for a breath as waves threatened to hold her under. Her hands found the side of a submerged rock and she pushed herself up, panic flaring when the raft was directly above and she could not find air. She fought to reach the surface and finally broke through, coughing as she tried to breathe steadily. A classmate shouted for help to get him up. Bakugo ordered them to get him up, and when you looked, Uraraka and Izuku were already trying to help Kirishima to his feet. Izuku asked where you were, scanning the area until you raised an arm to signal. There was no way you could fight the current in the middle of the rapids. The raft was too far away to grab a handle without falling back into the water, so you held onto the rock. Izuku told Bakugo that you were right there, behind him, holding onto the rock. Bakugo grunted and moved to the side where you were, and the shift finally freed the raft. Bakugo warned everyone to grab on. You reached for his hand and he caught you as the raft shot forward down the river. He tried to lift you, but Kirishima reached in and took your other hand. Once you were safely on the raft, you lay down for a moment to steady your nerves, then sat up as the remaining rapids tossed the raft around and forced them to dodge a few rocks before the river calmed. You thanked them, still out of breath. Kirishima smiled and said that the whole thing had caught them off guard. You joked that Bakugo had likely avoided falling because he had placed himself at the front of the raft by luck, and Kirishima chuckled. After a few minutes of smoother drifting, All Might called out to make sure everyone stayed together and mentioned there would be no more rapids until the end, encouraging everyone to enjoy the next half hour and telling them they could get out of the rafts if they wanted. Kirishima grinned and said he would go get his raft and bring it back, but Bakugo insisted that Kirishima keep it and use the time to float around and chat with Mina and Denki. Kirishima agreed and swam off. Bakugo lay back down and rolled his eyes but did not respond. Bakugo asked what had happened and why you had been asleep for so long, insisting he could tell something was off because of the way you woke up. You groaned and told him it was none of his business, that you had simply followed his advice and rested because you were tired. You asked him to leave you alone. Bakugo made an irritated noise and threatened to push you in if you didn't explain. You told him to go ahead since you were already drenched. He demanded that you admit something you found him easy to read, he said, and wanted the truth. You refused. You suddenly pushed him and he grabbed your arms, but you managed to shove him over the side. You freed your hands since you were still soaked and laughed at him. Bakugo shouted that he was already wet enough and demanded help. Someone nearby made a teasing quip and everyone laughed. Bakugo swore and asked for help getting back on the raft. He tried to use teasing as leverage, insisting you admit you were best friends before he helped. You refused at first, and Bakugo protested that admitting it would be the right thing to do. He warned that climbing improperly would tilt the raft and started to climb back on himself. You stuck out a hand, then pulled it back to tease him. Bakugo pretended not to want to get wet again and then climbed to the other side to even the weight, promising to help for real this time. He swore he would, and when you offered your hand again he took it and hauled himself back onto the raft. Once he was seated, Bakugo muttered that he could have done it alone, but you pointed out that he had admitted he needed help. He grumbled and laid back down. You told him he had admitted needing you and that you were welcome. You asked him why he had come at all. He explained that his mother was home, and so his only choice that day had been to either stay with her or come out with everyone. You said you were glad he had chosen to join them. Despite his grouchy attitude, his presence made things fun. Bakugo asked whether the others were still finding things fun these days, and you reminded him that summer was one of the few times they could act like kids, especially with school being so demanding. You admitted quietly that growing up earlier than others had made things harder sometimes. You poked Bakugo a few times when he didn't react, and he eventually asked what you wanted. You suggested going to the mall afterward to look for manga or figures. Bakugo refused, worried about the area where villains had caused trouble before. You argued that it was unlikely they'd be there again and proposed browsing and then getting food together, promising it would make you happy. Bakugo refused to risk putting you in danger, saying you could go without him. You threatened to go with Izuku if Bakugo wouldn't come. Bakugo accused you of being petty. You told him you simply wanted to read because you had finished all your own and would be bored at home. When Bakugo offered to let you borrow his, you specified you wanted a particular kind, the non-romance kind, and he grumbled but agreed, on the condition that you let him recommend his favorite for you to read in return. He also said that if your mother was not home you could get dinner at his house, but he insisted on taking you home afterward. You accepted the deal, and the raft drifted on as the group settled into a more relaxed conversation, the tension of the rapids fading into the afternoon calm. You insisted that nobody else come and that there would be no running away. He agreed to the deal. You asked for a swear and he swore. You looked at him, trying to hold in a laugh, and told him he was really desperate. He protested that he was not. You dramatically sighed, draped your hand across your forehead, and warned him not to go out alone because it could lead to trouble, then admitted it had been funny. He muttered that you were difficult to deal with and said it was the turn of the one with messy hair, telling you to go bother him. You replied that it was more fun bothering him, and noted that the trip was probably nearing the end and the rapids would start up again after almost half an hour. They lay quietly until All Might's voice carried over the crowd, announcing that the rapids leading to the end were coming up and instructing everyone to get with their groups, hang on to their rafts, and make sure to meet back up and check out before leaving. You sat up and looked for Kirishima. He made his way over and grabbed the handle, remarking that it was nice of you to join them again. Kirishima gave a thumbs up, and you returned the gesture. The rapids began, but they were much calmer than the earlier ones. You did not have to abandon the raft or fight the waves. The current pushed your raft into a pit, and everyone had to get out and drag their rafts free. You climbed the stairs with the others and waited for the teachers. Izuku finally came and checked out as well. You walked over to him and asked for a towel. Izuku reached into the bag and handed you one, saying he was glad they had thought to bring a bag that zipped up, otherwise everything would have been soaked. You thanked him and began drying off, then told him you were going to eat at Bakugo's that night and asked if he needed food or if you should ask Mitsuki or pick something up on the way home. Izuku declined, saying he would just make something. You said you were going to head back with him and asked if that was okay. Izuku agreed and asked that you be back at a decent time. You told him you would eat there and then go home, estimating you would be back around 7 or 8 since it was only around 4. Izuku asked you to keep him updated if anything changed, and you agreed. After that, you rode in the car with Mitsuki and had dinner at Bakugo's. Bakugo lent you a romance manga you had not heard of before. Later, he walked you home and went back to his place. You finally allowed yourself to fall asleep. You had tried to stay awake but gave in, getting up to lock your door before returning to bed. Waking up early was not your idea of a fun time, even if it was to go to the training camp you had been waiting for. Izuku had practically dragged you out of bed to make sure you got to campus on time. You had not even bothered brushing your hair. You put on your school uniform and grabbed the bags you had packed the night before. You left before your mother woke up, and when you arrived at school most people were still half asleep, with a few exceptions who had too much energy. Mr. Aizawa told the class to sit at their desks and that they were late, reminding everyone there was no time to waste. You were relieved it was Mr. Aizawa and not Ida leading the morning. You yawned and sat down behind Kaminari. Kaminari complained that making everyone get up this early was a major downer, propping his head up with his hand. You mumbled agreement and looked forward. Mr. Aizawa then announced which students had not passed the selection: Sato, Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, and Siro. He explained that those 5 would still go on the trip but would be responsible for making up work in addition to training. He emphasized that the trip was for training and not a getaway, and instructed everyone to load the bus, not be too loud, and to go. Bags rustled as students stood and moved toward the buses. You made your way to the back and stretched your legs out across the seat, setting your bag on the floor and leaning your head back. Kirishima waved from ahead and asked if you were going to sit by anyone, inviting you over. Denki added that the seats could fit 3 across. You asked if you could have the window seat, and Kirishima agreed. You grabbed your bag and walked up, plopping down beside him. Bakugo kept to himself nearby, arms crossed and music on full blast. Kaminari noticed the free seat between himself and Mineta. Bakugo made his displeasure known about sitting next to that student if anyone considered it. Ida then stood in the aisle and delivered a formal reminder about safety. Everyone should remain seated while the bus was moving or they could be seriously hurt. He said that he and Mr. Aizawa would be watching to make sure everyone stayed in their assigned seats, and that he had written down the seating chart. He bowed toward the pro-hero driving and returned to his seat. The bus engine roared to life and they started moving. You asked Kirishima if he was excited. Kirishima said it had sounded fun from the descriptions, but knowing Mr. Aizawa it would probably be strict and demanding, more focused on hard training than leisure. You mimicked Mr. Aizawa's stern admonishments, and Kirishima laughed at your impression. Both of you agreed you should try to rest because the training would likely be tough. You looked around. Izuku was fast asleep against a window. Bakugo sat alone with his eyes closed, music still playing. You leaned your head against the glass while Kirishima tilted his head back and dozed. When you woke a little later, Kirishima was definitely asleep with his mouth open and a bit of drool at the corner. You took a quick photo and, trying to be subtle, set it as his contact photo and sent it to his phone so he would see it when he woke. You covered your mouth to muffle quiet laughter. The seat was uncomfortable, so you stood to adjust your legs. Ida admonished you to sit back down immediately, reminding everyone that standing while the bus was moving was dangerous. The noise woke others, even Bakugo opened his eyes. You snapped at Ida, telling him to mind his own business, calling him a foul name in the heat of the moment. Ida reacted with surprise at being addressed that way by a classmate. You groaned, sat back down, and glared until Ida looked away. Kirishima leaned forward, yawned, and remarked that it had been an unusual way to wake up. You apologized for trying not to wake him and wondered why Ida had to be so loud, then lowered your volume and put your other earbud back in. He told Midoriya that he could go back to bed, then said it was fine and pulled out his phone, noting they were only 3 hours in. Midoriya faced forward until a small pinch on his arm made him cry out in surprise and rub it, asking why he had been pinched. The other boy pointed to a picture on his phone and asked what it was. Midoriya looked, chuckling as the same awkward sleeping smile showed up on his face. The boy smiled, unsure whether to laugh with him or be annoyed. Midoriya said the photo had been too good an opportunity and laughed, zooming in to emphasize the expression. The other boy joked that Midoriya looked monstrous when he slept and then punched him playfully, laughing and demanding to know if Midoriya had sent the picture to anyone. Midoriya assured him that he had not, showed his contact photo as proof, and suggested they promise not to show it to anyone else, offering his hand. The other boy agreed to the deal, shook his hand, and threatened good-natured revenge. After a quiet moment, the other boy glanced at Midoriya's phone and asked what song he was listening to. Midoriya shrugged that it was whatever came up on his playlist. When the boy asked if Midoriya had made the playlist and requested an earbud, Midoriya handed one over. Midoriya woke to Aizawa's voice and instantly knew it was going to be a tough day. Aizawa had started many of them on training drills, and Midoriya stood beside Izuku, rubbing his eyes and yawning. The 5 classmates assigned extra training looked exhausted. Kirishima was being held up by Aizawa's scarf, and Sato, Mina, Siro, and Kaminari were slumped with bags under their eyes. Aizawa told them they needed to move faster and reminded them not to forget who they had been before UA, that improvement required testing limits and sweat. Midoriya wiped sweat from his face and continued the same exercises with Izuku. Izuku ran up and asked Aizawa if All Might or the other heroes would be joining them, since it was the third day of camp. Aizawa told Izuku they needed to stay focused and explained that the other heroes would not join, because they had to keep their locations secret from villains. Very few people knew where they were. He said All Might stood out too much, for better and worse, and ordered them back to training. Pixie Bob greeted them with a bright, cat-like exclamation and said tonight would be fun, promising a test of courage where classes would be set against each other. She praised their hard work during the day and presented the evening event as a reward, throwing her hands up and laughing in her usual exuberant way. Midoriya muttered that it sounded like more training and slipped away when Tiger glanced at Pixie Bob. He took a place behind Kendo and Jiro. Jiro commented that training in the dark would be extra challenging and noticed Midoriya, asking what he was doing there. Midoriya said he was trying to catch a break and hoped the night training would at least be somewhat fun, puffing to catch his breath. Pixie Bob reminded them not to slack off and to push themselves to be the best they could. Tiger loomed over Izuku until Izuku ran back, and then Tiger fixed his gaze on Midoriya. Midoriya, alarmed, appealed to Jiro for help. Tiger shouted that Midoriya was not going plus ultra, ordered him to work very hard, and warned that if Midoriya were caught slacking again he would have to attend extra lessons. His finger jabbed at Midoriya as if to punctuate every word, and a chill went down Midoriya's and Jiro's spines. Midoriya took a deep breath and ran back to resume training. When training finally ended, Midoriya remembered they had to prepare their own dinner. He took a spot by Bakugo to cut fish and vegetables and worked in silence until Bakugo noticeably sped up. Uraraka walked by with vegetables and remarked that Bakugo was skilled with a knife. Bakugo exploded into a loud denial and insulted the others for being bad at everything. Midoriya teased Bakugo to give people a chance to catch up, making air quotes and returning to his chopping with a small laugh. Kaminari commented that at least Bakugo was not blowing things up, and Midoriya handed him a low, satisfied high five as he passed. Kirishima turned away and sighed, muttering that he did not have the energy. Midoriya asked Bakugo about the little boy from earlier, Koda, and mentioned that Koda hated heroes and society because of his parents, who had been involved in a public incident. Bakugo grumbled a dismissive response, but Midoriya said he felt something was off and that it had been sad when Izuku had tried to talk to Koda. When Midoriya asked where Koda was now, they looked around as the sun set and the light dimmed. It had been at least 5 to 10 minutes. Bakugo said he did not care where Koda had gone, but Midoriya insisted he did, emphasizing that Koda was just a kid. Midoriya guessed that Koda had probably gone to his hideout. Dinner was good and appetizing. Once everyone finished eating and put away their dishes, they walked to a large dark clearing near a stand of trees. The place felt eerie, and a cool breeze drifted through the area. One of the cat-like instructors announced that they had filled their bellies and finished their dishes. Pixie Bob added that the 5 students who had done extra training would join her for additional classes because their earlier training had not satisfied her. Mina and the others froze when Pixie Bob made the announcement, and Aizawa pulled the exhausted students away while Pixie Bob continued to explain. She said that Class 1B would begin as the scarers for the night's event. The teacher announced that Class 1A would leave every 2 minutes in pairs. The goal was to collect tags with their names on the opposite side of the route. No physical contact was allowed, everyone had to rely on their quirks. Tiger loudly declared that the winner would be the most creative student who managed to frighten the most people. Tokoyami repeated his serious mantra about a rivalry in the dark, the phrase settling over the group like a shadow. When it was time to draw partners, the students took slips of paper. The protagonist found an 8 and noticed Izuku standing alone. The protagonist held the slip up and offered it to Izuku, commenting that they must be the last pair. Izuku pointed out the coincidence with a wry remark about the numbers, and the protagonist scanned the gathering pairs. Blasty suddenly demanded a trade, stomping in with his usual brash temper. The protagonist cut him off bluntly, telling him to deal with it and suggesting he would be shown up. Blasty protested, then grumbled and stalked back to Todoroki, continuing to shout at him. A classmate observed that Blasty was like a wild animal when he got like this, and Izuku smirked that he sounded more like a barking dog. The protagonist added that he was acting like a toddler who didn't get his way. Eventually everyone settled into pairs and the teams were sent out. The pair sent out last were Tsu and Uraraka. The protagonist and Izuku stood together as distant screams echoed from the course. Pixie Bob lifted her head and sniffed the air. The protagonist tried to mimic her subtly to pick up any useful clues. A column of dark smoke rose from the trees, a blue tint flickering beneath it. Pixie Bob floated toward the bushes, and a rustle preceded the appearance of two figures, one human and one lizard-like. Pixie Bob stumbled, pinned by a heavy magnetic bar that had been forced against her. She was clearly hurt, but the sight had more urgency than gore. A lizard-faced villain smirked as he approached, boasting that the intruders were from the League of Villains and that he could easily crush Pixie Bob. A student asked what the villains were doing there. A woman stepped forward and warned the villain not to act. Tiger lunged for Pixie Bob, but another villain stepped between them and urged restraint, noting that deciding someone's fate required adherence to their twisted principles. He then recognized Izuku and accused him of attempting an attack in the past, and the man pulled from behind him a crude blade comprised of many attached weapons. He named himself Spinner and declared his intent to make Stain's ideals a reality. Tiger answered by pointing at Pixie Bob and insisting she was a pro-hero who had saved countless lives and deserved protection. The lizard-faced man's expression darkened and claws extended from his gloves. The atmosphere tightened. A pro-hero nearby ordered everyone to fall back and entrust the students' safety to Ragdoll, instructing class representatives to lead the retreat and forbidding engagement. Tiger complied, gathering classmates and ushering them toward the camp. The protagonist and Izuku exchanged a worried look. Mandalay was called to assist, and a moment of tense hesitation passed. Izuku placed a hand over his chest and stated that they knew where Koda was. After a brief, determined exchange with Mandalay, Izuku and the protagonist powered up one for all and began sprinting toward the mountain, intending to get Koda and then return immediately to camp. Suddenly a scarred face appeared at the edge of the path and a burst of blue flame struck, forcing the protagonist to reel. The protagonist shouted that Izuku should go save Koda while they held off the attacker. Izuku took half a second to process, then sped toward the mountain. There was just enough time for Izuku at the top to pull Koda clear before another villain's power came roaring down an attack that struck like a fist wrapped in pulsing, muscle-like fibers. The new attacker laughed and said he had been looking for fun but recognized the protagonist from a past threat list. He mentioned another girl who reminded him of the protagonist and demanded to know Bakugo's location, producing 3 photographs. The protagonist's back slammed against a tree and they rose just in time to narrowly avoid the next blast. The villain's voice wavered cruelly, his face was scarred and pieced, together with crude metal fasteners and bright blue eyes. Knowing the danger, the protagonist swung out on a tree branch and dodged in the nick of time. Fear tightened their stomach and sped their heartbeat as the reality set in. Lose this fight and the consequences were severe. The protagonist steeled themselves, thinking that they would have never taken the fight if they truly believed they could not win. They smiled with resolve and searched for an opening while the scarred attacker taunted that the protagonist's defensive stance was a bluff and that they were only showing spunk. The forest became a blur of motion as the two tested each other, moves and counters flowing like an action scene from an animated battle. The protagonist focused on predicting the villain's next strike, keeping pace with quick footwork and nimble evasions. Dabi challenged her to show what she had. He lowered his hands and she almost struck before stopping. It was a trap, she reminded herself. She needed to catch him off guard. She asked him, noting that he looked like he had an interesting backstory and asking his name. He introduced himself as Dabi. She increased her speed, feeling her muscles strain as she moved in circles through the trees to create the illusion of a blur. If she could make herself hard to follow, she could find an opening to strike. He stood in the center with a smirk as she circled. She planted her foot on a branch and leaped. He looked behind himself, and instead of hitting the back of his neck or upper back to knock the wind out of him as she had planned, she ended up striking his arms. The maneuver had been meant to divert his attention with punches while she landed a decisive kick, but he was too quick. He praised the attempt but warned her not to be predictable, taunting her to give him a reason to let her live and mentioning that Kurogiri had taken a liking to her while he favored him more than Shigaraki. Her legs ached and she pushed herself harder. She tried the same maneuver again. He blocked her, but she seized his wrists and used the momentum to land on the other side, rolling him over onto the ground. She pinned him and began to strike repeatedly, but she stopped when his grin widened. He complimented her again, and flames began to lick around him. She had to release the pin. He rose, brushed himself off, and then, visibly impressed, identified her as a Midoriya and asked if the other boy was her brother. He declared that Bakugo was on their list and that they intended to eliminate those they considered unworthy, to take others captive and watch hero society fall. She stepped back, stunned by his madness. He charged without warning. She grabbed his outstretched arm and used his weight to force him to the ground. She kept him at bay rather than pinning him, trying to maintain distance. She observed aloud that he was quite chatty for a villain, and then she drove her foot down on the back of his head as he hit the ground. He said they were already winning and that they had come for a kid named Bakugo, asking if she had seen him. Her expression hardened. She prepared to push herself to the limit as he suddenly grabbed her face and held it to the ground, demanding Bakugo's location and threatening to make her watch everyone die, starting with her brother. He then pressed a hand to her throat to force compliance. She grabbed the base of his wrist, but there wasn't room to break free the way she normally would. She struggled for air as his grip tightened, and her vision narrowed. Fear flooded her thoughts, images of her loved ones and apologies rushing through her head until a small pocket of air returned and she began to cough, still partially held but not fully subdued. He threatened to burn part of her face if she did not cooperate and urged her to give them Bakugo. She refused to give him any information. He pushed her back to the ground and explained that they knew she and the other person were close. If she surrendered Bakugo, they might leave with fewer casualties. Otherwise, killing or taking them could be advantageous to their cause. She tried to lift herself but could not, panic settling in as she felt heat building on his palms. She silently begged her quirk, asking for the strength not to die. A surge of power answered, an intense boost that let her stand and fight on more even terms. His flames came at her. She punched out in the style she had learned from Izuku and felt the strain in her arm, but the move dispersed the fire and opened a momentary window. She pushed further, invoking a massive burst of power and striking him, sending him flying into the trees. The impact tore through the foliage and a brief chance to escape appeared. She hesitated to run, worried that fleeing would let him harm others. When the surge faded, she stood, touching her neck where it had been bruised from the earlier hold and trying to locate him. He taunted that she had broken herself trying to pull off the move. Flames exploded again, igniting the trees around them. He stood ready with his hands raised. She realized she had no real choice but to keep fighting. Her right arm was badly strained from the power she had used. She could barely summon a strong blow. He pressed the attack, and she found herself hurt, bruised and winded from the blows, coughing as she tried to steady herself before another strike sent her back down. He mused that maybe she was not as remarkable as she'd seemed, recalling that she had done well at the sports festival and questioning whether he had the right person. When she struggled to defend herself for more than a few minutes, he concluded she had little use to them and leaned over, placing a hand against her face. At first the restraint seemed controlled, but then she cried out and began to struggle, the pressure forcing her face toward the dirt and making it hard to breathe. She tried to tilt her head to get free, but he held her pressed down. There was nobody to help, and the scene became more gut-wrenching as flames curled from Dabi's hand. The trainee's voice cracked as they demanded to be released. They kicked and scratched, but it was useless. Tears formed in their eyes while Dabi smiled and taunted them about the pain. The trainee tried to paw him off. Dabi spoke as if nothing serious were happening and asked if they would give up. The trainee cursed, gathered strength in their arms, and let one for all surge through them. They stood, grabbed Dabi's wrist, and forced his hand away from their face. For a moment they nearly overpowered him, but Dabi twisted free and broke the hold. Dabi remarked that they still had a fight in them and retreated into the woods. The trainee wiped tears from their burned cheek, ignored the lingering pain, and ran after him. They struck Dabi in the face, forcing him to leap up and unleash a huge blast of flame. Rather than back down, the trainee raised their power and tore through the fire. The heat stung like a scorch, but they plunged into it and pushed with everything they had, sending Dabi crashing to the ground. Dabi threw another blast. The trainee hit him with everything left, one arm bruising badly but not broken. The force of the exchange sent both of them flying back several feet. When the trainee tried to stand, something felt wrong. Dabi landed a heavy blow that sent them into a tree and to the ground. The familiar tingle of one for all was gone. Panic spread through them as they realized the power was absent. Dabi walked toward them with his arms lowered, the forest burning behind him. Their body trembled with a sudden, unfamiliar weakness. They weighed the options. A weak punch would get them overwhelmed, running might let Dabi hurt others. The trainee tried to steady their breathing while the blue light of the flames played across their face. They called for Dark Shadow and Tokoyami. Tokoyami answered, and that offered a momentary cue. The trainee announced they would go and taunted Dabi before dashing toward the sounds of struggle in the woods. Shoji suddenly tackled them and another student from nowhere, pinning them down. They landed on Shoji, weight pressing on their injured arm and burned face, adrenaline dulling most of the pain. Shoji put a hand to their lips and explained in a hushed voice that Dark Shadow had gone wild. Tokoyami had tried not to use his power, but a villain had damaged one of the bird-like extensions Tokoyami used, and in the shock Dark Shadow had reacted unpredictably. Now the shadow attacked any small sound or movement, so everyone had to be absolutely quiet. The trainee whispered in recognition and felt lightheaded as they pressed a hand to the bleeding cut on their head. Shoji urged them to return to camp for help, but Izuku called out that the villains were after Bakugo. Relief washed over the trainee. They leaned on Izuku and began to sit up. They were told that Koda was safe and had been taken back to Mr. Aizawa, which brought a slight smile out of them. Shoji said they needed to hurry to Bakugo because his group had been ahead on the path. He also warned that with their injuries they ought to be resting, but the immediate problem was Dark Shadow and Tokoyami. Shoji offered to distract Dark Shadow so the others could run. Izuku refused to leave Bakugo behind. Both injured students had pushed themselves to reach him. Shoji promised to carry both of them and to run, but he warned they would have to move fast. Dark Shadow swung at a tree nearby. Shoji dodged as he spoke. Izuku argued that saving people required taking risks that was part of being a hero and urged a choice between staying to help Tokoyami or rushing to Bakugo. The trainee clenched their teeth and said there was another way. They would not be forced to choose one or the other. They and Izuku quickly agreed on a plan. If they could draw Dark Shadow toward Bakugo or Todoroki, those two could provide light and help calm the shadow. They would follow the trail to where there would likely be visible fire or ice, use duplicated arms to make noise and lead Dark Shadow away from their real bodies, and then run. Shoji steadied them and told them to be ready. A sudden cry rose as Dark Shadow launched a pursuit, flattening trees and hurling debris. The trainee ducked under Shoji's arms and pressed against his back with eyes shut, every sense on edge as they sped through the chaotic, roaring forest. Someone spotted ice up ahead. The trainee and the others shouted for Bakugo and Todoroki to give them light. Shoji leaped aside to avoid Dark Shadow as it slammed into the ice and shattered it. You peeked out but kept your head in so you would not be thrown out. Izuku called out Kaken. Todoroki identified Shoji, Midoriya, and Tokoyami, and you kept your head down and held on as Todoroki ran so fast that one little bump would have sent you flying despite his grip. Shoji shouted that they needed light immediately because Dark Shadow was out of control. You felt Shoji jump just in the nick of time. With all the moving, you felt weaker and lightheaded again. The pressure from your hand was no longer enough to steady you, and you feared you might pass out. Todoroki said he would use his fire. You listened and struggled to keep consciousness while Dark Shadow surged against the villain they had been fighting. Small, rapid explosions followed, and then Dark Shadow faded and grew quieter. You fought to stay awake as dizziness threatened to pull you under. Tokoyami breathed heavily and admitted the matchup had gone badly for him. Another member panted their thanks for being saved. Todoroki looked over at Tokoyami, and Shoji moved closer to check on everyone's condition. Todoroki apologized to Shoji and Midoriya, explaining that his anger had consumed him and his quirk had spurred Dark Shadow into a frenzy he could not contain, and that he had ended up hurting Shoji. Izuku asked Shoji where YN was and confirmed that she had been on his back. Izuku noted there were visible stains on the arms. Shoji responded that he still had a grip on her and that she was there, then loosened his hold so you felt dirt beneath you. Your breathing was weak, and with the light you could see Izuku's eyes as wide as they could be despite swelling. You moved your arm over your head to avoid focusing on what everyone was looking at. Shoji observed that your injuries were worse than he had first thought and asked what had happened, directing the question to Midoriya. Todoroki said he had not known you were with them. Bakugo snapped at Midoriya, furious that you had been at the camp together, and demanded an explanation. Midoriya explained that they had gone to save Koda but were separated when a villain intervened. He said you had told him to go and save Koda while you held the villain off, and that if he had not left then Koda would have died. Shoji urged that they needed to return to camp because your injuries were more severe than the others. Bakugo said he would carry you, hoisting you over his shoulders, and noted that they had all been carrying each other and were beaten up as well. Bakugo said they needed to control the bleeding on your head and treat the burns on your face before they scarred or became infected. Everything grew fuzzy and you blacked out as the sound of footsteps continued around you. Uraraka announced that you were waking up. You mumbled, and your eyes opened just enough to see feet and dirt passing quickly by. The voices blurred as you lost consciousness again, but a faint blue light eventually brought you back. You found yourself in a spherical space, everything tinted blue and full of passing shadows that looked like trees. You felt the cloth on your head and the splint on the arm that had been injured. Your face still felt warm. It took several attempts to stand, and a wave of dizziness threatened to topple you, but you managed to steady yourself for a moment before darkness closed in again. When you came to, the light brightened and silhouettes moved around you. Pressing your ear to the side, you heard people talking Shoji, Izuku, Todoroki, and then other voices that did not belong to your group. One voice claimed to have rescued them, and another urged letting them go. 3 dark figures ran away and then turned as a cloud-like form appeared in the trees. A metallic voice announced that it had been 5 minutes since the signal and that they had the targets. The flame-voiced villain Dabi replied that they were not leaving without the captives. Dabi explained, in a mocking tone, that he had let them think they had found something valuable because if he flaunted something shiny it was to hide what he did not want noticed. As he spoke, a slit of light widened where you were trapped. Someone nearby shouted that he had them. The container you were in snapped, and Todoroki asked whether the ice he had seen was real. Dabi confirmed that he had prepared doubles and slipped them into his pockets, explaining that his technique allowed him to compress and hold things. A frustrated cry blamed that technique for allowing the villains to take people. You thumped the side of the enclosure but nothing gave. You tried to call out Izuku, but your voice did not reach him. The slit in the container shrank again, and the cloud-like mass moved closer. Dabi said it had not been the plan to take Tokoyami, but that Tokoyami's quirk would be useful. He added that Bakugo had been the main target and that Kurogiri and Dabi had taken a particular interest in you. Dabi promised they would be taken care of and invited everyone to take a final bow. Izuku's voice cracked as he protested they could not take them. Those words landed like a blow. Tokoyami and Bakugo had been taken as well. You wondered why they were after Katsuki and what Dabi meant by taking a liking to you. You also remembered being on a list and felt a rising panic. The sphere lurched, the ground below brightened, and you realized the whole thing was falling. Shoji shouted that he had a plan as figures rushed toward you. Dabi mocked Todoroki's situation as someone called out a warning that someone was going to fall into the warp gate. When you looked down, the cloud mass below had drawn frighteningly close. He had so much momentum that his dark outline rolled onto the ground. Dabi taunted that losing 2 friends in one night was pitiful. She started breathing heavier and could hear frantic cries as a last-ditch effort. Dabi ordered confirmation. A rift snapped shut and a warped hand closed around her neck. Izuku screamed that she and Katsuki should stay back. Before Dabi could pull her through, Shoji and Todoroki stepped forward, forcing Dabi to choose between risking Bakugo and making a clean escape. Dabi chose to leave with Bakugo, and the rift closed behind him. She lost her breath, clutching her shirt to her chest and collapsing to the ground, screaming for Katsuki and begging him to be spared. Tears formed as a hollow, empty panic took over. She reached and tugged at the hands still gripping her, twisted, and kicked until she finally freed herself and fell back, looking up to see Katsuki with a hand around his own neck, eyes wide. Todoroki urged them to keep distance and suggested getting medical help for everyone, but she was consumed by guilt. She smashed her head into the ground repeatedly as if to force a numbness that would cover the growing anguish. She kept repeating that it should have been her, that if she had been stronger she could have rescued him. The words came out as frantic sobs between ragged breaths. Todoroki tightened his jaw and moved to comfort her, and Izuku's voice joined his, but she pushed Todoroki's hand away and focused on the small movements of her own hand, clenching and unclenching it until it fell back to normal. Her breathing accelerated. She felt like she was suffocating. Tokoyami and the others urged taking the injured to camp for treatment. Shoji insisted that he was fine and would get her, predicting she would not want to move, while Izuku stood, dazed and determined to walk despite his injuries. Izuku called to her and tried to offer reassurance that getting medical help was what Katsuki would have wanted. Shoji held out his hand and she took it, letting him lift her despite the pain. Shoji told her to sleep, saying rest would help her heal. Todoroki promised they would see her safely back. Tokoyami took the other side of Izuku to support him. She laid her head on Shoji and, feeling a third of herself missing, insisted that they could not go until they found Katsuki. She forced herself to stay awake on the way back to camp. At camp, Shoji called out to Mr. Aizawa. He looked over, assessed Izuku and her quickly, and sprang into action. Mr. Aizawa told Todoroki to take Shoji to get his hand patched and instructed Izuku to stay put. Shoji handed her to Mr. Aizawa, who began preparing to carry her to a stretcher, but she pushed away and tried to go back. Mr. Aizawa warned that she needed medical treatment and used his binding cloth to keep her from leaving. He inspected her burns and injuries and said they needed to be treated promptly to avoid lasting damage. She insisted she had to go back, but everything went black when Mr. Aizawa rendered her unconscious to ensure she would receive care. Mr. Aizawa ordered immediate attention, describing her condition as urgent, burns, cuts, severe fractures, and bruising that required prompt medical intervention. He directed personnel to summon Recovery Girl and transport severely injured students for surgery if necessary. He declared her one of the most critically injured and said she needed urgent care. He told Izuku to accompany her and arranged the transport. The driver instructed you that you would have to explain everything to your parents, told you to stay with her because she knew where to go, and warned you to stay buckled in case you passed out when your adrenaline dropped. He added that he had to stay behind to help your classmates, shut the doors, tapped the van twice, started the engine, and drove you to the hospital. It was dark when you woke and you noticed an ore in your arm. You could see out of one eye. The other half of your face was covered in bandages. Through the one clear eye you saw Izuku sleeping on the bed beside yours. Confusion hit you at first, then it all rushed back. You tried to cry out but only a small whimper escaped. The sound woke Izuku, who moved through the dim room to find you attempting to pull out the fore and breathing tubes. Izuku shushed you and urged you to stop, warning you not to remove them. The beeping on your monitor sped up and he glanced at it before gently pushing your hands down, insisting you stay still. His hair fell into his face and he no longer looked like he was trying to smile. You asked how long you'd been out, voice cracking, and he told you he had been unconscious for 2 days, slipping in and out of consciousness. He added that Yaoyorozu had woken the day before, which made it 3, almost 4 days for you. He kept your wrists pinned so you couldn't try to remove the tubes. You took a small breath and leaned back against the pillow. When his grip released, you inhaled shakily. Izuku promised that they would get Kaken back and not to worry. You tried to ask how, but stopped yourself and reached for the nurse call button instead. A medical team entered to check you and soon a doctor came in to examine the wounds. The doctor explained that your burns had mostly healed, though a severely damaged area had to be removed to prevent infection, which would leave a scar. Thanks to Recovery Girl, the doctor said. They had been able to reduce the damage and help your arm recover. One arm had sustained a severe fracture that required significant attention, and the other had multiple fractures. The doctor also asked about your mental state and explained that while they would remove the fore and breathing support, they needed to keep the heart monitor for at least 12 hours because you had experienced seizures and rapid breathing while unconscious, similar to your brother. If everything stayed stable, you would only be asked to remain a short while longer. You stared blankly for a moment, closed your eyes, and thanked him. The doctor said he would send a nursing team to remove the tubes and mentioned that Izuku Midoriya should be ready to leave around the same time, either tomorrow night or the next morning. A few minutes later, the nurses returned and took out the tubes and the fore. One nurse instructed you to drink plenty of water, explained that you had a bathroom connected to the room, and pointed out the panel button to call for a refill. She smiled, asked if you had any questions, and then left. You rested your arms over your head and stared out the window, fingers pressed into your hair as a single tear slid down your face. Izuku settled back onto his bed and lay down again. You pulled out your phone and searched for any message from him. At that point, any reply, even an insult, would have made you feel better. There was nothing. No message, no missed call. The absence of any sign that he had reached out settled heavier each time you scanned the room. 4 days had passed and there was still no contact. When YN woke up, she was disappointed to see the room still illuminated by moonlight. She rolled over and listened to her breathing. It was slow and steady, with deep inhales and exhales. She lay there for a while before sitting up. Izuku was still sleeping, and she noticed the flowers, food, and a card on the shared nightstand. YN must have been too upset to notice it earlier. When she picked the card up, she felt weaker than before and realized how exhausted she really was. The card from their mother asked them to eat when they woke and to call because she was worried. YN set it down and looked at the plate that had 3 pieces of food left. Nothing looked appetizing. She knew it would probably be a while before she could eat. After lying there for some time, she unplugged and removed the heart monitor and decided to get up. Holding the hospital gown closed, she cracked the door and peered into the hallway. It seemed empty until a girl with a white cape passed by and disappeared around the corner. YN tiptoed out and hurried to peer around the corner, but the girl was gone. No doors had opened or closed. The hallway was empty. A cold sensation ran through her and she stood there with wide eyes before turning back to the room. Izuku was still asleep, but YN could not rest. The sun began to rise and eventually Izuku woke up. He greeted her and noted that she was already awake. YN lay there, lost in thought and silent. Izuku asked if she was okay, then sat up and noticed the monitor was not beeping. He reminded her that the doctor had said not to remove it. YN brushed off the warning and insisted she was fine and that she had to get out of the hospital. She told Izuku she was going to find Bakugo somehow. Izuku protested, pointing out how shaky she was and how dangerous it would be. He urged her to rest and asked how she would possibly find Bakugo. YN ignored him and attempted simple squats, trying to steady her legs. Izuku watched, his frustration building, and he warned that she was not being rational and that she could get herself killed if she went out unprepared. YN explained, finally taking a seat because another squat would make her fall, that he did not understand. Izuku begged her to tell him why she insisted on leaving, pleading that he did not want her to do something reckless. YN replied that if she felt better by being allowed to leave, he could not stop her. Izuku tried to reason that Bakugo would still be where he was whether she went or not, and asked why it mattered so much. He apologized for raising his voice and asked her to explain. YN said it was her fault. Her voice cracked as she lowered her head to hide tearing eyes. She blamed herself for Bakugo being captured because she had been hurt and helpless. She could not handle the guilt. She slammed her fist on the bed and pulled at her hair, saying the guilt ate at her and that she had to get him back. She told Izuku that if she had not been hurt, Bakugo would not have had to carry her and could have fought back. Saying she had been helpless, she feared they would never find him and worried he might be seriously harmed or lost to them forever. Her breathing grew rapid as she tried to steady herself. Izuku reassured her that it was not her fault and that things would be difficult for a while, but he would be there for her. He insisted she had to heal before they tried to look for Bakugo and asked her to rest, noting she had likely been awake all night. YN shook her head, but Izuku gently laid her down. He told her to rest too and urged her to reconnect the heart monitor so there might be a chance of being discharged. He promised to go with her to look for Bakugo once she was healed. YN pointed out that Izuku's arms were heavily bandaged while she still had one usable arm, so she offered to get breakfast. Izuku agreed to lie down and asked if she needed anything on her way up. YN told him she would bring breakfast and to not try to escape the hospital. Izuku asked her to come right back. As YN opened the door to leave, a crowd of classmates stood in the doorway. Denki came in enthusiastically and announced that Midoriya was finally awake and that reporters were all over the school. Sato followed and commented that the situation was worse than before. Mineta held up a large melon as a gift from the group. Tokoyami bowed his head and offered an apology for the trouble. North felt the room close in and pulled the sheets over herself, turning away from everyone to hide how shaken she still was. Izuku asked with a glint of hope in his eyes whether everyone from Class 1A had come. The mood in the room shifted for YN before Ida spoke. Ida explained that Jiro and Hagakure were still unconscious from the villain's poisonous gas, and that Yaoyorozu had taken a bad hit to the head but had woken up the day before. For now it was just them, and he wished the whole class could be there. Uraraka noted that there were only 15 of them present because Bakugo was gone. Mina gasped and reminded everyone that they already knew about Todoroki. It did not need to be said. Izuku looked over at YN, both of them wide-eyed. Izuku recalled All Might telling him there would be people out of his reach whom he could not save, and that they had to save the people they could. He admitted he had been so close to saving Bakugo and that he could have, and that they had almost lost YN too. YN had survived by seizing an opportunity to save herself, but Izuku had nearly lost both of them. He repeated what Mr. Aizawa had said. His body had frozen, and he had been unable to move to save someone right in front of him, one of them being his sister. He began to cry, and YN could not bring herself to look at him. Since that failure, Bakugo had been taken and his sister had been badly injured. Kirishima's voice cut through the quiet, steadying YN by the simple fact that a friend was there. Kirishima urged them to go get Bakugo. He had a bright, determined grin and said he had hoped YN would wake. He explained that he and Todoroki had been there the previous day and had overheard Yaoyorozu talking to a police officer and All Might. Yaoyorozu had implanted a tracking device on Inomu. Ida wore a serious expression and glared at Todoroki and Kirishima, questioning whether they would ask Momo to make another receiver. Todoroki matched Ida's look and asked what the problem would be if they did. Ida, growing frustrated, insisted they listen to All Might and leave things to the professionals, arguing it was not the right time for students to get involved. His voice rose in a way YN had never heard before. He had always been serious, but never so loud and intense. Kirishima acknowledged the point but explained that he could not stand by anymore. He remembered being helpless at camp when a friend was targeted, and he could not accept being passive and calling himself a hero if he did nothing. Denki tried to calm Kirishima, reminding him they were in a hospital and there were better times and places for heated plans. Tsuyu agreed with Ida. Kirishima trembled with intensity and pleaded for everyone to listen for a moment. He urged Midoriya, insisting Bakugo was still within reach and that they could save him. Mina sighed and summarized the plan. They would get Momo to make another receiver, track the villain, and try to rescue Bakugo by themselves. Todoroki explained that some of the villains who had attacked the camp had targeted certain students. Bakugo had been taken alive, and they did not know how long he would be kept that way. That uncertainty made them feel they had to act. Ida exploded in outrage at the recklessness and almost lost his composure. Shoji stepped into the center and called for calm, understanding Kirishima's frustration and Todoroki's pain at being unable to reach Bakugo. Shoji reminded everyone not to let emotion dominate their decisions. Ida pointed out that they had permission to use their powers once, to protect themselves, and warned that if they had nearly lost 3 classmates already, who were they to go and break rules now? Kirishima countered that they should think about how Bakugo and their injured friends felt, especially YN, whose best friend had been taken. YN lowered their head as Ida glanced their way. Oyama, holding his stomach uneasily, said they should follow All Might's advice. Tokoyami admitted he felt partially responsible for their failures and therefore could not argue. Kirishima looked like he might beg, but Tsuyu quietly reminded them that, no matter how noble their intentions, breaking the rules to take matters into their own hands would make them act like villains rather than heroes. A moment of silence passed before someone knocked at the door and entered to request a private moment with the Midoriya twins. Shiro tried to ease the tension by suggesting they leave and check on Jiro and Hagakure. Others agreed and offered well wishes to the injured as they began to file out, leaving Todoroki and Ida lingering by the door. Kirishima walked between the hospital beds and relayed that they had spoken to Yaoyorozu the previous day. If they were going to do anything, it would be that night. He knew Izuku and Wyan had serious injuries and invited them anyway, saying he did not want them to feel excluded. They planned to meet in front of the hospital after dark. The others walked away, and Wyan did not protest because the doctor was ready to continue the examinations. The doctor began with Izuku, removing the casts from his arms. The doctor explained that recovery girl had performed intense healing on his arms and that he should be able to move them fairly well. However, the doctor cautioned that this injury was on another level. The body had limiters that normally prevented more than about 80% of a person's power from being used. In crisis situations, those limiters could fall away and allow someone to use more than their body could safely handle. The limiters existed because the body could not sustain 100% output. Ligaments protected the joints, and Izuku's ligaments had worn down considerably. The doctor warned that if he suffered this type of injury one more time, he might lose the ability to use his arms. He advised focused rehabilitation. He told them they would leave the rest to UA and walked over to remove the cast. You told him you wanted to leave tonight. The doctor said they would have to see how you were healing first and flipped a couple pages on his clipboard. He noted that you had sustained a lot of damage as well. He tilted your face to look at the stitches and asked if you recalled the first time he had come in to review your injuries. When you shook your head, he began from the top. He explained that the X-rays showed your ankles were weakened and bore large scars. There was a chance they could improve over time, but if they were damaged further you might need surgery to implant metal for stabilization. Your leg muscles had been strained with a few torn fibers that were likely healed by now. One arm had suffered fractures and the other had been badly shattered. The recovery team had worked intensely to piece everything back together. He said Recovery Girl had put a lot of effort into your treatment and that Aizawa had called in just in time. There had been severe head trauma from blunt force, but the bleeding had stopped and you had not suffered internal bleeding, which had been a major reason you survived. Multiple bags of blood had been transfused, and your mother had been kind enough to help with donations. He pointed out that the limiters in your left arm had been broken, like your brother's, and warned you to be careful. There were 2 badly burned areas, one on your arm and another on your face. The one on your arm had healed enough to have its stitching removed before you woke up, and the one on your face looked ready to be removed now but would leave a scar. He reassured you that most of the other burns on your face had healed well, leaving only some scarring. You could be discharged once the stitches were removed, though the room was reserved for you until the next day if you needed it. He told both of you to take it easy and not to return in the near future unless necessary. He also suggested psychiatric support if you needed help processing everything, and reminded you to thank Recovery Girl and your mother. He handed each of you a slip of paper before leaving. All that could be heard then was the steady buzz of the machines. You unfolded the slip and read a scrawled note addressed to Midoriya. The note apologized for being difficult, thanked Midoriya for getting there in time to save the writer, and asked Midoriya to get better so the writer could thank him in person. You folded it with a small smile and remembered that you had saved a child named Kota. Izuku smiled as well, and neither of you felt much like eating. As the sun was setting, Izuku's phone rang. He told his mother he had been discharged and that you had woken up and would be coming back with him. He told his mother he could move now and said he loved her before hanging up. He then told you they could talk later. You told him you were going and that he could not convince you otherwise. He agreed and suggested getting a little sleep. He set an alarm for 2 hours and mentioned his mother had brought 2 pairs of clothes. You could wear one. You nodded and asked what time the alarm was set for, then set your own timer. You hoped Momo Yaoyorozu would agree with the plan. 2 hours later both alarms went off loudly. You dressed and left the room together. In the hallway you ran into Momo and left with her. At the front, Kirishima and Todoroki were already waiting outside. Kirishima looked surprised to see you both but then set a determined expression and asked if you had decided. Before Izuku could answer, Ida arrived behind you and demanded to know why it had to be the two of you. He accused you of repeating reckless mistakes and reminded everyone that you were still students and that UA's reputation was at stake. He said he was the class representative and that he worried about all of his classmates, not just Bakugo. When he saw your injuries, he had only thought of his brother in the hospital and feared that your injuries might prevent you from becoming heroes if he had not intervened. Izuku started to walk toward him to respond. Suddenly Ida struck Izuku across the face. Todoroki and Kirishima immediately grabbed each of your arms to stop any escalation. You had the instinct to step forward and defend Izuku, but your friends shook their heads, signaling for restraint. You could see in them the same desire to act that you felt, even as they held you back. Kirishima grabbed Izuku's shoulders and held him still, asking if Izuku had not thought about where Kirishima was coming from or if he did not care about how Kirishima felt. Izuku whispered that of course he did care. Todoroki told Ida that he had it wrong and explained that they did not expect to face the villains head-on and win. Todoroki intended for them to get him back without fighting. Kirishima agreed that they would be stealthy and let go of your arm with a small smile. Another student said he respected Todoroki's judgment but warned that things could go wrong and offered to go as backup and stand behind his classmates. Someone else protested at the idea. Kirishima praised Izuku and smiled with a wave of relief. Izuku admitted he was hurt but could not just sit still. He felt he had to try to save his friend and the thought of rescuing him made his face harden with determination. Ida looked up at all of you and declared he would never agree to stay behind, so he would come along, making it clear that if anything went wrong they would escape and leave immediately. Everyone sighed and began to walk toward the train station together. Kirishima nudged you gently and asked how you were holding up, saying he had been surprised to see you there. You said you were fine and admitted you were actually glad the plan had been put together because you had been planning to look for your friend on your own once you were told you could leave. You put your hands in your pockets and sighed, worrying about the possibility that your friend might not even be at the place they were going. Kirishima told you they would look elsewhere if necessary and reassured you that it would be okay, noting that you had not smiled since everything happened. You looked at him and then down. You warned him that a rescue without fighting felt nearly impossible, but you resolved that if they found him you would accept any danger rather than make the mistake of losing him again. Kirishima agreed and slung his arm around your shoulder, urging you to cheer up a little because they were going to get him back. You nodded slightly and checked into the train station. Momo glanced at her phone and noted that they would arrive around 10 o'clock. Izuku asked if they had told their classmates what they were doing that night. Todoroki said they had, and that their classmates had tried to talk them out of it. Kirishima added that even Uraraka had tried to convince them to change their minds. Todoroki reminded everyone that by doing this they were acting selfishly and going against everyone's wishes, and that they could call the plan off if they wanted to. Kirishima reacted strongly, saying that Bakugo would not hesitate to go after villains if he were there, and he raised his fist in agreement. Izuku took a deep breath and affirmed that Bakugo was his friend and he refused to turn back. You told them you would go without them if necessary and leaned back in your chair. Silence spread through the group until you put in your earbuds and listened to music for the rest of the ride. When the train slowed, Izuku nudged you to wake you and announced that they had arrived in Kamino Ward and it was their stop. You took out your earbuds and joined the others as they disembarked, taking a few minutes to fully wake up and look around at the crowded station. You and the group stood together and scanned the crowd, aware that the villains could be hiding somewhere in the city. Kirishima suddenly started running into the crowd, demanding to be told where to go, and Momo called after him to wait and reminded everyone they needed to be extremely careful since the villains already knew what they looked like and could attack at any moment. Izuku acknowledged her point, struck a determined stance, and announced they would use stealth. Todoroki observed that Izuku's stance might make him stand out even more, and Ida suggested they would not be able to scout effectively if they were easily recognizable. Kirishima asked what they should do, rubbing the back of his head, and Momo smiled and proposed an old-school solution. She led the group into a store, and everyone emerged in some kind of disguise. You leaned against a wall, skeptical about the effort, and pulled out a pair of glasses and a hoodie from your bag before stepping outside to wait. Kirishima and Izuku exchanged observations about how heavy the situation felt, noting you had not smiled once. They walked out laughing, teasing each other about how to act, and Ida joked about being a couple of scoundrels waiting for pretty girls. Momo commented that the disguises were great and that, dressed like kids, they would not stand out in this district. Todoroki asked whether Yaoyorozu could have used her quirk to make disguises and saved money, and she responded that using her quirk for everything would interfere with the economy and that it was their duty as citizens to use normal means. Momo then led everyone toward their destination. As they moved through the streets, people nearby suddenly froze and a large screen was showing a clip from the UA press conference that had just taken place. Principal Nizu, Mr. Aizawa, and Vlad King were up there, issuing apologies. The broadcast questioned whether they could still say the same about the abducted Katsuki Bakugo, recounting his achievements at UA and past encounters where he had been targeted by villains, and wondering whether his temper had anything to do with his kidnapping. You scoffed at the suggestion that Bakugo would switch to the villain side. Mr. Aizawa leaned forward and took responsibility as Bakugo's teacher for not having been able to tame his violent behavior, but emphasized that Bakugo was trying harder than anyone to become a top hero. A reporter insisted that if the villains thought they had a chance with him, they were gravely mistaken. The room grew tense. Another reporter demanded concrete information about the other students who had almost been abducted and specifically asked about YN Midoriya. Aizawa paused, then assured everyone that YN had been training in her free time and at school, that she was now resting in the hospital, and that witnesses had said she had held off a top-rank villain long enough for her brother to move forward and save a child who had been moments from harm. Principal Nizu closed the meeting, noting that they were doing their best with the intelligence they had, and people began to whisper as they filed out. YN urged the group to move. Momo Yaoyorozu led them into the alley beside the building and indicated that the target location was the nearby structure. She cautioned that the suspect might or might not be there and that the operation was effectively blind, so they needed to proceed logically. Tenya Ida expressed concern and suggested they needed someone better at stealth. He warned that if things grew even remotely dangerous they should abort. Eijiro Kirishima asked how they would continue. YN pointed to a vending machine up the street and proposed using it as cover to observe any movement inside the building while they pretended to buy a drink. They approached the machine, each of them stealing glances at the dark, quiet building. Momo reported no sign of movement. Kirishima noted that not a single light was on. Izuku Midoriya observed that the place was hidden in plain sight, with thick, undisturbed weeds at the front door, and suggested there must be another way in. YN noticed there were windows along the side of the building and nodded toward them. Two drunk men interrupted them, calling after the students. Tenya and Izuku stepped between the strangers and the group, and the situation escalated into rude comments. Todoroki urged everyone to move on, and the team followed him toward the side of the building. Momo admitted the gap was narrow and feared getting stuck. YN reassured her to keep moving because the window should be up ahead. Todoroki reminded them it would be dark and difficult to see. Momo offered to make a night vision device, but Kirishima quietly produced a pair of goggles he had bought beforehand. YN assigned Kirishima to scout while Midoriya backed him up, and Tenya helped lift Kirishima into position. Momo lifted YN onto her shoulders so YN could peer over. Through the goggles, Kirishima reported that the interior was trashed and then gasped, nearly losing his balance. The others demanded to know what he had seen. Kirishima handed the goggles to Midoriya and pointed to the far left corner. Midoriya passed them to YN. What they saw in the dark was unmistakable. Rows of sealed tanks holding disturbing experimental subjects connected to strange apparatuses, their forms obscured and unnatural. The sight chilled them. At that moment, a hero arrived on the scene. Emilady brought a vehicle down on part of the building where the tanks were held, and the blast of wind that followed nearly knocked everyone off their feet. They grabbed the wall for support and then tumbled down. Momo immediately created a large cushion to break their fall and prevent injuries. The students scrambled up and looked over the rooftop again. Kirishima recognized Best Jeanist, MT Lady, and Tiger among the heroes working the scene. YN also noticed Ragdoll being carried by Tiger and realized with concern that Ragdoll had been missing. A short, neutral sentence bridged the moment. YN hoped Ragdoll was all right. The heroes had clearly arrived before the students, and the situation seemed to be under control. Best Jeanist worked to secure someone, but a new threat appeared. A masked villain hovered in the air, supported by a bulky apparatus that made him look like he required life support. He exuded a dangerous presence. Best Jeanist reacted with precision, tugging people out of harm's way by manipulating clothing and fabric, saving them from a sudden attack by moving them just in time. YN, who had worked beside Best Jeanist before and respected his strength despite his eccentricities, watched in stunned admiration. A shockwave struck the wall near them, sending pieces of debris into the air and rattling the surroundings. The impact left everyone shaken and momentarily frozen, faces strained and breath caught in their throats. YN tried to move, urged herself to act, but her body felt rooted in place. A loud crash followed, and coughing echoed through the chaos. An unfamiliar rough voice cursed in frustration, breaking the stunned silence. It felt like a weight had been lifted and movement returned. Dust filled the air beyond the broken wall. He was there, surrounded by villains. Kirishima and Todoroki grabbed at the protagonist's hoodie to steady them as they tried to move forward. They furrowed their brow and nodded to themselves, relieved that he was alive but tense at the danger around him. More crashes came from the courtyard and, just like when Bakugo had appeared, more villains seemed to materialize. It was hard to hear from where they were, so they edged a little closer. Ida grabbed their arm, and Izuku joined them. Even their thoughts pleaded to go rescue him. He was only 6 or 7 meters away. Izuku could use one for all and reach him quickly, then they could get the others out. A pause of realization landed on them, one they kept to themselves. They did not actually have one for all. No one else knew, everyone still believed they did. The ground suddenly shook and the air rushed. The boss villain declared that he would have his student, All for One, returned. All Might flew back from a hit, and red and black tendrils had been clinging to Kurogiri as he lay limp on the floor and a warp gate opened. The villain ordered the others to use Kurogiri and to claim their prize, urging them to get out. Bakugo stood in a fighting position with his usual smirk, but he was completely surrounded and barely evading their attacks. 6 against 1 were terrible odds. All Might was handling another opponent, forced to hold back because of Katsuki's safety. The protagonist wondered what they could do. Izuku leaned toward Ida and whispered for him to listen. Ida began to object, but Izuku said he had an idea that would avoid outright combat and let them escape with Bakugo. He explained that the plan would depend on Bakugo's reactions and on help from their friends. If Izuku tried it alone, he did not think it would work. Kirishima and the protagonist would be key because of the bond they had built with Bakugo, whether he admitted it or not. Izuku described the plan. Todoroki would create a massive slab of ice, just like at the sports festival. Ida would use his engine boost and Izuku's power together to propel them upward from the ice. The protagonist and Izuku would use both of their powers to push off the ice for extra height, reaching an altitude their pursuers could not. Kirishima would harden and break through the outer wall, and once they were at the peak they would call out to Bakugo. Izuku believed Bakugo would ignore him but would respond to his friends. Kirishima would be the one Bakugo could grab. The protagonist agreed that it would create a distraction for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu to get away as well. Ida, after a tense moment and listening to the noise of the battle, sighed and said he was in. Momo stood behind Todoroki, and the group linked together into a tight formation. The protagonist reminded them to push off Izuku. There was uncertainty about how other quirks would react. Izuku confirmed they were ready. Everyone nodded. Kirishima hardened his arms. Izuku and Ida powered up as they launched through the broken wall. Todoroki formed the ice slab as they shot upward. From below, everyone watched them ascend. They were gaining height, but Bakugo had already noticed what was happening. The wind squinted their eyes, but then the protagonist saw Shigaraki among the villains. Instinct took over, they let go of their teammates and dropped onto the ice slab. They scrambled to the edge and then dropped down toward Bakugo. Shigaraki moved to grab Bakugo, and the protagonist ran faster, driven by the fear of him being taken. Shigaraki latched onto Bakugo's arm, not fully securing his grip, and the protagonist slammed into Shigaraki to break the hold. That impact freed Bakugo, and he blasted away instinctively. He did not realize it had been the protagonist who had intervened until it was too late. Shigaraki reacted quickly and overpowered the protagonist, seizing them so they could barely move. From high above, Bakugo glanced back repeatedly, searching for the person he expected to be using their power. The others were still banked in adrenaline and had not noticed the protagonist letting go. Before they were out of earshot, everyone heard the protagonist's anguished cry ring across the area, faint but unmistakable from the height they had reached.